Despair by Your Uncle Funkle. As Fluttershy filled up her mug for at least the third time, maybe fourth, and went to sit at her table, the weight of her hooves grew with every step. She sat down slouched in one of the chairs that were set up there and let her hooves fall with the invisible ball and chain hanging below. She decided to do her new favourite activity, watching the dust particles go by in the air and trying to count them all. Every day she counted more and more around her cottage because of the failure of the Pegasus to clean. Failure was a word that she associated herself with a lot now. Failure as a caretaker, failure as a friend, and failure to live a life that was above pitiful and disgusting. But she didn't even notice anymore. Every second she remained in her prison cell felt like hours, and she kept counting each of them down, wondering when she could break free and see the light of the day again. But it seemed impossible at the moment. She took a sip of her black coffee and thought it much too bitter, but despite her feeling towards it, it was the only thing that gave her the energy to get up in the morning and pretend like she wasn't suffering, even if it made her hallucinations worse. She took another sip and glanced around her kitchen, even though she already knew what her puffy red eyes would hover over. A few dirty spoons, forks, and some very sharp knives whose blades made her stare linger, a plate, and a few mugs. She hadn't done the dishes since the last time some pony cared to visit, which had been a few days. She hadn't done much at all for the last few days. She took another cringe sip of her coffee and felt her energy return slightly, but it was only a small comfort for her. She would feel exhausted and worn down by the heavy chains, but it would just be a little easier. There were times when she felt so exhausted and weighed down that all she could do was stay in bed and cry. And that was if Celestia even granted her this sweet comfort. Her eyes fell upon the window next to her door, covered by a set of purple curtains. She couldn't handle it. It would make her sick. The world outside moved so quickly that the inside was her only comfort, where time seemed to move at a snail's pace in contrast. She would take slow and miserable over fast and bright any day or night. She was so deep in thought that she didn't realize her limbs becoming weak from the chains, and she dropped her mug on the floor, making it break and spilling all of its contents. Fluttershy just moved over to the sink to wet a rag robotically, showing no emotion or care. She got back and cleaned up the brown pool that she had created, going slowly and surely to make sure she cleaned it all up. With that done, she moved to clean up the pieces of the mug. She went and got a nearby dustpan, and she used her wing to sweep up the pieces. She squealed a little bit when a sharp pain radiated through her limb, and upon inspection, she could see a small bit of blood coming out of the cut she had accidentally made and dripping on her feathers. After the initial shock, however, she just simply sat back at the table, not bothering to get another cup of coffee or even to clean up her cut. The stinging was numbed by the pain she felt all around her body, especially her eyes that felt like 1,000-pound weights, even though she had just gone through multiple, who knows how many cups of coffee. Suddenly she froze in fright when she turned away and saw a big scary stallion lurking in the shadow corner by her fireplace. She screamed, but she made no sound. She panicked, but she made no movement. A few seconds of paralysis passed before she got up from her chair, which was knocked over as she prepared to take off. But she looked again and couldn't see any other pony. The hulking body she had seen seemed to disappear. The minutes ticked by before she felt it was safe again to pick up her chair and sit back down. The Pegasus figured it was for the best. Flying was 80% psychological, of course. It was also about skill. But Pegasi also have to be confident and happy in order to fly even more successfully. And because of that, Fluttershy hadn't flown in weeks. She forgot the feeling of being free of her chains long ago. She shook her head, still feeling the sting of fear coursing through her, until it returned to dullness once more. Something sparkling caught her eye, and she turned towards a set of silk fibre she had left over from one of her friend's visits. She had laid them out because there was something that fascinated her about the beautiful material, as it was the only thing that could comfort her, like a safe haven that she couldn't explain. It wasn't the beauty at first, just the aesthetic. Most ponies assume silk is incredibly weak and fragile, but what Fluttershy found interesting was that it could hold a lot of weight if needed, possibly even a pony. Then she found herself wondering which colour looked best, but she tried to steer herself away from the question. She knew if she picked a colour she was too far gone, unable to be brought back, even if it would finally release the chains for her. Sighing, she got up, picked up one of the dirty mugs, and filled her mug for the 5th time, maybe 6th, and went to sit at the table, the weight of her heart growing with every minute. Help Unwanted by Alpha Serendi. Fluttershy was no smaller than a filly when she found Bonnie. She had named her that because the fur on the top of her head had looked like a little bonnet. The key word being had, of course, because Bonnie no longer had any hair on the top of her head to speak of. But if her refusal to follow the "come when your name is called" command was any indication, she didn't go by that name, if any at all. "Bonnie, please!" she called on the pathway that led to the ever-free forest beyond. "Let me help you. Your injuries. You need help." Bonnie continued, not once acknowledging the pony who called her. "Bonnie!" The cry was practically a squeal, a soft squeal granted, but high in pitch enough that it could qualify as one all the same. Fluttershy galloped after the creature, her eyes brimming with tears. "I want to help you. Why won't you let me help you?" Bonnie stopped, stared at the pony with no emotion in its one eye. But even with no emotion, Fluttershy understood the message loud and clear. "No! You'll die if you go into the ever-free forest, Bonnie. There are all sorts of dangerous creatures in there that will eat you up. You're no longer a predator, you're the prey." Fluttershy felt a few tears begin to fall, and she quickly wiped them away. "Look, let's get back to the cottage, okay? I can fix you right up, and you'll have a place to stay where you can get all better. Wouldn't you like that?" A head tilt, as though Bonnie was contemplating the offer, but it only lasted for all of 3 seconds, and she continued to plod down the path. "I don't understand. Why?" The words were a mere whisper on the soft breeze that blew. She ceased her gait, eyeing the creature as she shook her front paw, gazed at it, and then continued on her way. Without thinking, Fluttershy galloped. She bunched her legs up and took a mighty leap, landing right in the entrance of Everfree Forest. Her ears pivoted towards the darkness that beckoned, listening for any signs of dangerous creatures or even dangerous ponies about. Her eyes landed solely on Bonnie, who paused her movement to stare at the blockade. "She's upset. I could see it in her eye," Fluttershy noted, but the note ultimately got pushed to the side. She stood up as tall as she could, mustering up what courage she had, which frankly wasn't all that much, but it was something. "Bonnie, I don't understand why," she repeated. "Why are you ignoring me? Why won't you let me help you get better? Do you..."
A horrifying feeling settled in her stomach. Her eyes widened. "Don't tell me you want to suffer with these injuries." Bonnie stopped. Her posture had an air of annoyance at having to stop so much. Her eye told a different story. "I wouldn't understand?" A few more tears fell. Fluttershy wiped those away too. "Why wouldn't I understand?" Bonnie went on the move again. Fluttershy watched her as she limped, dragging her hind leg along the dirt as she gave soft whimpers of pain. "Why wouldn't I understand?" she asked again, even though she knew Bonnie couldn't answer her with words. It took a long time for Bonnie to even come close to Fluttershy. Regardless, the filly remained rigid, as though expecting the creature to charge at her so she could become a one-pony blockade. When the creature was only a mere few inches from the filly, she stopped and gazed into her eyes. "You wouldn't understand. Not now. You'll understand when you're older. I'm glad you looked out for me, but it's my time to go." Bonnie made her way past Fluttershy with no issue and dipped into the ever-free forest. The filly turned and simply stared after her, her mind too busy processing what the creature had said. When the disappearance finally hit her, she sat in the dirt and cried. By the time she returned to the cottage, it was night time. Creatures began asking her for dinner, and so she had fed them accordingly, though many were quick to note she wasn't in her usual high spirits. She had taken an early retirement, but instead of going to sleep, she stared at the ever-free forest that lay beyond her home. "Oh, Angel!" She stroked her pet bunny in her hooves as she sat on the windowsill. "I want to say that I hope Bonnie is okay, but..." She squeezed her eyes shut. "I know now." Angel looked up at her. "I know what she meant when she said I wouldn't understand. But I do understand," she sighed. "I've seen it before, when the rain boom hit. How some animals..." She bit her lip. The word struggled to take form, and she uttered it first. "Died from the shock." Angel chittered, placing a paw on her hoof. "She wanted to die. As a feline, this is just basic instinct for her. Her injuries were bad." She struggled to find one word to sum them all up. "And I could tell she was suffering, maybe even before she got injured." Her gaze drifted towards Angel. It was just her time to go. The little bunny hopped onto the floor and bounded to the bed, giving inquisitive chitters as he pointed to it. "Oh," she tilted her head. "Yes, I suppose I should try to get some sleep now. Thank you, Angel." Once she climbed down from the windowsill and went to the bathroom to wash up, she climbed into the bed, with getting into his own bed that sat to the side. As both Pony's and Bunny's eyes began to droop, the latter gave a sombre final chitter. The former understood his words, existing as only a final thought before she slipped away into the land of dreams. You can't help some pony or some creature who doesn't wish to help themselves first and foremost.
Kisses Are Distracting by Chilly Kitty. Rarity's eyes focused on the soft, silky fabric in front of her, carefully pinning it into place over the mare's chest, making sure to not nick the yellow coat underneath. She stayed perfectly still in her concentration and was grateful that her model was doing the same. Rarity?" the quiet Pegasus asked stiffly, not wanting to mess with the work the unicorn was doing. Rarity hummed in response, her mind too distracted by the slippery fabric in her magic gasp to form actual words. "Rarity, love, when you have a moment," Fluttershy said. Rarity carefully pressed another pin into the dress. "Yes, dear." Her words were hollow as her mind was clearly elsewhere. "There's no rush, but, you do need to sit up at some point." Rarity had been hunched over to reach the mare's chest, her face only a few inches away from it for Celestia knows how long. Just as the other had said, she became incredibly aware of the stiffness in her back. She failed to suppress a sigh and straightened out her position, bringing herself eye level with Fluttershy. Before she could complain, there were soft lips pressed against her. She melted in an instant, leaning into the touch. It took longer than it should have for her to come to her senses, but when she did, she pulled away. "What was that for, darling?" "We've been up this for hours. I think we need a break," the quiet mare explained. "Ah!" Rarity glanced at the clock on the wall, looking just above her glasses. "I do suppose it's a bit late. Are you hungry?" Fluttershy shook her head. "I ate last time you needed to take the dress off to use the sewing machine." Rarity's eyebrow furrowed. "Are you tired then? Do you need anything? I'm almost done with this bit, dear. But we can stop if you need." Her voice dripped with concern. Fluttershy smiled at her, eyes wide as if Rarity had just said something foolish. "Rarity, you haven't eaten dinner," she stated, "and your lunch was half a leftover cupcake." "Oh," Rarity mumbled. "Well, I just have..." Her words were taken by another kiss, cursing the fact that she was standing so close to her mare friend, though she didn't really have any intention to move away yet. Fluttershy broke this kiss after a warm moment. "You said that earlier. You didn't let me finish. How would you know what I would say?" Rarity pointed out. Fluttershy just rolled her eyes fondly. "Because not only did you say it earlier, but yesterday and the day before, and every time you've been engrossed in a project for as long as I've known you. I just have to finish this bit and then I'll take a break," she said with an attempt at Rarity's usual almost Canterlottian accent. "Darling," she added after a moment. Rarity huffed and tried to look annoyed, but she couldn't help but smile. "I do not sound like that." "But you do," Fluttershy said right back, "and you sound lovely, even when you're overworking yourself. But if you continue with this much longer..." An uncharacteristically sly grin made its way onto Fluttershy's lips. "I am going to have to silence you." "Oh!" and Rarity laughed. She wasn't sure if she ever saw the kind mare so bold. "And how do you plan to..." She was cut off by another kiss. This one lasted longer and involved Fluttershy humming into Rarity's mouth before pulling away. Rarity was dazed by the taste of the other's lips. "I see. Yes, that makes sense." Fluttershy giggled at that, and Rarity all but swooned at the sound. She took a step back to look at her love in the unfinished dress. It was coming along nicely, a pink base with green accents. A few bits of golden shimmering fabric that somewhat matched the yellow mare's coat. "That's lovely and all, but I do..." She took another step back to dodge the other's incoming kiss. "I do need to finish this bit and then I'll take a break," she promised, seeing the doubtful expression on Fluttershy's face. She scoffed. "I really mean it, darling." Fine," Fluttershy hummed, allowing Rarity to step closer again without the threat of distracting affection. "But don't make me use the stair." "I won't, my dear, I promise," Rarity hummed, returning to the matter at hoof. There was another few minutes of silent work. A pin lifted from its place in the pincushion, raised to the green fabric, and then delicately pressed into place, attaching it to the pink fabric underneath, and then another and another. She found herself soon fixing and adjusting the other pins into a proper place, zoning out from the world, and only thinking of the task in front of her once again. "Rarity?" "Yes, darling, I'm almost done." She'd leaned back to look at Fluttershy, which she should have realised sooner would be a mistake. Not that she could really call the kiss a mistake in any meaningful sense of the word. "I think you're done now." Fluttershy barely leaned back, her breath on Rarity's lips as she spoke. Rarity felt her coat heat up, flashing pink instead of its usual white. Yes, I think you're correct, she barely whispered, closing the distance between their lips once again. They stayed like that for a long moment, wanting to deepen the kiss, but instead pulling away begrudgingly. Let's get you out of this dress, Rarity mumbled, beginning to carefully undo the pin-filled fabric, careful not to knock out any so she could stitch the green into place later. And get you some dinner, Fluttershy stated. If she heard Rarity's disappointed grumble, she said nothing. Yes, love, Rarity eventually said with a sigh. Helping Fluttershy slip out of the attire, she laid it out near the sewing machine and turned, once again finding a muzzle against her own. Rarity smiled, kissing the mirror in front of her. Fluttershy stepped closer, pressing their chests to each other now that there was no delicate art project restricting her movement. She brought a yellow hoof to push Rarity's red glasses to sit behind her horn. She then lowered the hoof to the unicorn's cheek, holding her in place and kissing her like she was the only thing that mattered. But then she pulled away and Rarity couldn't stop the desperate whine that left her. Fluttershy giggled at that, and really, how could Rarity be mad after hearing that wonderful sound? Fluttershy hummed, releasing her hold of the other's cheek. I'm going to make you a daisy sandwich, come on. Rarity would have complained and pulled Fluttershy into an embrace, holding her and kissing her until they both were out of breath, but she could feel her own hunger eating away at her, so she instead followed her mere friend into the kitchen. A daisy sandwich sounds lovely, darling, she conceded.
Fluttershy Saves the Day by Straight Aura. Behold, our cutie mark vault! Fluttershy heard gasps around her. She wasn't much of a gasper. Fainting was more her speed. Still, she had to admit she was feeling a bit lightheaded at the sight before her. A monolithic wall of blue sheen, like a glowing pane of glass that stretched from floor to ceiling, divided into two-dimensional spell matrix forming boxes to restrain anything within a 2D shape, and restrain it did, for every box held its own cutie mark, the culmination of everything that made a pony, contained in a tiny doodle special talent. Magic, fears, wants, desired, all trapped in a thin sheet of pocket dimension, proudly displayed under the all-imposing equal sign. I've never seen anything like this, Twilight breathed, and in front of it, sticking straight up from a stone pedestal in the ground, a wooden spear with a curving, twirling base and twin prongs nearly as long as the handle. And here is the Staff of Sameness, Starlight began, delicately lifting it in a weak lull of telekinesis to guide it through the air lazily. It was one of the great mage Meadowbrook's 9 enchanted items. We are incredibly fortunate to have it here. Twilight's eyes narrowed contemplatively like that, an expression well known to all her friends. An idea was forming, but just behind her was a much subtler tell. Fluttershy's front hoof began to shift, grinding quietly on the ground like she was trying to bore a hole through the floor. This is the tool that allows us to free ourselves from our marks! Starlight swung the staff in an arc ahead of her, gallons of pride laced with a toxic glee spilling from her words. And like a bullet through water, a tiny, near imperceivable sound echoed in the empty cave, all ears swiveling towards the source. No! Starlight blinked, her smile unwavering. Pardon? The group all took a step back, leaving one in the centre, Fluttershy, quivering with a much more visible fear, her eyes trained on the floor. Still, she remained steadfast and peeped out a louder. No! Whatever could you mean? Fluttershy, was it? Starlight flashed her teeth like a chimp, waiting the answer calmly. Fluttershy, let's be nice. Twilight seethed through her own smile, a forced one that read less, be nice, and more, don't play your cards yet. I mean, no, Fluttershy persisted, playing with her hair nervously. I don't know much about magic or Mage Meadowbrook besides a few stories Dad used to tell me, and I don't know what her magical artifacts are, or even that she had any, but that's not one of them. Starlight protectively drew the staff closer to herself, a subtle crack in the facade. Well, I'd hardly consider you an expert, given what you've told me. Why exactly are you sure of yourself? Make or break moment, Fluttershy. Everyone's watching you, with interest, with fear, with curiosity. You've kept this secret so long. Because you trusted these people, and their heirloom is a fake. How could they? It's because... Fluttershy sighed. It's because that's the spear of Longinus. Silence, then a patient prodding. Pardon? From the pony wielding the perpetrator. The cork was loose and the wine was spilling out now. Fluttershy didn't even think. She just closed her eyes and pushed on. Adam's spear of Longinus, brought to Earth when he first collided with it, long before the dawn of Pony. Adam's development was stunted when Lilith collided with the same planet and her own spear was destroyed, placing Adam in suspended animation while Lilith proceeded to create life in her image. Starlight was glaring now, though few were focused on her anymore. What are you? Millions of years later, ponies attempted to remove it from Adam, causing the second impact when the Earth's magnetic pole was severely shifted and the Arctic ice caps melted. Half of the planet's population was killed. Fluttershy, what are you talking about? Twilight asked baffledly. Fluttershy's eyes screwed shut tighter. The spear was then used in 2015 to kill Ariel, the 15th angel, by impaling it through her, after which it collided with the moon, where it remained until the third impact. I created the Tree of Life. Fluttershy took a deep, gasping breath and squeaked anxiously. It's a nice replica. I didn't know you were a Neon Genesis fan. Starlight sputtered, struggling to close her agape jaws. Neon Genesis? You think this is a replica? Fluttershy fumbled in her hair, trying quickly to recover as she sorted through the brushes, makeup kits, dog treats, art kits, pens, bits and deck of cards she kept in her locks. Look at it! The twisted handle, the long prongs, the point where the handle meets them. It's a wood-carved replica of the spear. Here, right here. In front of everyone, she pulled out a folded slip of paper and threw it onto the ground. It depicted a watercolor painting of a giant, blue, slender figure with bulky hooves standing in a knee-deep ocean amidst a black void, wielding a spear twice as long as its own body. Behind it was a crucified pony with an alien face and a smooth head, entrails hanging from where its hind legs had been removed. I was going to finish it there, but enough of it was painted to get to the point. It's fan art of that very same spear. Fluttershy pointed an accusing hoof, cleaving an invisible path through the crowd that had gathered to peer at it towards Starlight. That's not a magical artifact at all. It's an anime weapon. Enough! Starlight shouted, slamming the base of the spear into the ground. I am not an anime fan. I don't know what a Neon Genesis whatever is. I don't know Adam, Lilith, Ray, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about or who these people are. You want to know why it looks like this? With a resounding heave, she lifted it off the ground with her bare hooves and slammed it into the stone floor, revealing why she was so fragile with it. It shattered instantly, and the crowd gasped yet again. Because it's a damn stick I found in the desert! Starlight caught her breath and looked at the crowd of villagers gathered around her. Oops! She smiled nervously. Fluttershy Learns to Read and Becomes an Alicorn by I Am Sinnoh and Decaf. You can do it! Fluttershy cheered as she looked upon the scene. Angel was trying to do 10 million push-ups and was on 9,999,999. The bunny huffed and puffed, his ears flopping at the side, his exhaustion causing them to not be upright as usual. Fluttershy knew that rabbits kept their internal organs in their ears, and that they needed to be upright to function properly. "Just one more, Angel, just one more," the Pegasus encouraged. "You can have all the carrots you want after this." Unfortunately, Angel hated carrots, so he gave up and died. Wait, what was that? Fluttershy knew that his heart wasn't supposed to explode, but it did anyway. "Oh no!" she cried out. "Anyways, hello Fluttershy," said Rainbow Dash. "Hi Rainbow." Fluttershy waved. Angel exploded while exerting himself again. "Could you get Twilight for me, so that she can raise him from the dead?" Rainbow Dash scratched her head. "How many times has that happened this week? Again?" "It's been 15 times, which is normal. Twi's not going to be pleased." Rainbow shrugged. "She already raised him from the dead so many times. She probably is quite irritated at this point, since she had to break out that weird book several times." "If she would teach me how to read, then I wouldn't need her help," said Fluttershy. "You don't have a horn to do necromancy," Rainbow pointed out. "So even if you could read the spell, it'd be useless." Fluttershy sighed. "I just want to read, Rainbow. Read and raise the dead. Is that so much to ask?" "Tell that to the princesses." Rainbow did a random loop in the air. "They might be able to give you a horn. They gave Twilight wings." "I'll go do that," said Fluttershy. Then she goes to do that. Exiting the door, she flapped her wings and ascended into the air, heading for Canterlot. "Do you still want me to call Twilight for help?" Rainbow yelled after her. Fluttershy didn't hear Rainbow Dash. She was too busy leaving her behind for no reason. Rainbow shrugged. "I guess she didn't hear me." Pulling out her bench chair from absolutely nowhere, she sat down. "I'll wait for her to get back so I can ask the question again." "I'm dead," said Angel, just in case Rainbow Dash didn't remember. "Yes, you are," said Rainbow Dash, "and I don't really care. I just listen to Fluttershy so she doesn't use the stare on me." "Understandable," Angel nodded, before going back to being dead and allowing us to return to our main character Fluttershy. The day would have been beautiful if it wasn't so ugly. Fluttershy flew through the sky like she had wings. She looked back at her tail. "I should really get more extensions," she thought. "It's not long enough." It was only 50 feet long. All the cool ponies had 60-foot tails. She remembered when Gabby Gums exposed her tail extensions. She didn't cry because of that. She cried because her tail was too short in the picture. Maybe if Fluttershy learned how to read, then she could learn how to make her tail longer. She flew even harder to find the secret to literacy. 5 hours later, and 16 mares who cried for no reason later. She landed in front of the Canterlot Palace. She then proceeded to walk in, ignoring the guards and heading up to Princess Celestia's room. Fluttershy kicked down the door. Pulling out a megaphone, she pressed the button. "Wake up!" she yelled. "Princess, I need your help!" Celestia was asleep until she wasn't. Then she was awake. "What?" she said. "What is not what you should be asking, for the universe is deeper than a simple question like that. You should know better, Princess," Fluttershy said calmly. Celestia laughed. "Oh, Fluttershy, you're just mad because you're angry that you can't read. Maybe if you grew a unicorn horn, then you would become literate. I'm very smart because I am Princess Celestia." "But if you are so smart, do you know what is 9 plus 11? Fluttershy queried. "If you fail the question, you need to give me a horn." "Easy, 9011. You would know that if you had an alicorn brain." "Wrong," Fluttershy countered. "Even a fool knows that the answer is 21. Now give me a horn or I'll use the stare." "Oh, Fluttershy, we all know that you have to be able to read to use the stare, and that only ponies with horns can read. I'm going to give you a horn if you promise to only use it to bring back the dead." "I was going to do it anyway," Fluttershy answered. "Angel is dead, and I want to bring him back to life." Celestia wasn't listening. She was too busy casting the spell that would turn Fluttershy into an alicorn. They end up in the place with stars and memories. "Sister!" a familiar voice bellowed. "What have you done?" "I taught Fluttershy how to read," said Celestia. Fluttershy laughed maniacally. "Now that I can read, I have the power to destroy the world." Luna froze. "Oh, Fost, help us all," she whispered. "Celestia, you have doomed us all." "Of course," said Celestia. "A little doom never hurt any pony." Fluttershy was reading books with reckless abandon, excited to know what the words meant. "Spell to raise the dead," she read aloud. "Yes, with this I can raise all the dead I want and take over the world with Angel and his ancestors." "Don't read the spell," said Luna. "Do you have any idea what happens when you bring someone back from beyond the veil?" "I don't give a language," Faust shouted, poking her head through a dimensional tear. "We're PG rated." She then drew her head back through the dimensional tear. "If you say shit, you die," said Celestia. Then she died. Good as any other place to test the spell. Fluttershy cast the spell, and Celestia was revived from the dead. "It works." "Oh no," said Celestia. "What was dead like?" asked Luna. "I saw Mother," Celestia answered. "She told me she was disappointed in me." Luna nodded. "Sounds like her." "I don't care about your backstory," shouted Fluttershy. "I just want to have my pet bunny do 10 million push-ups and rule the world. Is that too much to ask?" "Yes," Luna answered. "No," Celestia replied. "Everyone deserves to rule the world." "I knew you would understand," said Fluttershy. 3 hours later, she was back at her home. Using a new horn, she raised Angel from the dead. "I'm not dead anymore," said Angel. "Do push-ups," said Fluttershy. Angel did one last push-up, hitting 10 million. Fluttershy raised Angel's ancestors from the dead and went to rule the world. Author's note: this is what we call quality shitposting at its finest, and when two shitposters come together.
Chores at the Cottage by Sock Puppet. In the weeks after the first Nightmare Night visit to Ponyville, Princess Luna found herself spending more and more time in Ponyville with the bearers. At Sweet Apple Acres, Luna spent several nights under the moon with Applejack, assisting with the autumn harvest. Although slim, Luna could buck an apple tree just as well as Big Mac. In the crisp night air, she listened to Applejack hold forth on the last 1,000 years' advance in agronomy and agromagic. It was, sadly, the magic resonance of the Princess of the Night on those trees that would attract the vampire fruit bats that next summer. Luna had watched the grand galloping gala from a dark balcony and remembered every gown, but then turned to a discussion of sewing and specifically sewing machines, and ended with Luna disassembling Rarity's sewing machine, interrogating Rarity on the inner workings of every mechanical assembly, and with Luna failing to reassemble the sewing machine and leaving an apology and a large purse of bits for Rarity to summon a repair pony from the manufacturer. The mayor from the sewing machine company took one look at the piles of parts and recommended Rarity buy a new one, but she took the parts back to her depot as spares in exchange for a 5% discount. Luna then spent a night at the Cutie Mark Crusaders clubhouse, wearing a new crimson cape with gold silk lining. Luna told the sleeping bag ensconced Crusaders stories of her own Cutie Mark and Celestia's, and tales of monsters and pirates, wars and battles, hydras and ursas, and other monsters not yet seen by any living pony in centuries. The Crusaders did not sleep that night and barely slept the next night, huddling together in terror. The CMC's guardians found the 2 days of cowering terror, however, quite relaxing. Visiting Sugar Cube Corner, Pinky taught Luna to bake cakes and pies, and Luna taught Pinky the 1,000-year lost art of flat fry bread. Luna wiped her eyes as she remembered similar times spent with her own mother, who had died while Luna was trapped on the moon, and to whom Luna had never said goodbye. Pinky kneaded a loaf of dough, and as the leavening puffed it up, Luna cried, "Witchcraft!" and blasted the loaf to the moon, the black blast of the spell leaving Pinky covered in char and grit. It took 3 weeks before a loaf of bread would stop spontaneously teleporting itself out of the kitchen. After a long altitude flight, Luna and Rainbow Dash snuggled up together on a particularly soft cloud under the moon, Dash sleeping peacefully and Luna, with her eyes closed, luxuriating in the simple pleasure of being so near another pony as they shared their warmth against the late autumn cold. At the library, Luna and Twilight spent several nights huddled over ancient tomes, translating ye-old Ponish into modern, Twilight teaching Luna modern curse words and Luna teaching Twilight the ancient. They laughed together for a while, for the writers of the olden days were far less polite than modern, merrily discussing bodily function and romantic liaisons in language that required giggling and blushing to translate. Spike covered his head with a pillow and tried to sleep. Luna made an exception and spent a day, rather than a night, with Fluttershy. At the break of dawn, Luna carried a heavy burlap bag of birdseed from the storage shed so that Fluttershy could refill her various feeders. Songbirds swirled around them, and Luna grinned as Fluttershy flitted into the air and cavorted with her friends before landing back on the ground and extending her wings. More than 24 birds alighted to her, across her wings and down her spine, before Fluttershy walked them to the feeders to break their fast. "Eat well, my friends," Fluttershy called in her tiny voice. "You are too kind," Luna said, and used a hint of levitation to wipe fresh bird droppings off Fluttershy's left wing. "Oh, it's nothing really," Fluttershy said. A second, heavier sack of fish food to the pond. Luna tried to calculate Fluttershy's possible income from her work, boarding and grooming the town's pets, and could not calculate a number that matched, much less exceeded, what she spent in animal feed alone. Fluttershy scattered fish food about the pond and then took a large pitcher of pond water back to her shed. Luna put the sack of fish food onto its shelf. Fluttershy, now wearing safety goggles and a lab coat, transferred water from the pitcher to several wrapped test tubes and then dropped brightly coloured chemicals from reagent flasks into the test tubes. "What are you doing?" Luna asked. "Checking the water. With the colder weather, the biological filter I've established might not be as efficient as it was over summer. I need to monitor the pH, the ammonia, the nitrite and nitrate, as well as the general and carbonate hardnesses, to keep my friends healthy and safe." Luna nodded sagely, pretending she understood so much of a single word of the explanation. Fluttershy glared at the test tubes. "The pH is dropping and the carbonate is almost depleted." She grabbed a scoopful of white powder from a barrel labelled "buffer" and flew over the pond, sprinkling the powder back and forth. Landing next to Luna and tucking her wings, Fluttershy said, "There, that should keep the pod safe for a whole moon." "And what's next?" Fluttershy grinned and then looked down, hair falling over her face. "Just a few last morning feedings." She grabbed a number of corn cobs from a bin and flew out of the shed towards the middle of her open grassy yard. On short poles were several wooden platforms, and she removed well-gnawed corn cobs from horizontal rails on the platforms and replaced them with the fresh cobs. Fluttershy landed next to Luna, and they watched the feeders from a distance. A ground squirrel hopped from the trees and sat on its haunches, sniffing the air shyly. Carefully he crossed the yard and climbed one of the posts to the platform and nibbled on the fresh cord. "And squirrel feeders too? You are indeed too kind to the woodland creatures, Fluttershy," Luna said. "Oh," Fluttershy replied with a dismissive flit of her wings. "It's not a squirrel feeder." Luna raised an eyebrow. "But a squirrel is eating from it as we speak." An ear-splitting shriek cut across the cottage grounds. Feathers flashed and wings flared. A ruddy red-tailed shape stooped from altitude, with a flash of talons, and a rodent scream of pain and horror. The shape flapped heavily into the air, and then landed on one of the highest branches above the two ponies. Fluttershy looked up at the feeding shape and smiled. "It's a hawk feeder."
The Sweet Sounds of Spring by Rambling Writer. Fluttershy threw open her front door and breathed in deeply. The magnificent scents of spring swirled around her, creating an intoxicating bouquet. The sun shone down, warming the earth with its rays. It was the loveliest season of them all for a reason. But spring meant duties, and so she was soon off to the bird feeding tray, a bulging bag slung over her withers. Her ears twitched this way and that, taking in all of that wonderful, melodious bird song from every direction as those birds relished in the warm weather. In fact, just above her, a chickadee was singing in the hopes of attracting a mate.
Do me.
Oh, those chickadees! Smiling to herself, Fluttershy kept walking, still keeping an ear turned upwards to listen to the song. Fluttershy looked up. A female had landed right next to the male, apparently interested, satisfied with his progress. The male propositioned her with the classic phrase of chickadees everywhere.
Hey, sugar beak, wanna doink?
The female examined him, cocking her head back and forth in that hyperactive manner of chickadees everywhere. Emboldened, the male puffed out his chest feathers.
Come on, sweetie patootie.
He chirped.
Check out my feathers. I'm pecanth as shit. We can make so many babies. So many that one or two might even make it to winter. Come on, let's build a nest and get right to smashing.
For a second, the female looked like his eloquent, heartfelt soliloquy might sway her. But then across the field came another song.
Do me. Yeah, no.
Tweeted the female.
I like that guy's song better. Bet his chest. Super shiny.
And she flew off.
Babe,
Chirped the male in surprise.
babe, wait. Wait, babe. Wait, babe. Wait, babe. No, babe. Wait, babe. Wait. No, babe. Babe.
Shaking her head at the plaintive cries of the mournful virgin, Fluttershy continued onward. The tray wasn't far. Once Fluttershy reached it, she upended the bag, dumping the seeds and peanuts all across the tabletop. "Hello!" she called out. "I'm here, my feathered friends. I've brought you food." Tossing the bag across her back, she stepped away from the table. She was only a few yards away when birds descended in a melodious cacophony, each making for a different foodstuff. In particular, a downy woodpecker gave a peanut a close examination, but before it could start pecking, a blue jay landed nearby, snatched up the peanut, and hopped away. In response, the cute woodpecker chirped angrily.
Hey, you punk-ass shithead. Get your own fucking peanut. She gave that one to me. My peanut.
Called the jay.
Mine. Oh, piss off. I saw it first and you know it, douche nozzle. It's mine.
Squawking angrily, the woodpecker dove at the jay. They tussled for a moment, chirping angrily at each other. As their wings beat and their claws swished, but the woodpecker emerged victorious, flying away with the peanut in his beak. He landed on a branch and started pecking at it. The jay landed a foot away, but the woodpecker squawked.
I can punch holes in trees with my goddamn nose. You feather-headed son of a bitch. You want to see what I can do to your face? Didn't think so. Fly on home, you freaky excuse for a
trilled the jay. Fluttershy walked away, hissing. Some birds have no manners. She sidled back to her cottage, adding her own whistles to the birds. She was almost home when down the path she spotted Rarity! Hello! Why, Fluttershy, I was just looking for you, said Rarity, trotting up. I was hoping... And with that shriek, an almighty juggernaut fell on Rarity with all the force it could muster. Rarity raved a hoof at the robin attacking her coif. Darling, she said in a record-settingly flat tone, could you be a dear and tell this bird that I'm... Fluttershy quickly nudged Rarity aside. The robin retreated, squawking inquisitorial invectives at them. You're standing under his nest, she said, pointing. Robins are very protective of their young. That's very nice, Rarity half growled, still messing with her mane. But can you tell him to back off? I'd like to avoid a repeat on my way back. On it. Up she went. The second she rose to nest level, the robin was squeaking at her.
Stay back, vile miscreant.
I'm not vile or a miscreant, said Fluttershy. I just want to talk.
No talk. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you look sideways at my eggs again, I swear to the sun, I'll peck your eyes out myself.
Treated the robin.
Blood will flow like a river before I'm through with you, like an entire watershed.
But, Mr. Robin, it's me, said Fluttershy. You know I'd never hurt you or your babies.
That's why I'm being nice.
That's no way to treat ponies who are just passing by. Can you please give them a chance to leave first? There's not a pony for miles who wants to hurt you. The robin fluffed his feathers and eyed Fluttershy beadily.
Only because it's you. But I'm watching you.
And I'm watching you. Please be on your best behaviour.
The second you touch my eggs, you're dead.
Fluttershy lowered herself to the ground, where Rarity was still fretting over her mane. I am so sorry, Rarity, she said. I hope your mane's okay. Rarity twitched, but held her head high. I'd have to redo it after our spa day anyway. It's fine. Her ears twitched and she looked around them. Robin attacks aside, isn't the bird song wonderful? Fluttershy cocked an ear, listening to birds trying to get in bed with each other, listening to foes fight to the death over food, listening to mothers colourfully wish a painful demise upon those who get too close to their eggs. Yes, she said, smiling. Yes, it is. Harmon Tree by TCC56. It took Fluttershy half a minute to both recognise her own voice and to search back through her memory to when she had said that. It was so long ago now. Decades of distance muddled the specifics. The circumstances were lost in the fog, but enough stayed on that Fluttershy could remember that she had said it. The question, of course, is why that was important now and who was speaking. Old tired eyes went first to Discord, asleep at her bedside in the quiet cottage, wrapped in a quilt made by Scootaloo more than 40 years earlier. But he was unmoved, still exhausted from the day, though his weariness was from restraint rather than effort. It was difficult for the Draconicus to not simply snap a talon and fix everything over Fluttershy's objections. A momentary fondness built up from their many decades together overtook Fluttershy and distracted her from that voice. But she was drawn back to it quickly when something sparked out of the corner of her eye. A turn of her head resolved that into Twilight Sparkle, who shouldn't have been standing in the doorway. No, that wasn't Twilight. It looked as Twilight did all those decades ago. that is to say a bit short and still carrying that slight bookworm pudge, but was wreathed in a glittery translucence. And Twilight had also come and left hours before, returning to Canterlot after one final visit. A few more elderly synapses fired, and she remembered. The tree! Tilting its head to the side, the projection of the Tree of Harmony seemed to notice Fluttershy's recognition. "Oh?" The elderly Pegasus smiled gently and immediately faltered as her voice croaked and cracked. Reaching out a trembling wing, she picked up the glass of water by her bedside to dampen her throat before starting over. Hello again. It's been a while." The image nodded, a mechanical movement that straddled the border between realistic and uncanny. The tree, it seemed, still hadn't quite gotten the hang of how ponies moved. "It has been approximately 52 years. It paused. "I have a precise number as well, but my interactions with mortal creatures suggest that such a thing would be considered either annoying or nerdy depending on the listener." It paused again, possibly trying to mimic taking a breath it didn't need. "However, I expect that you would smile, nod, and not comment, kindness." Fluttershy laughed, quiet and raspy. "I haven't been the element of kindness in almost that long." "There have been successes, but that does not lessen your identity." The tree's tone sounded oddly scolding. "You are kindness and always have been, perhaps my favourite as well." A genuine smile came to the Pegasus's thin lips. "That's very nice of you to say to an old mare." "I speak only honesty." The mention of honesty banished the smile as Fluttershy remembered Applejack. The spectre only darkened her face for a few moments, but it was enough to mire her in more serious thoughts. "Why are you here? Not that I'm complaining, Tree, but it's a little strange that you come to see me after so long." The glowing image of Twilight took a step closer. "You will die tonight." It was an even statement of fact, and Fluttershy's nod of acknowledgement. "I know." Her ears flattened and her eyes panned over to the sleeping Discord. "I've been trying to teach him about what that means, but I don't think he understands." "He cannot," stated the tree. "It is not in his nature to understand. I'm certain you have explained it enough for him to know what the words mean, but he will never truly come to terms with it. He cannot." She sighed. The white mane, faded from pink so many years before, sagged down over her face. "I know, and I'm sorry he's going to have to go through what's coming. I hoped as the others passed he would start too." Fluttershy trailed away until she finally shook her head. "But I guess that I'm out of time." She looked up to the image. "Besides that, I'm ready. Death is a part of life, and I know there's no denying it." She smiled, a comfortable but somber one, given to an old friend. "I'm glad you came to say goodbye, the real Twilight. No offense. She said hers earlier. There aren't a lot of others left to say theirs, so you coming makes me happy." "I have been present for the death of all my bearers. If nothing else, they each deserve to know how I valued their service." The tree pursed its phantasmal lips. "I know I am poor at communication with mortal creatures even now, and I struggle to both understand emotions and express them. I do not have words for my opinions of my bearers, so I must show them through action." Treelight stepped closer, drawing up beside the bed. "Each of you I have offered and given what I felt was an earned and desired reward. Generosity was reborn as a constellation and is eternally a beautiful star. Loyalty asked to be the wind and honesty the earth. Now they dance around one another for all of time. Laughter wished only for me to smile before she went beyond. And you, kindness." Fluttershy's young voice rang out again from no obvious direction. It sounded so foreign to the Fluttershy of now. I don't understand. Her voice, so much rougher than the one that had just spoken, was feather soft. The tree smiled, perhaps the same smile it had given Pinkie Pie. I will exchange your time for mine. Kindness, let us trade places. You shall be a tree, immortal in your own way. Chaos will not have to understand, for you will be by his side, and you will be able to guide those in need in the future. A home to birds in your branches, beasts in your roots, and virtue in your heart. Fluttershy's breath caught in her throat. But what about you? The tree's smile didn't change. I shall be a pony for one night. That, perhaps, is my earned reward. Silence settled between them. Long, tense silence between the three beings in the room that was only broken by one of them breathing. This is your choice, Kindness. I offer, but I cannot be sure this reward is what you truly would wish. The tree's resolve wavered slightly. I can leave and change nothing if you... Fluttershy's voice was quieter than ever, but it still pierced the fog of silence. I accept. Another pregnant pause as the tree waited for her to finish speaking, but that was all she had to say. Then I will give it to you. You need merely ask. I'd like to be a tree. And so she was. Our Only Comfort by Saddle Soap Opera. While summer cicadas filled the late afternoon air with trilling white noise, Fluttershy sipped watered-down fruit cordial on ice to a straw, and looked out at the rolling hills on the outskirts of Ponyville. Even diluted and cold, the golden orange drink was sickly sweet. A stray wasp hovered nearby, patiently waiting for a fallen droplet to purloin. Fluttershy set the sweating glass down on a white-painted wrought iron table, and shifted in her matching chair to face the Draconicus across the table from her. Always just one, she mused. Discord's coils flexed. He sat like a serpent, making a chair of himself. Just one glass? I know it's a little sweet for you, so I made sure to put in plenty of... Fluttershy shook her head. Just one wasp? That's not bad, is it? Discord replied, squinting down at the striped insect floating on the warm breeze. Better than a whole swarm. That's no fun at all. You've dealt with that before. She nodded. More than once. Discord heaved a sigh. He glanced to and fro, and the motion of his eyes made his whole horned and antlered head sway. It's not like anyone else was using them. He folded his mismatched arms. There's no harm in it. Quite the opposite if you think about it. Most folks would be grateful to have another go. The ice cubes clinked as Fluttershy took another sip before replying. They're starting to notice. In town, Grocer Greengrass asked if I'm opening a bakery because I bought the same fruit 3 days in a row. Roll the dice enough and sometimes you hit a run. Nothing more than that, he offered with an encouraging smile. There's no harm, he repeated. He looked away at the hills. I'm being nice. You taught me that yourself. Fluttershy let the straw drop from her mouth and slide back down into the cordial. She licked her lips. Princess Twilight asked about you this morning. Up to service for Pinkie? Ah, that fussy bookworm. Discord wiggled a scaly finger. Worried I would make trouble, I'm sure. That's why I didn't go, you know that, right? I'm no good at stuffy affairs. It would have been like that gala. I'd have been no help to anyone at the service. Maybe not, Fluttershy said with a shrug. Maybe you could try showing up anyway, next time. Discord's eyes turned to the horizon again. How long have you known? The Pegasus's sharp, short laugh echoed in the sun-soaked air. How can I even answer that? Fair enough, Discord offered, an impish little chuckle in return. Fluttershy watched the wasp find the courage to land on the rim of her glass. Is it? You don't have to get this way. Discord straightened until his long body and neck cast a shadow over Fluttershy. They were good before, all of them. I made sure. Why aren't they good now? The ice cubes settled in the glass. The wasp took off again. We were all so surprised. She had more life in her than any of us. We never thought she'd be the first. It felt like the sun went out. A long flight feather brushed the condensation off the side of the glass. Fluttershy drew back her wing and watched the drop dangle and fall. Rainbow and Applejack, Rarity and Twilight, we all came. And her whole family was there too. She had 4 great-grandfathers. 4! Discord frowned. Exactly my point. Not many times when you all get together these days. What a treat. You still don't know. Fluttershy lowered her head. Her well-brushed, flower-accented mane shaded her face. All this time and you still don't see the difference. You just mix them around like fruit salad. Did you seriously think that I'd want to do it over and over? Watch those little foals sobbing? You want me to thank you for that? Her face reddened and her wings shook, but no tears came. It was a mistake. I can take it out. Like sour cherries. You don't like those either. Once we get the right blend, this will all be... Fluttershy bent to one side until her cheek rested on the tabletop next to her glass. You didn't learn anything from it. It happened twice and you still didn't learn. From what? Being turned to stone. Discord uncoiled like a falling chain leaping from its container. He scooped her up in his arms and took to the air. Oh, come on now. It's nothing like that. You're free. Just say the word, pick the day, and you can have it. He whirled around and swooped in a wide circle above the meadow. You can have anything you want. She hung limp in his grasp like a doll. Not anything? A cherry red flash heated Discord's features. Make up your mind. He let her drop, and she slowed her fall with her wings. He folded his arms and huffed. You see, right there, if you wanted a day like Pinky's so bad, you wouldn't have done that. Fluttershy landed in the lush grass without a sound. She rolled onto her back and stared up at his sun-baked silhouette. I'm not that brave. I know that. Discord came down with a wide ring around her and peered into her eyes. Isn't this how friends act? I know you're afraid, so I'm helping you. You're not helping me because I'm afraid. You're helping me because you are... Discord reflexively shrank tighter around her until his hide touched the top of her head and the ends of her hind hooves. This is all I can do. I know I can't make things tidier. I can't make something that works the way it's meant to. All I can do is add some spice to the world. Mix things up. I did my best. It could have been so much worse, couldn't it? Remember when I tried to fix that one-eyed kitten you adopted after Angel? That was a bad call, I admit it. You were so upset, remember? He squeezed tighter, and his body pushed under her until she sat draped on top of him. I'd almost forgotten, she said softly. I'll pay more attention next time. He brushed a lock off her face with his lined paw with anxious care, like he was handling thin glassware. There's no going back from it. I can't bring order. I can't undo it. If you change your mind, what then? I don't know. We're not supposed to know. That's the point. She looked away. I thought you liked surprises. Discord rippled beneath her. You're being really selfish about this. What about me? You need to take responsibility. You taught me about friendship. You can't just skip out on me now. It's rude. She turned to her side on top of him. So why don't you mix me up? If this is such a nuisance, like you did in the maze, barely took you any effort at all. You know why. It doesn't work like that. I can't reduce chaos. I can't. You can't make me happy? He rippled again and squeezed his eyes and fists and jaws closed so tightly they creaked. Please, he forced a word out between his jagged teeth. Please, please, please. It's hot out today. I feel like a nap. Carry me home? She offered a small thin smile. We'll talk about this some more tomorrow. Discord picked her up more gently this time, cradling her like a baby bird. All right, tomorrow. On the table, the wasp slowly sank down into the cordial. Its legs stirred and quivered and were still. The end.
Oh, but I am weak and helpless, by Flint Sparks. Oh no, I'm completely bound in strong, tight rope. I cannot do anything but flail about and struggle. Oh, woe to me, the damsel in distress. I sure hope no male of unspecified species happens to come across such a young, innocent girl and take advantage of her. Why, I wouldn't be able to defend myself at all, being so helpless and available. Fluttershy cried as she rolled on the ground, struggling against her bonds. Discord rolled his eyes as he turned the page of his newspaper. Fluttershy, you're rolling in the yarn he borrowed from Rarity. Fluttershy, tangled in red and blue string, whined. No, I'm tied up like a damsel. Now, please don't hurt me. Her blue eyes teared up and she whimpered, using her squeaks to her advantage. It did nothing but irritate the older, wiser Draconicus. Discord threw aside his paper and stood up from the couch. Yeah, I'm going to make myself a sandwich now. He yawned, stretched, and walked towards the minibar in his castle chamber. Fluttershy made to intercept him, but her wings caught in the yarn and she tumbled forward. She yelped as she landed on her muzzle. Wait, where do you think you're going? She wiggled on the carpet floor, trying to crawl her way to Discord. Discord turned away from the open chamber door, chewing his sandwich. He rolled it in his mouth, swallowed, and then answered, I'm getting out of this loony bin. I'll be back when Tia gets home from work. He stepped into the castle, but flinched when Fluttershy shrieked. What about me? She cried, rolling onto her back and swishing her tail back and forth. Yes, what about you? It's not like you're weak or helpless. Oh, but I am weak and helpless, she said, smiling upside down at Discord. And I appreciate your cooperation if you just rescue me. Discord shook his head. No, no, and most definitely no. I've been around longer than even Celestia, and I know all the tricks in the book. If there's 1 ounce of chaos I can't stand, it's the heart of a mare. Fluttershy roared, You are going to love me! Discord gulped and snapped his fingers. Oh no, I'm under attack by a savage and frightening beast. If only there was some pony with magical power to rescue me, as I'm trapped in this corner. I would be so grateful. I would probably reward my prince with everything I have, Fluttershy dramatically declared, holding a hoof to her forehead as a bear shuffled toward her in the hedge maze. Why, I would even go far as to give him my heart and my body. Discord casually lifted his shades as he sunbathed, lying on top of his conjured beach chair. He sighed and lowered them. He casually sipped his lemonade's glass before tossing the lemonade in the trash. Fluttershy, That's your pet bear." "No, it's not," Fluttershy defended as the bear lifted her up and planted a kiss on top of her head, slightly messing up her neat mane. The Draconicus ignored her, causing an angry blush to emerge on the mare. "Oh no, I'm dangling off a cliff above my door." "Fluttershy, you're a Pegasus, you can fly." "I forgot the rope." "Yup." "Oh no, I'm being foal-napped." "Fluttershy, that's the servant giving you tea." "I'm being robbed." "You just paid the guy." "Help, someone's assaulting me." "Your masseuse doesn't seem too happy with you screaming at him." "Oh no, I suddenly forgot how to swim. Someone help. For Celestia's sake," Discord shouted. "Fluttershy, you're one of the best swimmers I know. Before this was slightly annoying, but now it's just getting aggravating." Fluttershy sat in a tiny kiddie pool, one that she could easily stand up in, seeing how it was only about a foot deep. Fluttershy was trying to simulate what she thought a drowning pony would look like. From Discord's perspective, it looked more like she was throwing a temper tantrum, which wasn't too far from the truth. "Oh, but I really do need help," Fluttershy said in a voice so sweet that Discord nearly barked. "Please, Discord, just help me. I promise you'll get your just desserts," she added with a wink and a sultry smile, forgetting that she was supposed to be drowning. Discord looked her over and smirked, slowly getting up from his pool chair. "Well, I guess since you're not in trouble anymore, I can just leave." He stretched, savouring the pleading look on her face. He resolved not to talk to her until she had calmed down and was thinking rationally, at least rationally by Discord standards. Before he teleported away, Discord risked one last glance at the miserable-looking Fluttershy. Seeing her in such a state, he mumbled to himself, "It'll take more than a pretty face to get me in with you," and with that he snapped his fingers, transporting himself back to his room in the Canterlot Castle. Fluttershy sighed, looking up from the kiddie pool into the sky. "If only I was a bird," she thought. "Then maybe this whole charade would work. The males would fight over me while I looked pretty and helpless." She climbed out of the kiddie pool, shivering as a gust of wind swept past. Discord had not taken any of her bait, no matter how weak she pretended to be. "Maybe I've been going about this all wrong," she continued to ponder, while drying off. "Perhaps it isn't helplessness and distress that Discord wants. Maybe something a little more chaotic." Then she got an idea, an awful idea, an absolutely awful idea. She gathered herself together and headed towards the castle, cackling madly at the notion of putting her plan into action. Discord sat inside his room, one of the only places that he could spread chaos magic with little to no rebukes from Celestia. Aside from the occasional cotton candy cloud escaping from the windows and soaking an angry royal, his chaos was surprisingly well contained, even though more than once he was tempted to move the sun just a few inches to freak Tia out. The best part about the room, that Honor would have to go to the deadbolt Luna gave him, one of the strongest locks in all of Equestria, able to keep away even the strongest of the royal guard. The guards could testify to it. Right now, though, Discord was less interested in the lock than he was his own creations, specifically his attempts at creating a perfect glass of chocolate milk. So far the results had been less than satisfying. I have the milk part down, but not the chocolate. What would little Miss Smarty Pants do in this situation? He wondered aloud as he drank the chocolate milk to a crazy straw. Less than perfection or not, it was still chocolate milk. Discord almost considered asking Fluttershy about this problem when he heard some pony banging on the door. Their beatings sounded like they were throwing everything they had. Slightly startled, he hurried to the door in case, Luna forbid, an actual threat was coming and he was needed. Unfortunately, Discord would only wish it was that bad. "You better open this door right now, mister, or so help me I will tear it down splinter by splinter until it's so mangled that its children wouldn't even recognise it," came the angry screeching voice of Fluttershy. Discord froze in mid-air, not quite certain that he was hearing this. He shook his head as if to clear it before replying, "Pardon?" "You heard me. Open this door right now." More beatings came upon the door, causing Discord to back away from the door with genuine fear in his eyes. He breathed in and out a few times before answering in the most level voice he could. "Fluttershy, I'm not going to let you in until you are not threatening to do something I don't want to do at this point. Or probably any point in time. Besides, this is a special patterned deadbolt separating us two. Even the Royal Guard couldn't get past it. You might as well give up now, or at least apologise for your behaviour earlier." A pregnant pause settled over the room. The insistent banging had stopped. He found it strange. Discord thought that Fluttershy would have at least made some noise if she was leaving. Oh well, he thought. It didn't really matter either way. He could figure out the inconsistency late. A huge boom sounded off as the room shook in very unnatural ways. The movement managed to toss Discord into a corner of the room, knocking his breath away for a second. When he managed to open his eyes, a sight that would forever locked in his mind came into view. Fluttershy standing just outside the room, directly on top of an enormous pink cannon that was easily taller than Celestia. The door was almost completely off its hinges, simply hanging on by a single bolt. Discord sat up, dazed as his eyes struggled to adjust on the once calm mare standing before him. Well, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe there's still a way out of this. Then with a crazed smile and an eye twitch that would make Twilight Sparkle proud, Fluttershy spoke. "Now come to Mama." "I'm surprised, Twilight. Your management with the Griffin Kingdom's embassies was impeccable. I'm sure every pony as well, is proud of you." Princess Celestia praised her shorter yet talented protege as the group of alicorns walked down the castle halls. Cadence and Luna were locked in a fierce debate over something Twilight found petty but Celestia had encouraged. Twilight smiled and looked up to her mentor. "Well, I can't honestly say it. What was that?" She turned her head towards the elaborate mahogany door they were passing by. It looked like every other door of the hundreds inside the castle, but the door had several bumps and holes smashed into its surface. Banging and bumping noises were inside, and the voices of a couple ponies. "That's odd." Princess Celestia walked close to the door and eyed the claw marks by the doorknob. "The doors are enchanted to be soundproof." Cadence and Luna approached. "What seems to be the problem?" A feminine voice screamed, "Yay!" through the door. It was quiet and hushed, but echoed through the hall. The four alicorn princesses stared at each other in shock. Cadence broke the tension and politely coughed. Without a word, 3 bags of bits were thrown at her hooves.
Building Bridges by Marmelado. Please go to fanfiction.net and leave them a like and comment. I can no longer provide a link in the description due to others getting community guideline strikes for that. You can't have animals as your only friends, you know. It's not healthy. Rainbow Dash's words rung in Fluttershy's head as she stared at the barren, unfinished cottage that was about to be her new home. She wanted to ask why, but deep down she knew that Rainbow was right. She needed some pony friends, more pony friends. Her soul was clamoring to get out of this shell that defined her life. She needed to be braver. She needed to advocate for herself, and there was no better place to start than with making a new friend. Turning around and beginning to walk away from the cottage, she thought back to what the real estate agent had told her. Amidst the flurry of words he had thrown at her already, her cottage was somewhat near a town known as Ponyville, a nice and quaint place where every pony knew every pony. She was a bit out of the way, but it wasn't much of a travel to get essentials like food. That, and it was secluded, so no pony would bother her. Those 2 things were enough to get her to sign. Fluttershy's heart began thrumming in her chest. Her unopened wings quivered with anxiety. She glanced around at the animals in the trees, the one thing that was preventing her from booking it back home. Their chatters and bird songs helped her mood, but did not shift her frown any, nor did it stop her eyes from examining all of her surroundings, as though some pony was going to jump her at any moment. It felt like she had been walking for hours by the time she saw other buildings on the horizon. Her chest began to tighten as she thought of the prospect of meeting another pony, and her gait began to slow as it came to a halt on a curved bridge. There were ponies all around doing all sorts of things, and it began to terrify her. Had she gotten in over her head? Should she turn back? I have to keep going. They look, friendly enough? Surely one of them will be my friend? With a nervous gulp, she pressed ahead. She tried to straighten her posture, hoping to tell other ponies that she was just as strong as them without telling them. But the ponies that looked her way were more curious than intimidated. Still, she regarded them with a second of eye contact, which to her was more than enough time for her to observe. Hiya! The whinny that came from Fluttershy's vocal cords were enough to turn heads. The young mare planted her rump on the ground and hit her face with her wings, her body shivering, her heart beating so rapidly it felt like she was about to die. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I didn't mean to scare you. It's just that I saw that you were new here and I thought I should welcome you to Ponyville and... One of Fluttershy's eyes opened. Staring back at her was a pair of ocean blue eyes attached to a pink face with poofy hair. The other young mare continued to talk and talk, but Fluttershy was still reconfiguring herself from the scare. After realizing that the other pony wasn't going to hurt her, she pulled her wings away and rose to her 4 hooves again, her long mane drooping over one eye. Oh darn, I keep doing that, the other mare complained. Anyway, what's your name, stranger? Fluttershy. Huh? Fluttershy. Speak up, silly! Fluttershy! The name drop caused more than a few heads to turn her way, which made her look at them on instinct only for a moment before she pulled her eyes away. Nice to meet you, Fluttershy. I'm Pinkie Pie. The mare stuck her hoof out. Welcome to Ponyville. You're gonna love it here. Oh, would you like a treat that's super duper sweet? Come to Sugar Cube Corner and I'll give you one on the house. It was a tempting offer, one that made Fluttershy perk up a little as she began to wonder when the last time she had something sweet was. Her mum was a good baker, but she didn't bake very often and Fluttershy was too afraid to even touch the electric conventional oven. Pinkie seemed nice enough to where she wouldn't offer treats that would harm some pony she saw as a friend, hopefully. Fluttershy tried to remove the thought from her head. Sure, but I don't live in Ponyville. Fluttershy pointed behind her. Pinkie's eyes widened. Oh, well that's okay. I give every pony a free treat, whether they live here or not. Come on, I'll take you there. One mare began to gallop away. The other mare stayed rooted to the spot, long enough for the first mare to gallop backwards and park next to her. Hey, what's going on, Fluttershy? You okay? Fluttershy's ears folded downwards. I don't, she swallowed. I want to be friends with you, if that's okay. You seem nice and I was wondering if... Pinkie nodded enthusiastically. Yes! Oh, I'd love to be the bestest friends with you, forever and ever. With that, Fluttershy's mission had been completed. Somehow, someway, she had made her first pony friend on land. She could barely register it between her body being hugged by Pinkie and the looks other ponies were still giving her, but a small part of her felt accomplished. The hug allowed her nervousness to ebb significantly, and she hugged Pinky back with a smile. Pinky broke free and stood up. "Now, come on! Oh, I mean, come on. Let's go to Sugar Cube Corner, at your own pace." Fluttershy did the same. I think I'd like that, Pinky." The pair began heading towards their destination, slow as can be, striking up a conversation to get to know each other a little better. And for the first time since she had moved into her secluded cottage, Fluttershy's chest became filled with hope and happiness at starting a new life with a new friend.
A quiet cottage, bare and new, a heart that longed for something true. Fluttershy dreamed of a braver day, where friends would help her find her way. She left her home with trembling wings, forest filled with gentle things. But Ponyville was just ahead, and anxious thoughts replaced the dread. A friend is a gift you give yourself, more than a smile on some pony's shelf. One step forward, the fear will fade, and in their warmth new dreams are made. A voice cried high, full of cheer. Pinkie Pie's smile drew her near. Through startled blush and stammered name, a budding bond began to flame. A hoof extended, a promise made. Through gentle trust, a fear laid. A hug that wrapped the world in light and turned the day from gray to bright. A friend is a gift you give yourself, more than a smile on some pony's shelf. One step forward, the fear will fade, and in their warmth new dreams are made. Two ponies walking side by side through Sugar Cube's sweet welcome tide. For the first time her heart could see, a friend was all she'd need to be free.
Pony Fiction channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that
Fluttershy's Improbable New Friend by Coronet the Lesser. Where is Fluttershy? She's never usually this late for our morning tea, Rarity asked as she sipped from her cup. The remaining elements were gathered around their usual tea spot on a fine Saturday morning. Of course, a good coffee shop was essential to the maintenance of any friendship. They all lived busy lives, but the joy of a regular gathering was something they all appreciated and strived to attend. I don't know, I saw her earlier. She said she'd be here like 10 minutes ago, Remedies said with a shrug. I think I see her! Hello, Fluttershy over here! Pinky shouted, leaning precariously over the table, much to the annoyance of every pony else who had to clamber to stop their drinks from spilling. Fluttershy was a ways in the distance, slowly moving in the direction of the shop. Next to her was a reddish blob that they could not make out properly from where they sat. She perked up when she heard Pinky and enthusiastically waved back. She moved with greater haste towards them. Her reddish-coloured companion lingered closely behind. What's that animal with her? Applejack asked. Another one. She's taking this whole sanctuary business quite seriously, Rarity said with a tinge of exasperation. I swear I won't come to another one of these if it's another ghastly bear. It's nice to see her so enthusiastic, especially if it's for a good cause. We should be proud of her, Twilight said as she squinted in Fluttershy's direction. It looks like a dog. Pretty weird dog if you ask me, Applejack huffed. Fluttershy eagerly tottered towards her friend's table, and the creature by her side followed at an ambling pace. However, as she arrived to take her seat, the welcoming response of the table quickly fell away as the creature shuffled into view. Applejack was most certainly correct in her assumption that Fluttershy's companion was like no dog they had seen before, probably because it was not a dog at all. Hello, every pony, Fluttershy said cheerily as she took her seat. Sorry I'm late, I was picking up some things for the clinic. The red creature sat itself to her left, making some unintelligible noise. Oh, right, how could I be so rude? Girls, this is Barry. He is our newest inpatient for the sanctuary. She gestured to everyone around the table. Barry, these are my best friends. Barry was a winged, red-skinned creature, roughly a foot or so smaller than Fluttershy. His wings were bat-shaped, leathery and wide. He walked on all fours, but his front legs were longer, and at their base were a pair of bony hands. His head was oval-shaped. Two small horns protruded from the base of his skull. Below them were a pair of beady orange eyes and a mouth full of rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed in the sunlight. Behind him, a thin tail whipped furiously against the ground.
Gamajoba, Kurvitali, Paris, Megabrivo.
Barry spoke in a scratching, high-pitched language that made every pony bar Fluttershy wince in discomfort. Sweet Celestia, Fluttershy, what is that? Rarity screeched as her sunglasses unceremoniously fell off her face. There is no need to shout, Rarity, Fluttershy said with a smile. I told you I found him on the ground of the sanctuary. He's our newest member until he recovers his strength, the poor dear. Barry made some excitable noises, to which Fluttershy giggled in response. Fluttershy, that's the monster! Applejack shouted. No, Applejack, Fluttershy corrected lightly. This is Barry. Hi, Barry, Pinky said as she hopped in front of their new guest just inches from his face. A glow of purple magic quickly pulled Pinky away before one of Barry's claws grabbed the place where Pinky had just been. Fortunately, all he had managed to catch was a small chunk of Pinky's mane. Twilight placed the still bouncing mare behind Applejack. Pinky, please be careful, Twilight admonished. Oh, he's feisty, I like him, Pinky chirped. Twilight turned her head to regard Fluttershy. That's an imp, Twilight stated uncharacteristically calmly. What in Equestria are you doing with one? I'm taking care of him, as I do with all animals, Fluttershy said. She scanned the table with a confused look, only receiving concerned glances in return. Girls, I don't understand. I take care of loads of animals. I know some may look scary, but they need my help nonetheless. Fluttershy nodded at her own statement. Besides, lots of them are real sweethearts when you get to know them. Good Luna, he reeks of rotten eggs. Rarity sniffed. She took a handkerchief from her purse and pressed it against her nose. Rainbow Dash retched slightly. Applejack's face scrunched up in disgust. Rarity, that's not very nice. Fluttershy chided. Besides, Barry seems to like you. True to Fluttershy's words, Barry had focused his small eyes on Rarity. Drool dripped from his lips in long strands that pooled on the ground. Fluttershy, darling, your definition of like and his definition of it, I fear, are very much different. Rarity blanched, recoiling from the ravenous gaze of Fluttershy's companion. A demon, Shy! Rainbow exclaimed excitedly, her hoof unsteadily pointed towards Barry. You are hanging out with a literal demon! Barry seemed to grow agitated at that and began hopping in place. He screeched loudly in the same language he had spoken before. Fluttershy comfortingly gripped one of Barry's claws and gently stroked his head. She shot a fierce look in Rainbow's direction. Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy scolded. We do not use that word here. It's very derogatory. Barry continued to hop from one back leg to the other, screeching loudly as he pointed at Applejack. Red sparks emanated from his outstretched front claws.
Shema, Akeshi, Da, Arak Etil Sin Dis, Imara, Sitvid Bibna, Shirakishkapa, Amapana, Metskutna, Trigde, Tabemi, Ametsari, Damok Idabulaba.
Fluttershy, he's trying to cast hexes on us, Applejack protested, standing up from her seat. See what you did, Rainbow. You've agitated him. Fluttershy snapped. There, Barry. Fluttershy gently continued to stroke Barry's head until he eventually resumed sitting down passively. Am I insane? Rainbow Dash asked. Just look at him. You know what? I'm done, Applejack declared. It's too early for this. I'm leaving. Applejack promptly exited, muttering something unintelligible under her breath. Rarity had moved her seat as far away from Barry as possible. Pinky seemed to be the only one who was entirely unperturbed. Fluttershy, I think it would be prudent if Barry came with me, Twilight said. Fluttershy shot her a confused look. Why?
Jadokari.
Barry spat at Twilight, her eyes narrowed in response. Fluttershy, your friend is very dangerous, Twilight said. He needs to go to Tartarus where he belongs and can't hurt any creature. No! Fluttershy protested, hugging Barry close to her. Barry is a sick animal that needs my help. I can't just send him away, especially to somewhere horrible like Tartarus. Fluttershy, darling, Rarity intoned softly. We all appreciate your dedication to animals, but Barry is not a regular animal. I'm sorry, darling. He's terrifying. Look around us. There are no birds in the sky or ponies in the streets. He's frightened them all away. True to Rarity's words, the town seemed practically deserted beyond the 5 of them. He's pure evil! Rainbow Dash shouted. Pure evil! Girls, I can't believe you, Fluttershy said as she stood from the table. Her stare was filled with righteous fury. I would have thought we had all learned our lesson with Sakura, that it's not right to judge others on the sole basis of their appearance. Barry isn't the most beautiful animal, but he deserves a chance that every creature does. This is just the way he is. Maybe if we accept that, maybe you'd see the good side of him. Just like Discord. Fluttershy let forth a disappointed sigh. I'm not saying you have to like Barry. All I'm asking is that you give him a chance. Twilight and every pony else blinked at Fluttershy, their eyes shifting from her to Barry and then back to her. Barry scratched his head with his hind hoof. Twilight took a long sip of her coffee before crossing her hooves. Okay, Fluttershy, where did you find Barry? Twilight inquired calmly. In the sanctuary, of course, Fluttershy said with an affirmative nod. He was up a tree. He looked so ill, the poor baby. Barry let forth an appreciative speech. Do you know what imps eat? Twilight probed. I know Barry is carnivorous, Fluttershy replied. I have plenty of carnivores in the sanctuary, Twilight. I'm well aware of how they eat and how to feed them. So if that's the imps hunt in packs generally, but as scavengers in nature when on their own, Twilight interrupted. They mainly target weak and sick prey to make up for their lack of physical strength. I don't see why that's relevant. Oh, Fluttershy gulped. Her eyes went wide. That may have explained why Barry rejected her attempts to feed him. She took her seat once more. I see the problem now. Barry burped up several small bones. Fluttershy grimaced as she recognised that some of them seemed to belong to animals that had disappeared recently from her clinic.
Can I survive?
Barry murmured. Once they have eaten enough, they start targeting larger prey, Twilight said grimly, looking over the bones, such as ponies. Girls, I don't think Barry is going to be a good fit for the animal sanctuary, Fluttershy whispered, her head bowed low. You think? Rainbow yelled. Author's note. Just a little story I came up with at 2 a.m. staring at the ceiling, trying desperately to sleep. Hope people enjoy this silly little tale. Also, in case you want to know what Barry is saying, B1.
Hello, friends of the yellow one.
B2.
Your rude and unkind words have insulted me. I am upset at your ignorant attitudes.
B3.
Which?
B4.
Excuse me?
Flight Envy by Applejack of all trades. Do you ever feel like you were born wrong? Huh? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I was meant to be a Pegasus, like you. Oh, maybe. Rainbow craned her neck over to Fluttershy. Seriously, I've had dreams where I was a Pegasus soaring through the sky as fast as the wind itself. She gestured up to the sky with a hoof and smiled. The wind in my mane, the sun on my body, and the ruffling of wings. She giggled. Fluttershy, I could practically feel it. Fluttershy wiggled next to Rainbow Dash, her wings stretched awkwardly underneath her. I've had dreams like that too, except in mine, I was an earth pony like you, she admitted with a blush. I didn't have to worry about those pesky wings, and I could just live on the ground with every pony else. Rainbow gave Fluttershy a funny look. Well, you could just move down here, she pointed out. At Fluttershy's grimace, she chortled. I'm serious, there's this little cottage at the edge of town that basically has your name on it. Oh, I don't know, I like visiting you, Rainbow, but moving would be a big change. Rainbow looked up at the clouds. The grass beneath her tickled at her back, but it felt calming as the wind softly blew her mane around. You see that cloud up there? A white tuft floated in the sky. Fluttershy nodded. It looks like an eagle, Rainbow said with a smile. I think I could be a good eagle. They're awesome, like me. Plus, they're great flyers, and I think I'd be a good flyer too, if I had wings. Maybe. Rainbow snorted. Maybe? Come on, I'd be great and you know it. She rolled over onto her stomach and propped herself up. I mean, I'm fast, have good reflexes, and I totally have the awesomeness to make a good flyer. With every new adjective, she struck a pose, which made Fluttershy giggle. Right? The yellow Pegasus nodded. Right. Rainbow grinned and looked down at Fluttershy. She was so quiet all the time, but she was Rainbow's closest friend, and her only friend really. Plus, she was a Pegasus. She was so lucky, and she didn't even know it. Sometimes, Rainbow thought that Fluttershy would really rather be an earth pony, like in her dream, and not as a joke or anything. How could she not want wings? Rainbow stared at Fluttershy, who stared back with a tiny smile. Rainbow shook her head, then offered a hoof. "Come on, get up, you're gonna show me how to fly." Fluttershy blinked. "What? But you're an earth pony." "I know," Rainbow responded with an eye roll. "Obviously I can't fly, but you can show me like you were teaching me how." Fluttershy took Rainbow's hoof and used it to help herself up. Okay, I guess." She knew that Fluttershy wouldn't understand, but Rainbow had to know how it felt to really fly. She trotted eagerly as she followed Fluttershy to a flatter area of the clearing. Fluttershy flexed her wings awkwardly at her side with a slight frown. "I'm not sure how to do this." Rainbow gawked. "What? But you fly all the time." "I know," Fluttershy mumbled, "but I've never had to show any pony." Rainbow whined. "Oh, come on, Shy. I just want to know what it feels like." The Pegasus looked back at her wings, then squinted. "Okay, I'll try." "Yes!" Rainbow cheered. If she could get Fluttershy to like flying more, then at least she had that. Even if Rainbow herself couldn't fly, helping her friend discover why flying was so awesome was pretty much the next best thing. Rainbow grinned as Fluttershy extended her wings to her side. Her wing feathers ruffled in the gentle wind. Soft yellow primaries danced with the breeze as long, flight-ready wings prepared to take the Pegasus to the sky. Rose-red eyes drifted over Fluttershy's wings. Every feather fell perfectly into place, and Rainbow knew then that Fluttershy took expert care of her wings. Fluttershy glanced at Rainbow, then took a short gallop forward. Her wings beat strongly once, sending a gust of wind that pushed Rainbow's mane back for a second and sent Fluttershy up into the sky. Rainbow gasped in awe. She knew that Fluttershy wasn't the most graceful of flyers, but she gawked anyway. Fluttershy seemed unsure of what to do once up in the air, so Rainbow wordlessly gestured for her to keep flying. Though a bit slow and awkward at first, Fluttershy flew back and forth above an awestruck Rainbow. The Pegasus loosened up with every turn, her smile widening until finally she flew smoothly, the wind blowing her long mane everywhere, only further framing the Pegasus in a light pink canvas. That look of bliss on Fluttershy's face as she flew was what Rainbow wished she could feel. It just looked so freeing, so liberating, so fun. Even though she had never flown before, Rainbow felt grounded. Watching her friend have fun in the sky made it almost bearable though. She hoped that Fluttershy could at least learn to make the most of it. Rainbow settled back down on her side as Fluttershy giggled, now flanked with birds. Fluttershy's wings flapped in a different pattern than Rainbow thought they would. Maybe it was because she wasn't a very experienced flyer, but her wings beat a lot more often than Rainbow would have guessed. Then again, what would she know? She watched as Fluttershy continued to giggle as she flew. With each passing moment, she eased up more and more, and even as ungraceful as she was a lot of fun to watch. The midday sun behind Fluttershy made her seem like she was glowing, like some kind of angel. Rainbow grinned, her gaze softening. Yeah, she definitely was like an angel. Maybe she could lead her somewhere better. Rainbow didn't have wings, sure, but Fluttershy did, and she could be happy enough for the both of them. Rainbow would make sure of it. If Fluttershy was happy, then hey, Rainbow was happy. Her eyes followed Fluttershy as she descended back to the grass, slightly flushed. As she trotted back to Rainbow, she tried to hide it in her mane. She probably forgot that Rainbow was watching her, which made the Earth Pony smirk. So was that fun? Rainbow asked with a smug look. Fluttershy settled down next to a friend. Rainbow could see the tips of her feathers bristling. Yes? Rainbow laughed and reached over to hit Fluttershy gently on her foreleg. I told you! I could tell. You looked so happy up there, she recalled. Fluttershy smiled and nodded slightly, which in turn made Rainbow's own smile widen. How does it feel to fly? The Pegasus stuttered and blinked a few times. Her wings ruffled at her sides as she shrugged. I don't know. It's kind of scary at first, even for me, she admitted. Or maybe that's just me. I know that all my little bird friends love to fly. Sometimes I fly with them, and I have so much fun. Rainbow nodded. It looks really fun. I wish I could feel what it feels like. She looked up to the sky and sighed. At least I could dream about it, I guess. The wind picked up a bit. Rainbow's mane whipped in front of her face, but she did nothing to fix it. You know, if I was a Pegasus, I bet I'd have a cool name. Something like Rainbow Gust or Rainbow Thunder or Rainbow Dash, she suggested. Rainbow smirked, feeling satisfied. Yeah, I like Rainbow Dash. Fluttershy giggled next to Rainbow. What's wrong with Rainbow Wish? You mean apart from the fact that it's uber lame? Rainbow responded with a groan. It just isn't me. It's so cheesy. Why do you think I have every pony call me Rainbow and not Wish? Well, Rainbow Dash, I think that name suits you, Pegasus or not, Fluttershy said with a smile. Maybe someday I can show you how flying feels. That would be fun. Show her how flying feels. How would you do that? Rainbow asked, slightly intrigued by the idea, but mostly curious as to how she would even go about doing it. Fluttershy pouted. Oh, I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. She trailed off and gazed at Rainbow. Well, you're a little smaller than me. Maybe I could carry you. I don't usually carry anything bigger than a rabbit or two, but if it's to help a friend. Rainbow smiled and shook her head. Maybe, but I don't want you to hurt yourself. I can probably ask Lyra. She's good at magic and stuff. I think she actually used to be in Celestia's school for gifted unicorns, so she probably knows a spell that can help. She perked up, her passive smile turning into an eager grin. Or I could go hang gliding, or skydiving, or parachuting. Rainbow sat up, propping herself up with her forelegs as she thought of other ways she could feel the wind in her mane like Fluttershy did. Base jumping sounds fun. I know some pony who used to do that. I could ask her. You'd totally do this with me, right, Shy? Fluttershy's eyes widened. Wait, do what? Rainbow leaned over her until she was practically nose to nose with Fluttershy. Oh my gosh, Fluttershy! We could go ziplining or high diving. I know Ponyville has a high diving team. Yeah! She put her hooves on Fluttershy's shoulders and shook her. Do you think that would work? Fluttershy hesitated. Maybe. I don't know, Rainbow. That sounds scary. And a lot of it is just falling, not flying. Oh, Rainbow gulped. She deflated a little and retracted from Fluttershy. You're right. Fluttershy squeaked and reached out to Rainbow, keeping her from sinking further away. But I think it would give you a good idea of what it's like to fly. Really. But I'll never really know, Rainbow thought to herself. She frowned a little, but before Fluttershy could notice, she shook it off and smiled. Yeah, maybe I'll try it someday. Fluttershy nodded. She said nothing else. If Fluttershy noticed Rainbow's frown, then she didn't allow it. That was okay though. There was nothing more to say, and frankly, Rainbow decided she could definitely use a nap, and hopefully a dream to go with it. She rested her head on the floor and closed her eyes. As the wind died down and warmth enveloped her, She swore she could almost feel real feathers on her back already. Just Like Life. Fluttershy Paints a Perfect Picture by Mockingbird. In a lonely meadow outside Ponyville, Fluttershy sits in front of an easel. She dips one forehoof into a bowl of charcoal dust. Upon her easel's broad sheet of paper, she traces a few quick lines. Not a fish, but perhaps the suggestion of a fish. Fluttershy nods with satisfaction. Her mouth lifts one squeeze tube after another, squirting dollops of differently coloured paints onto a palette. She plucks twigs from a tree, chews the tips, uses the twigs to mix the paint into splotches of different shades. Now, lifting a proper paintbrush, she takes up the reddest of reds, slashes a simple, gaping wound in the sketched fish's throat. Fluttershy redips her brush into the crimson pigment. Into the white, empty space beneath the first fish, Fluttershy's brush rips another red streak and a horizontal splotch of colour beneath it. Further down the page, Fluttershy adds another slash and splotch of red. Fluttershy has a row of easels, each bearing red streaks and splotches much like the first. Fluttershy rinses her brush in a jar of pale liquid and wipes it carefully on a cloth. She touches the bristles to her palette again, now dabbing at a wetly orange-red splotch. Around the crudely red streak she first painted, Fluttershy adds pigment more delicately, orange and hints of orange. Around the second red mark, Fluttershy does the same. Fluttershy goes down the row of easels again and again, adding touches of near black and dark grey, then lighter greys, then pale bluish tinges. As paint accumulates on each easel's paper, a white rabbit topples a stack of buckets. He drags one bucket to rest beneath an easel. He drags bucket after bucket until each easel has its own. The rabbit inspects his work and nods once. He bounds away into the taller grass where he searches for toothsome herbs and flowers. Upon the first easel, the region Fluttershy had initially streaked with charcoal is now completely covered with pigment, a nearly perfect image of a trout. Fluttershy dabs one of her smallest brushes against her palette, taking up a few drops of paint that are almost white. She touches the brush tip to a spot near the top of the first easel's paper, marking a highlight that would probably go unnoticed by any critic, or by any artist other than herself. For an instant, the fish seems to waver. Fluttershy marks another subtle highlight, and the fish wavers again. A third highlight, and the fish seems to wriggle, then flop, falling out of the painting into the real world. A fish lands in the bucket with a loud Fluttershy looks down at the gaping wound in the bucket-caught fish, beneath which blood has already pooled. She tells herself that when paint became flesh, the fish was already dead. The seeming wriggle was only an illusion, an effect of 2 dimensions growing into 3. Farther down the sheet of paper, beneath the newly blank area, Fluttershy adds a highlight to a second cluster of paint marks. Within a few seconds, another fish falls into the bucket. Fluttershy proceeds down the row of easels, filling bucket after bucket with fish. Fluttershy is an excellent artist. She loves to paint trees, flowers, and even entire landscapes. She never paints ponies though. And although she loves bunnies and butterflies and every kind of animal, she doesn't paint those very often either. When she does, her style is sketch-like, deliberately incomplete. Fluttershy used to feel freer to paint anything at all, especially the animals she loved. One day, Fluttershy giggled at a beautifully drawn Ne Panisse manga magazine, which featured an entire family of adorable little rabbits. The rabbits lived in a very fancy burrow, which on the inside was almost like a pony-style house. Each morning, the manga's bunnies got out of their little pony-style beds and dressed themselves in little pony-style clothes. The mother bunny cooked breakfast over a little pony-style stove. The family ate together around a little pony-style table before they departed their burrow house so they could go to work or to school. Fluttershy admired the manga so much she decided to paint a picture of a bunny like the ones in the story. But Fluttershy, being a pony who knew real, living animals better than practically any pony else, created an artwork even better than the manga. After an hour of painstaking work, the picture was flawless, practically perfect. The white rabbit at its centre seemed to breathe with life. A moment later, the rabbit popped out of her painting, fell onto the floor of Fluttershy's cottage, and lay there trembling. He stared up at the room where he had arrived, and the enormous, to him, mare standing over him holding a paintbrush. He leaped off the floor, bounded to the window, struck his head against the glass, and fell back down to the floor. When Fluttershy opened a door for him, he fled. 2 nights later, he returned. He glared at Fluttershy defiantly, angrily. Fluttershy had already set the painting upon the floor, leaning it against the wall. The rabbit touched the painting cautiously with one paw, then tried to push his way into it. After trying again and again to re-enter the picture, he lay upon the floor in front of it and moaned soft little moans of sorrow. Fluttershy was sure he missed a home somewhere inside the network, a home that had probably never been real, but which he remembered anyway. Fluttershy thought she had 2 choices. She could try to paint more rabbits like this one, an entire society to keep him company. For those rabbits to have someplace home-like to live, she would have to paint little manga-style burrow homes and fields to farm, and make them all become real. If she failed partway through, she would only have made more bunnies as disconsolate as the first one. She didn't think she could do it. If she did, she suspected, it might turn out very badly. She might create a horde of rabbits all angry at her, and maybe angry at the world's other ponies too. For pity of this one lonely rabbit, she tried a few times to paint burrow homes without any creatures visible in the pictures. She half hoped such a painting might become a portal back to a world more like this rabbit's own. But those efforts never created anything more than mere daubs of paint upon paper or canvas, nothing real. As for trying to paint even one more practically perfect picture of a rabbit, she was too afraid. She would never, ever try that again. As the sun sets, Fluttershy pulls a wagon homewards. She hauls a load of easels and other painting supplies, but also some fish. Fluttershy has already sold several bucketfuls to a griffin trader in town. With the 3 remaining buckets, Fluttershy will feed the carnivores in her cottage. A bear, 2 dogs, 3 cats, and several weasels. Atop the wagon's load sits a tired little white rabbit. He surveys the landscape slowly paraded before him as he sniffs the evening air. His nose twitches. Between the easels and buckets, the bunny finds a crumpled up blanket, which he uses as bedding to curl up for a nap. Fluttershy's muscles ache with her day's labours. Her fur stinks of fish and of the turpentine she's used to clean her brushes. But she feels happy, or happy enough.
In a quiet meadow, brush and hoof, she paints the world with love and truth. A stroke of gray, a touch of red, brings life to paper softly spread. Not a fish, just lines and light, yet colors pull the world upright. A whisper here, a shadow there, and something real hangs in the air. Oh, every mark, every hue holds a story shining through. But careful hands must learn to see what should stay and what should be free. Once she painted fur so white, soft and perfect, full of life. But when it leapt into her world, it trembled, lost and all alone. She tried to give it something more, a home beyond the painted door. But canvas dreams can't hold the past. Some things aren't meant to last. Oh, every mark, every hue holds a story shining through. But careful hands must learn to see what should stay and what should be free. Buckets brim with gifts she's made, a gentle price for what was laid. Not all she paints will walk or breathe, but every color still believes. Through aching hooves and sunsets glow, she hauls her burden soft and slow. And in the wagon, curled up tight, a little heart still sleeps tonight.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
The Knight and the Potion Seller by Pseudo Bob Delightus. Is it on? I don't know. The screen's black. There's a blinking red light. Does that mean it's on? I don't know. Come on, Rainbow, hand it over. Fine. Pfft. What? Suddenly, Applejack's face appeared on the screen. She raised her eyebrows at Rainbow Dash and held out a black disc. "You left the cover on," she said. Rainbow Dash stammered. You... Okay, sure, blame me. I've never used one of these things. How was I supposed to know?" "I'm not blaming you, Rainbow. Whatever, let's just set it up." Fluttershy, waiting patiently with a 3-leg stand, held it steady while Applejack screwed the camera down on top of it. When they were done, its screen showed the living room of the cottage, and Rainbow Dash stepped out in front of it. "Hello, Ponyville," she sang. "No, hello, Equestria. Yeah, that's better." Fluttershy's voice came quietly. "Sorry, can you step a bit closer? You're a little out of focus." "Huh? Sure, how's this?" "That's good." "Okay then, hello Equestria, this is Rainbow Dash talking. I mean, well obviously it's Rainbow Dash. You're looking at me. Who else is this stylish, this cool, this obviously amazing?" Applejack snickered. "That ain't a word." "Oh, and ain't is?" The camera turned slightly to show Applejack, who noticed and blew her mane out of her face. "Sure is. I made Twilight look it up in the dictionary once." "Oh, that look on her face. Well, fine, but you ain't introduced yourself to Equestria yet. Tape's rolling." "Sure. Howdy, Equestria. This here's Applejack, proud member of the Sweet Apple Acres family, here in the west end of Ponyville. We make the best apples there is." Applejack rubbed her forehead. "An advertisement? Really? If I'm gonna make a statement to all of Equestria, I ain't just gonna talk about boring old me." "You're not boring," Fluttershy commented, drawing 2 sets of eyes to the camera. Sorry. Please continue." Applejack smiled and nodded, but Rainbow Dash flapped her wings and disappeared in a streak of colours. She reappeared, pushing a confused Fluttershy into view. Wait, she cried. "I can't." "Come on, Shy," Applejack prodded. "Just say something about yourself." Fluttershy's long hair obscured her face. Her breath was still. She turned to Rainbow Dash, who shrugged and asked, "Well, what's the matter? There's nobody else in here." Applejack looked back at the camera. "Ah, what?" "Fluttershy, you don't have to talk to all of Equestria." The Pegasus sighed, but still sat low, hiding from the lens. "Oh, right," Rainbow Dash said. "Well, why don't you just say something to Ponyville then?" An eye appeared behind the pink mane, but no sound was picked up. What about just the ponies we know, our friends and family?" Rainbow Dash added, "Yeah, that's like hardly anyone. Only a few dozen ponies, and a dragon, and a griffin, and a donkey?" Fluttershy spoke in a barely audible whisper. "That's still a lot of ponies." Applejack sighed and walked behind the camera, beckoning Rainbow Dash to follow her. "Okay, sure. How about just us?" Fluttershy stood up a little, her face now fully visible. "Just the 6 of us?" No, I mean just Rainbow and me, and you. How's that sound?" She thought about it. "That's easy to think about, but, I mean, we're all right here. I don't need to introduce myself, do I?" "Well, go ahead." Okay then." Fluttershy stood up fully and faced the camera. "Hi, you two? My name is Fluttershy, and I like animals, and plants, and things like that." Applejack hummed. Step closer, Shy. You're not quite in focus." "Sure. Is this good?" No, that's worse." "Wait, I got it. The guy who sold this to me said it had some autofocus magic. Should be one of these buttons." I could just step back." "Come on, Rainbow. The focus comes from the lens. We just gotta turn that ring at the front and..." "Whoa, quit it. That's making it worse. Hooves up. I know what I'm doing here." The camera shook and squeaked as the 2 ponies fought over it out of view. "Girls? You just said you've never used one before." "I said, hooves off. It's mine. I paid for it. I get to use it. You don't even know how to use it." Random buttons were pressed. A jumble of text overlay appeared on the screen. Then the colors inverted. Then everything was wiped away by the outline of a star, before reappearing moments later as a collection of puzzle pieces bouncing into place. Just move the ring. No way, it's right here. Stop it! Fluttershy shouted. You two are always fighting. Why can't you get along? The argument stopped abruptly. Oh, Rainbow Dash spoke. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry both y'all, Applejack agreed. This is silly anyway. It's your camera. The camera was righted and a set of Whos stepped away from it. But suddenly there was a beeping noise and the camera hummed and vibrated. Whoa, hey, it worked. Nice. Oh, that's good. But Fluttershy was now in focus, but her face had been distorted such that her snout and eyes were stretched twice as wide as they really appeared. Rainbow Dash burst out in laughter and fell to the ground, bumping the tripod and pushing Fluttershy slightly off-center. Now the middle of her face shrank inward, making her jaw and forehead look relatively large. Unaware of the effect, she just raised an eyebrow. What happened? Applejack? Applejack walked over to Rainbow Dash, nudging her with a hoof and making her gasp, though this did not stop her laughter. Come on, Rainbow, what's so Oh, what? This is pretty funny, I'll admit, Applejack said, as she flipped the view screen over for Fluttershy to see. When she saw it, she blushed and covered her face with her hooves. Oh no, I look like a stallion. No, it's funny, the Earth Pony assured her. She flipped the view screen back over. Honestly, it makes you look a little bit like one of them Royal Guard types I always see hanging around for Twilight these days. She nudged Rainbow Dash again. You think we busted it? Rainbow Dash finally recovered her breath enough to speak. What do you mean, we? A silent moment passed. The Pegasus stood up. Sorry, no, I mean, the guy who sold it to me said it had all these crazy features. Maybe this is just one of them. Oh, Flutters, could you nudge over to the right a little? She did. Like this? Rainbow Dash and Applejack both laughed again, making Fluttershy shy away from the camera. No, wait, it's okay, just go back there. We're not laughing at you, Flutters. Applejack steadied her breath. You know what this makes you look like? That one chemist type that came to town the other day, had all these funny tinctures and extracts and so forth. She flipped the view screen again. You remember her? Fluttershy looked between the lens and the view screen. That's very rude, she said. But it does look like her, don't it? She cracked a smile despite her attempts to hide it. Yes, I suppose it does. A little bit. Then she moved her head to the side. Oh, and there's the stallion again. She pushed her eyebrows down and cleared her throat, affecting a deeper voice. Excuse me, miss, but oh, that's terrible. Rainbow Dash was on the floor again. Applejack chuckled and said, What was that? Keep going. Fluttershy had to stop laughing herself, but soon she recovered and spoke low. Excuse me, miss, but I was wondering if I could buy a potion from you, if it's not too much trouble. Oh. Rainbow Dash jumped in place. Remember how the chemist sounded? She was like... Her voice croaked and she was struck with a coughing fit. No, that wasn't quite it, Applejack commented, a smirk heard through her voice. That's still really rude, Fluttershy chided, but she wasn't that bad. She sort of sounded like, why not? She coughed as well, although her attempt was far better. Why not come closer, dearie? Yes, that's it, keep doing that. But it's mean. Why should I make fun of her? You're not making fun of her, said Rainbow Dash. It's a completely different pony, a made-up pony, a character. Yeah, a character. Then she shouted into the air, Lights! Nothing happened. Lights, AJ? Applejack sighed. She slowly stepped away and closed some curtains nearby. The others waited as she made her way around, and the room darkened, and soon the main source of light was the view screen. Only Fluttershy's distorted face was clearly visible. Lights! Awesome! Camera! A pause. I'm just pausing for dramatic effect, you know. Yeah, Applejack said. We know. Rainbow Dash pointed a hoof at Fluttershy. Action! Okay. She took a breath. Who's speaking first? Got it. The Royal Guard. No, the Travelling Knight. That works, right? Right. Okay, the travelling knight is, trying to buy potions from the potion seller. Action. Fluttershy moved into the knight's distorted position and said, "Excuse me, miss, but That's too polite." "Oh, come on," Applejack groaned. "Let her act." "No, seriously, Flutters, knights are polite and all that. But they're also busy. So, I should be, straightforward?" "Yeah, like blunt, straight to the point." "Okay." She spoke as the knight. "Hello, potion seller. I'm going into battle, and I'd like to, I want your strongest potions." Both voices behind the camera whispered, "Nice." She moved to be the potion seller, giggling as she noticed her face again. "My potions are too strong for you, traveller." "Oh," Applejack said. "Where'd that come from?" Rainbow Dash hissed. Quiet on set. The knight spoke. "Potion seller, I tell you, I am going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions." The potion seller responded, "You can't handle my potions, child. They're too strong for you." The knight spoke more powerfully. "Potion seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions." Applejack whispered. "Change it up a little, Shy." "Shh." "Oh, okay," Fluttershy agreed. "I think..." She became the knight again, but less somber. "Enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potions." As the potion seller, she said with an understated glee, "My potions would kill you, traveller. You can't handle my potions. You better go to a seller who sells weaker potions." "Potion seller, I'm telling you right now." The seller interrupted, a dark tone in her voice. "You don't know what you ask." "I know what I ask," he said desperately. "I'm telling you I need your strongest potions." With venom she responded, "You can't handle my strongest potions." Rainbow Dash snorted. Applejack shushed her. "No one can," she continued. "My potions are not fit for a beast, let alone a stallion." A tear ran down the knight's face. "Potion seller, what do I have to tell you to get your potions? I need them if I am to be successful in battle." A deep breath. "I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are meant for the strongest beings." The knight's throat hitched in a concealed gasp, but he pressed on. Well then, that's it, potion seller. I'll take my business elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere for my potions and I'll never come back." "Good. You're not welcome here. My potions are only for the strongest beings, and you are not of the strongest, are you? No, clearly you are of the weakest." The knight swallowed and stamped his hooves. "You've had your say, potion seller, but I'll have mine. You're a rascal. You're a rascal with no respect for knights, no respect for anything but your potions." "Why respect knights?" came the voice of the potion seller, dripping with evil, "when my potions can do anything that you can." The knight prepared to speak. He held up a hoof and opened his mouth, but nothing came. Only Fluttershy threw her head into her hooves and sobbed. Whoa, it's okay," Applejack said, coming to her side. Rainbow Dash was with her quickly as well. "Where the hay did all that come from?" "I don't know," she cried between gasps. "It just happened. I was so mean." "Well, it was amazing. Seriously, Fluttershy, you gotta give improv a try. I heard there's a..." Applejack shot a look at Rainbow Dash and then the camera. "Oh yeah, well maybe we can put this away for now." She stood up and stepped behind the camera as Fluttershy cried onto Applejack's shoulder. "Now, let's see, where was that power button again?" "Big red one on the side, I think," Applejack told her. "Oh yeah, here it is." Fluttershy brings a service kangaroo to school. Evil Sunset Shimmer gets punched in the face. And Fluttershy receives detention for some reason. By Mockingbird. As Chira Lee looked at her 7 a.m. class, she rubbed her eyes. "What? she wondered aloud. Is that... Fluttershy mumbled something. Cheerilee said, Please speak up, Fluttershy. Oscar isn't a that. Oscar is a she. And Oscar is a kangaroo. Yes, Cheerilee agreed. But what is a kangaroo doing in our classroom? Fluttershy gently petted the kangaroo's chest, which bore a neon orange vest with the words service animal. Cheerilee shook her head. I'm not sure a vest is enough to convince me. Do you have any actual documentation? Fluttershy stood and walked to the front of the room where she handed Cheerilee a large envelope. Cheerilee opened it and started reading. After a minute, Cheerilee said, This is a letter from a veterinarian. While I'm pleased to know your kangaroo has all its shots, Fluttershy whispered, Skip to the next page. Cheerilee found another letter, this one from a psychiatrist. So you've been diagnosed with an anxiety disorder? I suppose I can believe that. Most of the rest of the class nodded empathetically. I'm afraid of a lot of things, Fluttershy explained softly. Sometimes I worry that I'll lose all my pencils, and without anything to write with, I could flunk all my final exams, and the school might expel me, and without a high school diploma, what if I can't get any job except being forced to work for an animal fight club? I don't need that much explanation, Cheerilee said. If your service animal behaves itself, I'll allow it. Gently as a breezing murmuring in a treetop, Fluttershy replied, Thank you. She returned to her seat. For the rest of the hour, Fluttershy and Oscar tried their best to avoid causing even the least disruption or distraction. Once, when Fluttershy's pencil dulled, she handed it to Oscar, who instantly provided a sharpened replacement from her pouch. Cheerilee mused to herself. That kangaroo really is well trained. In Canterlot High School's dimmest, darkest hallway, the one where the custodian refused to replace any defective fixtures because he said the flickering fluorescent light tubes gave him a headache. In that scary place, Fluttershy cringed in a corner. I don't have any pencils, she pleaded. I gave them all to... A redhead with blonde streaks in her hair wearing a leather jacket slammed one hand against a locker. I don't want excuses. I need plenty of sharp pencils for the rest of my school day, and I need them now! Isn't there any other way? The school's official queen should never have to sharpen her own pencils! The redhead slammed the locker again. Fluttershy shrank in on herself even more. But, Sunset, I don't have... The bully grabbed Fluttershy's hair, pulled upwards. Ouch! Fluttershy squeaked, now standing high on her tiptoes. I told you, I don't have them. You'll have to... The service animal next to Fluttershy lifted one forepaw, clenched it in a fist. With the other forepaw, it tapped Sunset on the shoulder. Sunset turned to look. Oh, she chuckled, releasing Fluttershy's hair. This is hilarious. You're too afraid to defend yourself, so you brought an animal to fight for you. Well, the creature hasn't been born who can beat Sunset Shimmer. I'm going to hit your stupid animal so hard, it'll be scared for the rest of its life. I'm going to beat the stuffing out of it and make it cry. I'm going to... No! Fluttershy squealed. Yes, Sunset replied. I'll destroy your stupid kangaroo. No! Fluttershy squeaked. Animals have feelings too. The only thing your kangaroo will ever feel for the rest of its short, miserable life will be pain. Fluttershy quivered with nervous tension. She made a fist and cocked her arm back. She swung. As Sunset's head rocked back and her body fell to the floor, the bully could not comprehend what was happening to her. Fluttershy whispered, "This is a lot like how I work the knots out of my bear friend's muscles, but I apply swift, sudden pressure to its shoulders and each side of its back, not to its face." Partway down the hall, a rainbow-haired girl watched with admiration. "That," she said, "was awesome!" She walked towards Fluttershy and reached to shake hands. "I'm Rainbow Dash, and I've never seen anyone give Sunset Shimmer what she deserves like that." Instead of grasping Rainbow's hand, Fluttershy cried, "I'm so sorry. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I had to protect poor little Oscar." Rainbow looked up into the kangaroo's weather-beaten face. "Yes, I can see that." "So you understand? I'm so glad. I didn't want you to think I was a big mean bully. I don't want everyone to think I'm a bad person." "Nah, I think you're great, and I think we should be friends." Fluttershy peered through the hair that covered 2/3 of her face. "Really?" "Yeah, really. Let's eat lunch together." Half an hour later in a school nurse's office, Sunset Shimmer pointed at her own face. "That animal attacked me, and it's all Fluttershy's fault. That crazy zookeeper. You don't even want to know what she gets up to when no one's looking." Nurse Redheart spread disinfectant on Sunset's cheek. "That's a serious accusation." "Damn right it is," Sunset grumbled. "That beast should be put down." Sunset Shimmer led Vice Principal Luna into the school cafeteria and pointed dramatically. "There! That's the animal Fluttershy trained to attack people!" Fluttershy voiced a tiny cute noise. "No!" she said. She reached over to hold the kangaroo's paw. "Oscar didn't do anything." "Every expert on horse-trailing wildlife knows kangaroos are naturally skilled boxers," Sunset announced triumphantly. "And the first day you brought that horrible animal to school, I got punched in the face." She touched a bruise on her cheek. "It's no mystery." Fluttershy shook her head. "That's not true. Oscar is innocent." Sunset sneered. "I suppose you're going to say someone else did it?" Fluttershy nodded. "I cannot tell a lie. Today, after 4th period, when Sunset Shimmer was pulling my hair and making me cry and hitting things and trying to make me give her all my pencils, I punched her in the face." Sunset grimaced at Vice Principal Luna. "Are you going to let her get away with that?" Luna studied the timid-looking animal fancier. "Maybe." She cleared her throat. "I mean, let her get away with what?" "What I mean is, are you going to let her get away with saying she punched me in the face and it wasn't her kangaroo that did it?" Luna looked back and forth between Fluttershy and Oscar. "You have to admit, sometimes appearances are confusing. But yes, Fluttershy does not appear to be the most plausible culprit." Fluttershy made a high-pitched sound in her throat, almost like a kitten growling. "I'll prove it!" She stood, marched towards Sunset, cocked a fist, and... Luna looked down at Sunset laying on the floor. "Well," she said, "how interesting." "I demand another round," Sunset shouted. as she slowly got to her feet. I demand a fair chance to knock that kangaroo's block off. I'm gonna kill him. Her, Fluttershy said. Luna sighed. Fluttershy, she took a deep breath. I have now witnessed you hitting Sunset Shimmer. It is my duty as a school administrator to assign you detention. Today, after school, should I call your parents to let them know? I'll text them myself, Fluttershy agreed. And thank you, Vice Principal, for letting me show you the truth. No fair, Rainbow Dash said. Sunset deserved to be punched out. The whole thing was her fault. Luna snorted, perhaps a half-stifled laugh. Hey, Rainbow Dash protested. Since the fight wasn't even Fluttershy's fault, can I have detention with her too, to keep her company? Luna intoned sternly. Miss Dash, that's not how detention works. We don't just hand it out to anyone who asks for it, not even on the basis of friendship. It's not some kind of reward. Rainbow snapped her fingers. I just had an idea. She tapped Sunset on the shoulder. Look at me. Sunset whirled. What the fuck? I swear I'm going to... Rainbow punched Sunset in the face. Wow, this is fun. I've been wanting to do this all year. Luna grabbed Rainbow's shoulder, pulling her away from Sunset. Miss Dash, you have in-school suspension for the rest of the day starting now, and after-school detention. No excuses. And don't try to treat your punishment as some kind of social club either. Yes, Miss Vice Principal Luna. Unconvincingly, Rainbow attempted to sound regretful. I'm sorry if I've disappointed you. Luna nodded. Her hand on Rainbow's shoulder gave a short, possibly reassuring squeeze. I hope you can keep from making this a regular habit. I'll try, ma'am. Fluttershy squealed with joy. She whispered, This will be the best detention ever. Author's note. No notes.
She's my service Roo. She's trained to help, that's all. With a letter from the doc and a pouch full of grace, Oscar kept it chill, not a hair out of place. But peace can't last when bullies make a scene. And Sunset Shimmer burst in loud and mean. Oscar the kangaroo didn't throw a single punch. I swear it on my animal snacks and homemade bunny lunch. But when Sunset pulled my hair and screamed like a cartoon, I socked her in the jaw and blamed it on the moon. So now I've got detention, but hey, that's okay, 'cause Rainbow Dash did best school day. Oscar the kangaroo didn't do a thing. But I guess when you're Fluttershy, trouble's still a swing. Down the hallway, lights were flickering with doom. Sunset yelled and threatened, pencils, fists, and gloom. Oscar stayed composed, not a single rude hop. But my fist took flight and Sunset dropped. Rainbow saw it all and gave a cheer. I think we're gonna be best friends this year. Then Luna came with her vice principal stare and asked who threw the punch with professional care. Oscar the kangaroo to show that kindness don't mean doormat on the floor. If you push too hard, even butterflies sting. With a left hook, justice and a friendship ring. Oscar the kangaroo's a certified friend. She helps with anxiety and sharpen pencils on the mend. But if you mess with Fluttershy, now you know the score. You'll meet the ground and maybe one punch more. So yes, I got detention, but I found my crew and I learned what courage can really do. Oscar the kangaroo didn't start this fight, but I punched the bully and it felt kinda right. Oscar blinked, I smiled, rainbow grinned the whole while in sunsets. Well, maybe she'll think twice next time.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
The Fluttermop of a Malice by Mockingbird. That's hardly a child at all, one of the visitors said. It's merely an animal, a creature. It hardly counts as a human, I dare say. If we were to lead it outside, at the first touch of sunlight it would scream as if burned, and run back down to its proper home. It and its cellar were made for each other. The visitor looked down imperiously down the narrow wooden stairs, surveying the object of his pronouncements. Just look at it, he said. The door is wide open, but is it trying to escape? No, it knows where it belongs. The malnourished, stunted child cringed away from the visitor in the light, with its hands half covering its eyes.
Nuh-uh.
It said.
Nuh-uh.
You see, the visitor said. Do you call that human speech? Hardly. Behind the visitor, a caretaker said, You're upsetting it. Please do close the door and leave it alone. If you frighten the child too much, and it dies of shock, we'll have to get another one. Humph, the visitor said. I don't think it can die, at least not yet. It's fated to live there in its miserable squalor, just as the fate of our entire city depends upon our having such a prisoner. The visitor lifted a handkerchief over his nose. I can't stand its stench. With a forceful thud, the door closed. Most people, had they been locked up with the child for a brief time, would have said the room was completely dark. The child's eyes saw barely more than anyone else would have, by the least traces of light that filtered down to a few small cracks above. You might think a cellar of 10 feet by 6 feet small enough, but for this child the prison was smaller yet. In the opposite corner of the cellar, several feet away from the child's accustomed resting spot, two tall things with strangely shaped heads stood leaning against the wall. When this child and the cellar were new to each other, the child had crawled restlessly, feeling the floor and the wall, seeking a way out. The child had brushed up against a bucket, and something had fallen upon the head's child, a painful surprise attack from above. The child had jerked back, screaming,
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
A minute later, the door opened, and the caretaker rushed down into the cellar. See what you've done? She shouted. You've made a mess and woken me up with your clatter and your howling. She kicked the child, who retreated into a corner. The caretaker righted the bucket and leaned the mops back against the wall, just as they had been before. Now don't you dare do that again, or you'll find out what it means for me to be truly angry. She kicked the child several times to emphasize her point. Finally, she left the miserable creature to its weeping. She went back upstairs, locking the door behind her. That had been years ago. After that misadventure and similar misadventures that came soon afterwards, the child's confused consciousness remembered one thing. The bucket and mops and their corner were a source of pain and terror. Only this corner of the cellar felt truly safe. Sometimes while sleeping the child dreamed. Most often the dreams were of the child's captivity. Sometimes the dream was as dark and quiet and uneventful as the night would have been if the child were awake. Most nights such dreams were the closest thing to peace the child knew. Other times the child dreamed of angry attacks from the caretaker or from visitors, or even of the horrible things in the corner falling upon it again and again without mercy. The child woke from those dreams gasping and sobbing, but usually not screaming. Screams had too often caused the caretaker to tromp down the stairs and punish the child for disturbing the caretaker's own sleep. So the child had learned to suffer nightmares in silence. Sometimes, but not very often, the child's dreams were infused by broken, fragmentary memories from before the basement. The child might dream of being in a soft, floored place with vertical bars and of light that didn't hurt the eyes. Enormous people might look down at her and smile and speak gentle words. A few dreams even took the child into a vast space that seemed to go on further than she could guess at. Strange sights that she had once called grass and flowers and trees. There was even an energetic, friendly creature called a dog, which chased smaller creatures but never seemed to catch them. The dog made loud noises, but somehow the child knew not to fear those. One night, during such a dream, a larger creature walked towards the child. This creature was yellow with pink hair on its head. "Hello," the creature said. "My name is Fluttershy."
Name.
The child repeated.
Name.
The child would have said its own name, but it couldn't quite remember it. "You seem like a nice little creature," the Fluttershy said. "I want us to be friends if you wouldn't mind." The Fluttershy reminded the child of the friendly dog, except for being even bigger and talking. The child toddled towards the creature, pressing herself against it. The yellow fur felt good where it touched the child's face. The Fluttershy giggled. "I guess you do want to be friends. I'm so glad." The yellow creature's face nuzzled the top of the child's head. The child looked up with yearning. It wished it could be with Fluttershy forever, in this place where the light didn't hurt. The child struggled to speak. It hadn't spoken in a very long time.
I love you.
It said. Fluttershy's breath played in the child's hair, which was short and clean. "I love you too."
I want be with you.
"I want you to be with me too. May I tell you a secret?"
Yeah,
the child said.
yeah.
"Whenever an animal is in trouble and suffering, I want to go help it and make it feel better. I want to find a way to be with you, no matter how bad a place you're in." The child woke up. The cellar was dark and cold and damp, but it didn't feel quite so lonely anymore. That morning when the door opened and the caretaker stomped down into the cellar carrying a small bowl of corn mush and a larger bowl of water, the child shielded its eyes from the glare. The child made a soft animal snuffling, hungry for the mush. The caretaker set both containers down on the floor. "You don't seem to talk much anymore." The child warily reached out for the small bowl, finally snatching it to lap up mush with a practiced tongue. "Look at you, eating out of the bowl with your face in it, just like an animal you are. I reckon the people who call you that are right. Maybe you weren't born an animal, but you're becoming one, that's for sure." The child licked hungrily. There was never really enough in the bowl, But if she ate as fast as she could pretend for a few moments that she was allowed to lap up as much as she wanted. Anyway, if she ate too slowly, someone might take it away from her before she was done. That had happened before, when she hadn't learned she should always eat as fast as she could. "I reckon you've had enough. Give me the bowl." The child looked up at the caretaker and growled. A foot to her face made her drop the bowl and cringe backwards against the wall.
Nah.
"So you can still talk, kind of, but you haven't learned to obey." Another kick emphasized the point. The caretaker fixed the frightened child in place with a harsh glare while picking up the bowl. Upon standing, she kicked the child again. While the caretaker backed slowly out of the room, the child's gaze flicked over into the corner. In the corner was a tall yellow thing with something like pink hair on top of it. It reminded the child of Fluttershy. The child was very confused. Was this the same as the thing that had attacked her when the child was new to the cellar? Or was this a different thing? Maybe this yellow and pink thing didn't mean any harm at all. Maybe the attack had all been the bucket's fault. The door closed, leaving the child once again in darkness. The next time the child dreamed, she was in the big place again. She saw Fluttershy.
Fluttershy!
She shouted.
Fluttershy!
The pink and yellow thing walked towards the child. "Yes, it's me. How are you?"
A thing!
The child said.
A thing!
Fluttershy nodded. Somehow she knew what the child meant. "In the corner? Yellow and pink like me?"
Yeah!
Fluttershy said. "Come and hug me." The child toddled up against the welcoming creature and pressed her face into the yellow hair. "I know," Fluttershy said. "Those mean people are very bad. I don't like them at all. But you know about the thing, right? What is it?"
The thing!
The child agreed. "Yes, those people don't want you to go near the thing because the thing loves you and it keeps you company while you're in the bad place. And even if you can't go over to the thing is still watching over you and keeping you company. The thing loves you." Fluttershy's wings came down and embraced the child. "The thing loves you so much."
Out!
The child said.
Out!
Fluttershy nuzzled the child's head. "You want to get out of the bad place?"
Yeah!
Fluttershy said softly. "I can only help animals, you know."
Amel?
"Yes, those people have tried to make you into an animal, haven't they? But what if they succeeded? I wonder if they know what might happen. Who might come rescue you?"
Yeah!
"Yes, that's right. Someday Fluttershy will come take you away, and you'll never have to go back there again." After that night, the child was a little different somehow. When the caretaker or the visitors talked to this child, it didn't speak even a
Nah.
or a.
Yeah.
Instead, it whined or growled. Once, when it was being beaten especially strenuously, it screeched so loudly that the attacker put both hands over her ears and retreated up the stairs, locking the door behind it. After that retreat, the child was left alone for even longer than usual. As the child's hunger and thirst grew, the subtle light filtering through the cracks above waxed and waned 3 times, hinting that 3 days had passed. The third night was a very thirsty time. In desperation, the child stood and followed the wall into the corner of fear and hurt, where the child felt what she was sure was the yellow and pink thing. Uncaring of the consequences, the child hugged the thing's top. It was soft. On the 5th day, when the caretaker came down to check on the disobedient, beast-like child. The caretaker screamed. What do you mean the child is missing? A city official said. Just what I said. The door was locked. The walls and floor and ceiling are intact, but the child is gone. A tour group came to fulfill their civic duty of learning about the child whose suffering ensured the city's prosperity and happiness arrived at the worst possible time. What do you mean, gone? A serious-faced teenager asked. Did you let her out? She's not a her, the official insisted. Call the child an it. It's better that way. But you just called the child a her yourself, another teenager said. What are you trying to hide? Nothing at all. I'm sure this little misunderstanding will be cleared up shortly. The visitors pushed their way past the official and to the cellar door. Two teenagers ran down the stairs and quickly ransacked the cellar's entire contents. It didn't take them long to move 1 bucket and 3 mops, as they might have expected from the caretaker's word. They found no child at all, not even a tiny one stunted by malnutrition. The visitors re-exited the cellar, and the other teenagers in the group pushed the official and caretaker back out of the way. You know what this means? The serious-faced one said. Yes, said another, who quoted, O malice cellar, dungeon dreary, must always hold a prisoner child, innocent youth starved and suffering, no love given, turned animal wild. Beat and kick, bruise and batter, convince the child it does not matter, but actions and cruel words are lies, without the child all the malice dies. One of the youths ran out of the house shouting, The cellar child is gone! Our doom is upon us! The day of Malice's destruction has come! Everyone get out of the city! The official grimaced. Someone stop that boy! He's gone crazy! We'll find the cellar child and lock it up again, and everything will be fine. We'll just call it general search. One of the youths asked sadly. And how will you tell everyone to search for the cellar child without admitting that she's missing? There you go, using the word she again. It's an it. The official reached up and tugged at his collar. All we have to do is search the town, and we're sure to find the child. His eyes darted towards the caretaker standing beside him. And maybe the caretaker knows more about the disappearance than she lets on. I'm sure there are ways to make her reveal what she says she doesn't know. And if she won't talk or can't remember, we can put her in the basement. As the official reached to grab her, the caretaker bolted. Oh, Malice has fallen! Oh, Malice has fallen! The caretaker screamed as she ran out into the city streets. The cellar child has been taken from us! Everyone flee the city before the doom takes us all! Is that the child's caretaker? I believe it is. I'm sure of it. Caretaker, what's the matter? Is what you're saying true? Or have you only gone mad? Panic and fear-fueled rage grew. Before the day was out, Caretaker had become corpse, and all Malice was burning. In another world, in a cottage, a yellow pony with pink mane and tail hugged a small, strange creature. Hair growing on the creature's head had been cut short to remove tangles, and the filth of years' captivity had been washed from it. Sores on its buttocks and the backs of its thighs had been medicated and bandaged. Its eyes were closed tightly against the sunbeam shining through a window. The creature quivered in Fluttershy's lap. With one forehoof, the pony gently stroked the creature's back. There, everything will be okay. The creature grunted. Don't worry, you're safe now. The creature whined like a dog. Someday, Fluttershy resolved, the creature would know that it was safe. It had known how to talk once. Maybe someday it would learn how to speak again.
The Fluttershy Effect. Chaos Theory in Action with Several Impossible Practical Applications. By Mockingbird. One part of Pegasus magic is called airfeel. It's the ability to sense what the wind is doing and how your own actions interact with it. Talented fly ponies like Rainbow Dash use airfeel every time they move their wings to create eddies in the air that pull the Pegasus forward instead of holding her back. Most Pegasi can use their airfeel to stay in the air more easily than they would without it. In the greater scheme of things, airfeel is at best a rather tiny part of harmony. At least that's what most ponies would tell you, if they ever thought about airfeel at all. According to unicorns and human researchers who invented chaos theory independently in two different worlds, many of our world's events might appear random but aren't. They merely seem random because we can't possibly understand them. Even the tiniest motion, even one flap of a butterfly's wings, creates a small eddy of air. That small eddy can slightly change how a larger breeze moves around a shrub or a cloud. The effects cascade, growing larger and larger. Months later, a hurricane might strike a different part of the coast than it otherwise would have. A city versus a forest. Which is the least bad target? Because when we're talking about hurricanes, no target is a good one. If you were deeply, truly aware of your own actions, what a terrible responsibility. If you were a Pegasus, you might even be afraid to flap your own wings. I don't know why you find this so hard, Brass Whistle said. You spread your wings, you let your Pegasus magic sense the air's flow around you. Fluttershy's wings twitched nervously.
Eek!
The Pegasus filly screamed in a tiny voice. She folded her wings back against her side.
Sorry,
Fluttershy said.
it's just too much for me sometimes. It's like a million things all crashing in on me at once.
Brass Whistle reached up and rubbed his moustache. It's okay, he said. Go as slowly as you have to, even if it takes you a while to get used to it. Moving very slowly, seeming to quiver with fear, Fluttershy unfolded her wings almost all the way. Her eyes went squinty, as if she was struggling with an urge to block out the world. Good, Brass Whistle said. Closing your eyes is good, if it helps you concentrate on your airfeel. Fluttershy shivered.
Eyes open or eyes closed, it doesn't really help. It's pretty bad either way.
Brass Whistle nodded. Just stand like that for now, with your wings open. Well, I've got to go help all the other foals too. Good luck. She clapped Fluttershy on the shoulder as she went to check on the rest of the class. The slap on Fluttershy's shoulder forced her wing on that side to move in an awkward, unintended angle.
No!
She said, screaming almost as loudly as a mouse. But with the rest of the class talking and playing noisily, and the wind blowing in every pony's ears, Whistle didn't hear her. As far as she could tell, he usually didn't. It had been the worst flying accident of Fluttershy's entire life. She'd only ever slowed her fall very, very late, in the last moments before what could have become her death. Fluttershy had encountered a strange new kind of updraft and taken advantage of it. She was lucky not to be seriously hurt. Lucky indeed, if you could call it that. For the first time in her life, Fluttershy was on the ground. Fluttershy felt a tiny breeze as something moved. Her head turned to look. It was a small, colourful creature which seemed to be almost all wings, and only a little bit head and body. Fluttershy giggled.
Well, aren't you the cutest thing?
she said. The creature's flapping was very gentle. Fluttershy thought it was the way she herself would like to fly, if only her body was built for it. Unfortunately, her body was much larger and heavier than a butterfly's. To stay aloft, she had to exert hundreds or thousands of times as much force. The invisible eddies and ripples moved out in every direction, pushing unaccountable consequences into the world. She couldn't feel all the indirect effects. No Pegasus could, but she could feel enough to make it very uncomfortable for her. To Fluttershy's extraordinarily sensitive airfeel, her own flying was like some pony constantly screaming in her ears. No wonder she didn't like it. But if she could make friends with these ground creatures, grounders, earth ponies, whatever they were called, then she could just stay down here. They sure were weird looking. Even the flyers were pretty strange. They hardly looked like ponies at all. But they seemed nice, especially the hopping ones with the big long ears. Fluttershy had heard donkeys had big long ears, so these were probably donkeys. But she'd also heard donkeys were ugly, and these donkeys looked kind of cute. Maybe the ground wasn't nearly as bad as she'd been told, Fluttershy decided. She'd been here for at least 5 minutes, and no pony had bullied her even once. It wasn't like flight camp at all. Maybe this would work out just fine. Fluttershy felt a life-changing musical number coming on. "Found you," Rainbow Dash said. I'm here to rescue you." Fluttershy giggled.
Rescue me from what?
Rainbow vaguely waved a foreleg at the flowers and trees surrounding the two Pegasi. "This, the ground." Fluttershy smiled.
I kind of like the ground.
"What?" Rainbow said. "You're crazy." Fluttershy shook her head.
You know what a hard time I've been having at flight camp? How whenever I try to use my airfill, I just get overloaded and freak out?
Dashy just looked worried. I know you can do it,"
Down here,
Fluttershy said.
there's only half as much air around us.
She delicately stomped a hoof.
Half of what's around us is just ground, and ground mostly just sits there. There's not nearly as much to keep track of. It's a lot easier on me, and I don't even have to fly if I don't want to.
"Okay," Rainbow Dash said. "Whatever you say. But what about the monsters who live down here? Aren't you worried about them?" Fluttershy made a tiny snort.
They're not monsters, exactly. They're just different from us, that's all.
Years later, Fluttershy, Rainbow and several of their friends rode the overnight train toward the frontier town of Appaloosa. The sleeper cabin was dark, but with these particular ponies all together in the same room, the space was hardly quiet. It seemed some pony was always whispering and giggling, or even talking at full volume. Rainbow Dash felt especially bad because she'd been responsible for starting the late night noise. Rainbow knew Fluttershy needed a good night's sleep, but Dashy was also afraid her fillyhood friend was too timid to stand up for herself. Rainbow had an idea. "I don't see why Bloomberg gets his own cabin. He didn't do anything to earn it. A tree just sits there and grows. I guess it can't do anything that makes much difference." Rainbow snorted. "And Fluttershy's really quiet too. So why not let Fluttershy share the private cabin with Bloomberg? Let's just think of Fluttershy as a tree." Fluttershy said.
I'd like to be a tree.
Rainbow blinked. "Oh, of course." She hugged her fillyhood friend and whispered, "Of course sometimes you would feel that way." "Only sometimes," Fluttershy lied. "Being a Pegasus doesn't make me worry nearly as much as it used to." "That's good," Rainbow murmured. "I'm so glad you're feeling better." "It's not as bad with friends," Fluttershy said. That much at least was true. Discord sat on a large rock looking out at the valley below. He wasn't cheerful. Some ponies would call Discord a monster, some would call him a demon. A few might call him a god, but not the kind they would want to worship. It was lonely being a creature no one could possibly understand. He seldom talked about it, because who would ever understand? No pony and no creature, that's who. Beneath Discord, a yellow Pegasus walked across the grass. Another boring, trivial creature, Discord was sure. The only interesting thing about this Pegasus was that it was walking. Most Pegasus would fly instead. Maybe this Pegasus was injured? Still pretty boring. But Discord had promised Twilight and her little friends he wouldn't play bizarre, nasty pranks to try to make the world more interesting. The worst part was, after so many years of trying, Discord had come to decide that even his own perversity had limits. And he was bored with his own sick sense of humour. His promise to rein himself in might have appeared to be a great sacrifice, but it didn't really cost him much at all. The Pegasus twitched a wing. A tiny breeze from the Pegasus's wing travelled through the air, brushing up against a buzzing fly. The fly descended slightly. A frog's tongue shot out, catching the fly. Could it be? No, Discord thought. Just a coincidence. The Pegasus' wing twitched again, then a third time. A minute later, a cloud of mosquitoes broke into two parts. Each new group went off in a somewhat different direction. 2 minutes later, the second group of mosquitoes flew past a dragonfly couple. The predator insects darted and tore through the mosquitoes, catching and eating their fill. It was not a coincidence, Discord decided. With the tiniest, gentlest actions, that Pegasus was deliberately using chaos in ways that any unicorn scholar could tell were theoretically impossible, because the whole point of chaos theory was a pony couldn't use it that way. You couldn't control the outcomes like that. But impossible or not, the Pegasus was doing it, just to help feed her little animal friends. This was the most interesting thing Discord had seen in he didn't even know how many pony lifetimes. The strange mismatched creature slid off the rock and walked downhill. Hello, Fluttershy was it? Hello, Discord. The Pegasus smiled. Are you here as a friend? Discord leaned sideways, casually resting one forearm upon empty air. If you'll let me be. It was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. How had Fluttershy decided to take a walk through that one specific valley on that particular morning at that exact time anyway? Discord had finally found some creature who presented him with a mysterious play of chaos that even he couldn't quite fathom. Fluttershy's chaos was kind in ways he could understand and gentle in ways he sometimes couldn't even grasp the workings of. It wasn't drastic and mean and cruel at all. No wonder he grew to love her. One day in Ponyville, Twilight waved hello to Fluttershy. Slight breezes from Twilight's movements brushed Fluttershy's wingtips. The Pegasus's hyper-developed airfield sensed an imminent interaction between Twilight and the cutie map. And what was that strange tingle? It reminded Fluttershy of Starlight Glimmer, that egocentric unicorn who had tried to reorganize an entire town around what she personally wanted. Glimmer had tried to make sure a specific fillyhood disappointment would never happen to her or any pony else ever again. This felt a lot like that, but a million times worse. It had a strong tinge of time travel too, like the week when Twilight had met her own future self and had driven herself half crazy trying to organize all ponies to make sure the future turned out the way it should. But this time the feel was both deeper and nastier. The connection seemed to stretch mostly backward into the past and into many, many different possible outcomes for all Equestria and beyond. What a horrible mess! Fluttershy felt too many timelines that just seemed to cut off or taper off into worlds where no pony survived. Fluttershy shuddered. There! Fluttershy felt a way through. Fluttershy could do a seemingly inconsequential thing, but in a moment of future trouble, or past trouble? Time travel with multiple timelines was hard to talk about when Twilight felt lost and desperate. Twilight's memory of this moment would reassure the Alicorn and cheer her up. It might even give her an idea or two. Fluttershy asked, "Are you on your way to the spa, so you and Rarity can have some ponies smear mud on your faces?" Fluttershy smiled. "Isn't it funny how such a fussy pony would want to get her face all dirty?" Twilight chuckled. "No spa for me today. I've been getting the strangest readings from the cutie map. I think something big is going to happen soon, but I don't know what." "Oh, I hope you can take care of it." "No, let me take that back. Whatever it is, I know you can solve it." "Thanks, Fluttershy. I feel better knowing I have your confidence." Fluttershy giggled. She said, "I know you do." Greenish light shone through a castle window. Twilight said, "Talk later, gotta run." As the princess ran toward the castle of friendship, Fluttershy said, too softly to be heard, "I really do know you can do it." The timelines felt better now. It would be enough. Tomorrow would happen. Fluttershy and her friends would be in it. And they would be together in a happy, peaceful Equestria. Objectively, Twilight thought, the latest threat to Equestria seemed pretty bad. Should she be worried? No, she snorted to herself. She should be terrified. But Twilight was sure that somehow things would turn out okay. Twilight didn't know why the world seemed to work that way. Sure, the elements of harmony helped, but she thought there was more to it than that. Maybe the underground roots of the tree helping to hold the world together? Could be, she thought. Twilight knew she didn't understand it, but Twilight was never so glad to live in a world where, when a story impinged upon the future of the world and affected every creature in Equestria and beyond, Twilight could count on she and her friends somehow finding a way to a happy ending. Twilight remembered the time she'd mentioned this mystery to Rainbow Dash. Why was it always possible to save the world? Her fast-flying friend said it was because of the friendship and teamwork between ponies of all three pony races, and the fact that Pegasus' magic was totally awesome, even or especially Fluttershy's. Twilight giggled to herself. Pegasi barely even had magic, so of all the explanations any pony could imagine, at least there was one answer she could safely rule out. But even if Dashy sometimes said things that didn't make a lot of sense, Twilight was still glad to have the Pegasus as a friend. Friendship really was magic, and if Twilight didn't have all the answers, she would still keep looking. Maybe Twilight would never understand everything, but she still had fun trying. The Orchard by Forgotten Dreams. Author's note. The cover art is by Life on Cloud 9. If you do a reading, please credit the artist. Sweet Apple Acres, the largest and most prosperous apple orchard in all of Equestria. It is difficult to imagine that it only takes a handful of ponies to manage an orchard that is well over 5 times the size of any other. Some say it is genetics, that the apple family has always been great farmers. Though if that were so, then why were they drifters before forming Ponyville? Others say that it isn't them that makes their trees grow so well, but rather the perfect soil. I assure you that this is not the case. The truth is not so simple as to say that it is genetics, good soil, or even agricultural knowledge. No, the truth I am afraid to say is far more grim than a simple explanation, though sometimes it is best to leave the truth alone. The clock ticks away in its rhythmic fashion as two young mares drink tea at the kitchen table. One, an orange earth pony with a blonde mane and tail. Her name is Applejack. She is the chief operator and overseer of her family's vast apple orchard. The other one is a yellow Pegasus with a flowing pink mane and tail. She is the animal caretaker of Ponyville. When a creature is in need, whether it be a cute little bunny, an injured baby bird, or even the likes of a manticore, she would be there, her abilities with animals only overshadowed by her unfathomable kindness. She is Fluttershy. I have to say, it is awfully nice to spend some time alone with you, Fluttershy. I can't even remember the last time we just sat down and relaxed.
Oh, I agree. This has been a long time coming. I'm just glad I was able to come over, even if it is for just a couple of minutes. But if you don't mind me asking, what is this tea? I've never had anything like it before.
Fluttershy hums as she takes another sip of the strange tea that Applejack had prepared for them. Normally, whenever Applejack had company over, she would make some apple-themed drink or platter, but not this time. Instead, she had made this light green tea. When Fluttershy took her first sip, it tasted incredibly bitter. But with each sip that followed, she was finding herself more and more enraptured by it, as if it was now her belly was filling with a warmth that seemed to spread throughout her body, as if she was submerged in warm water. You like it? It's an old family recipe.
I love it, but I can't seem to place its flavour. Is that nutmeg I'm tasting? Or maybe cinnamon?
No, it's not.
Then what is it? Come on, tell me.
I'm not sure that would be a good idea, Sugar Cube. After all, this is an old family recipe. It has been protected by the Apple family for countless generations.
Oh, come on, Applejack. It is just tea. Please, I promise I won't tell any pony.
Applejack's ears twitched at those last words. Her face dimmed slightly as her eyes cascade from her cup over to Fluttershy. With a sigh, Applejack lowers her head. Are you sure you really want to know, Fluttershy? This ain't something you can just back out of once you know.
I'm sure.
Applejack's expression becomes somber as she lowers her hat over her face and gets up from the table. Alright, then follow me. Applejack opens the door and heads outside Fluttershy. For her part, gingerly gets out of her chair and follows her longtime friend outside into the cool evening air. But when she steps out, Applejack nods her head and begins to walk into the orchard. Their journey was long and for the most part quiet, almost too quiet. There were no crickets chirping in the grass, nor locusts buzzing in the trees, or even an occasional bird song. No, the only sound was that of dried leaves crunching under their hooves. This uncomfortable silence gnaws at Fluttershy, making the mare feel as if she were alone in the growing dark. She looks at the silhouette of Applejack. The orange earth pony seemed off in the setting sun's light. It was as though she were a completely different pony. There was no joy in her face. She looked as if some pony had just died. Could this secret truly mean that much to her family? Was it right of her to ask in the first place? Fluttershy's heart sinks as these thoughts drift through her mind. Guilt was now weighing heavily inside her chest, swallowing the lump in her throat. Fluttershy opens her mouth only for Applejack to break the silence for her. You know the story of how Ponyville was formed, right, Sugar Cube? Of how Granny Smith and the rest of the apples were allowed to settle down here to grow our apples? The air grows cold as the last rays of sunlight fade into the night sky. The silence around them only seems to intensify now that it is encompassed in shadow. Fluttershy shivers as the surrounding cold pricks at her skin. If it was the cold air or the silence, she could not tell. If you believe what Granny Smith tells the young'uns, we survive because of how fast zap apples grow. But that ain't exactly how it actually happened. You see, zap apples did make easier for our family to survive for that first year. But the thing is, zap apples aren't reliable for a sustainable source of food. So you see, we were still in a mite pinch. The warmth in her stomach begins to recede, leaving her with an empty feeling, and also an unknown tingling sensation. Fluttershy looks at Applejack, and the Earth Mare still kept her same somber expression. This was really starting to concern Fluttershy. She never knew Applejack to be this stoic. In a sense, she might as well be with Pinkie Pie's sister Maud. With a gulp, Fluttershy tries to speak her concerns.
Applejack, are you okay? You don't seem to be yourself. Hey, Jay?
What were we supposed to do? We couldn't just rely on zap apples to feed us year round. We didn't know how often they would grow, so we came to a consensus. Fluttershy gasped as the night air suddenly burst with life. She hadn't even noticed that the foliage had changed until now. The trees were different now. They didn't seem to be traditional apple trees, but rather twisted shells of something else. It could be just her imagination, but they looked as if they were alive. After all, trees are notorious for taking strange shapes in the shadows of night. Taking a deep breath, she turns her attention back to her friend. Her eyes grow wide as fireflies flutter around the earth pony like a lantern. Now glowing with an ominous light, Fluttershy feels colder than ever. As a matter of fact, her legs felt incredibly cold, almost to the point of being numb. Why was she getting so cold? It's not like she wasn't used to midnight walks, but this was something else. It is as if she was wading through an icy river. Why was it that every time she looked at her friend she would get colder? Why did she look so different from normal? The lantern of fireflies surrounding Applejack did not help matters. Their luminous aura gave her a ghost-like presence. Fluttershy starts to contemplate going back. However, her decision is made for her as Applejack stops in front of a wall of ivy. On the night of the harvest moon they gathered here, and it is here our story really begins, Sugar Cube. The wall of icy begins to slither and squirm like a pit of vipers. An opening soon shows itself to the mares, and Applejack steps forward. Fluttershy stands there alone, unsure as to what she should do. This seems to be a lot of effort for a simple, secret recipe. She turns around, but the thought of walking through an unknown forest at night with no guide forces her to reconsider. With a hard gulp, Fluttershy runs through the opening, doing her best to catch up with Applejack. Fluttershy runs through the dark until she sees the glowing lantern that is Applejack patiently waiting for her to catch up. As I was saying, they gathered here during the harvest moon, and it is here they summoned something to help them survive. The Queen of the Dryads. She agreed to help them, but at a terrible price. If they wanted her help, they would have to sacrifice at least one pony every harvest moon. They begrudgingly agreed, and she told them to eat of her fruit. As soon as they did, they were blessed with the most wonderful of gifts. Our orchard came to life in more sense than one. A howling wind rushes past the mares, and the clouds overhead begin to move, revealing a nursery. But not just any nursery, a nursery of pony-shaped trees. Fluttershy gasps as she looks at some of the trees, for they look like ponies from Ponyville. Octavia, the famous cellist, with a large branch bursting through her chest. Thunderlane's wings twist and bend as they bear large amounts of fruit on their heavy branches. One tree in particular looks especially terrifying, as if straight out of a horror novel of an amalgamation of Lyra and Bonbon, warped just beyond recognition. Laying half sunk into the ground near them was the Doc. The look on his face tells the tales of his last moments. They were not pleasant ones. Then she sees her glistening in the moonlight. Twilight Sparkle, fully sprawled upright, her jaw stretched to its fullest length. Tiny branches pour out of every orifice. Her wings and mane bear more fruit than any other tree around her. And when Fluttershy looked out across the moonlit field, she could see the faces of countless other ponies frozen forever within their last moments alive. Isn't it just marvellous? They were changed, they become living apple trees. So became Ponyville, a town raised on the fruit of the apple family, literally. Every harvest moon, some lucky pony is chosen to become part of our family secret. And this year it was you. What? Fluttershy grips her stomach and cries in pain. Her eyes dilate as she coughs up several drops of blood. What's wrong, Sugar Cube? Is the tea not sitting right? Here, let me make you some more. Applejack walks up to Twilight and stabs the tree with a nearby spigot. A glowing light green sap pours from it. Fluttershy gasps as she realizes what the tea really was. She cries out in pain as a sharp pain stabs her insides. Looking down at her hooves, her eyes grow to the size of dinner plates. Her skin bubbles as thin, white worm-like roots begin to wriggle their way free from underneath. She screams in horror as she watches them grow ever longer. She turns around and runs towards the exit. Applejack watches as her friend runs into the forest. Applejack trots along after her friend, humming apples to the core. With every passing second, more and more roots crawl out of her skin. One of her hind legs is now completely covered, while the other one hardens and transforms into living wood. Fluttershy cries as she tries to escape this nightmare. This has to be some kind of bad dream. Any moment now I'm going to wake up and AJ is going to chastise me for having such an awful dream about her. With more than half of her body now covered in blood and roots, something new happened, something she wished hadn't happened since she could hear voices. On the wind were cries of horror, pain and anguish as Fluttershy passes more and more of her predecessors. They scream at her to help them, to kill them, but she could not help them in any way. It was already too late for her to help any pony. New waves of pain radiate throughout her body as she feels her bones twist and crack under their new pressure. She wishes that it would just end already, that she would just wake up at any moment and it would be all over. She tries to crawl her way out of the forest as her forelegs slowly transform in front of her. Before long, she has reached the end of the apple orchard. The light of the rising sun lights the sky above Ponyville. If she could only get there, she could warn every pony. However, her journey ends as an orange hoop lands right in front of her face. I tell you what, I am surprised you made it this far. It was rather amusing to watch you run for your life, but this is where it ends, Sugar Cube. Fluttershy cries as her hind legs and tail plant themselves into the ground. Her body rises into the air as her skin turns to wood. Fluttershy screams into the air as her head is the last to turn. Applejack whistles in appreciation as she gazes at her new tree. The light pink apples glisten in the morning sun. Applejack plucks one and takes a big bite. Boy howdy, these apples sure are sweet. Almost like sugar. Applejack laughs at her own joke as she grabs a shovel and starts to dig around her new tree. She would be taking it back to the nursery later.
Sweet apple acres, so grand and wide, but secrets linger in the trees they hide. A tea so warm, so bittersweet, in every sip a hidden beat. Fluttershy walked her fears unknown through haunted groves. She felt alone. The trees grew still, no song or cheer, only shadows creeping near. It's harvest night. Beware the bite, roots that twist in the pale moonlight. One sip, one bite, now she can't flee. The orchard calls, it wants the tree. twisted branches, roots below. Each step grew cold, no breath to take, as deadened leaves began to shake. Faces twisted, forever bound in bark and fruit, their voices drowned. An orchard cursed and bound by grief, the queen's dark pack, their only thief. It's harvest night, beware the bite, roots that twist in the pale moonlight. One sip, one bite, now she can't flee. The orchard calls, it wants the tree. Oh, voices cry through gnarled trees, branches twist as Fluttershy flees. But roots take hold, her skin turns cold, her limbs grow stiff, her story told. With every root and every vine, her cries are lost in twisted pine. The orchard lives on sacrifice, bound by blood to pay its price. Now Applejack smiles, an apple sweet, from branches grown in fear and heat. Fluttershy's face frozen with dread, an orchard's curse where souls are fed. In rows they stand, her family's pride, each one a pony's voice that died. Beware the tea, beware the tree, and sweet apples curse, they'll never be free. Now Applejack smiles, an apple sweet, from branches grown in fear and heat. Fluttershy's face frozen with dread, an orchard's curse where souls are fed. In rows they stand, her family's pride, each one a pony's voice that died. Beware the tea, beware the tree, and sweet apples curse, they'll never be free. It's harvest night, beware the bite, roots that twist in the pale moonlight. One sip, one bite, now she can't flee. The orchard calls, it wants the tree.
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Easy Moonbow is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $1.49 a month.
Fluttershy by Sullivan's. Happy birthday, Fluttershy! Amidst a chorus of confetti, streamers, and party poppers, Fluttershy's favourite 5 ponies clustered around her to offer their congratulations. Applejack came up last and chuckled. Happy birthday, Fluttershy. Your 21st, no less. I tell ya, I've been waiting for this one for nearly a year now. Oh? Fluttershy said. Why is that? Well, you know what happens when you turn 21, Rainbow Dash said. Oh, yes, Fluttershy said. It means I can vote in town elections and make an extra bit per hour from animal sitting, and I think she means drinking, Fluttershy, Applejack said with a grin. And to celebrate that in style, we got one of Sweet Apple Acre's finest barrels out of storage for you. Oh, you mean alcohol? Oh, I've heard ponies talk about that. Are you sure it's safe? Fluttershy said. It's fine, darling, as long as you know your limits, of course. Surely you must have at least had a few sips of wine in your time, dear, Rarity said. Oh, no, my parents never drank. You see, they were never quite as adventurous and extroverted as I am, Fluttershy said. 5 ponies stared at Fluttershy in utter awe. Applejack subtly waved Twilight over, and they clustered behind Fluttershy out of earshot. Twilight? Applejack asked. If Fluttershy's parents were, more Fluttershy than Fluttershy, how did they, even get Fluttershy in the first place? I don't know, Twilight said, staring at Fluttershy as though she was a fascinating scientific phenomenon, only just now discovered by pony kind. Well, Applejack said as the silence drew on. Easy enough to make up for last time now. Yes, that's right, Rainbow Dash said. Fluttershy on cider. I've been waiting so many years for this. First mugs for the birthday girl. Rainbow swiftly filled it up and offered it to Fluttershy.
Oh, I don't know, Rainbow, Fluttershy said, starting to shy away from the proffered mug.
Come on, Fluttershy, it's your 21st. If you're not going to go a little overboard now, when will you ever get the chance again? Rainbow said.
Well, I guess so,
Fluttershy said. She reached out for the mug and cautiously took a sip. Then a much larger sip. Her eyes widened. She clutched the mug with both forehooves and began to flap into the air. She took another sip, draining a substantial portion of the mug. Licking her lips, she took a deep breath. She's not going to, is she? Rarity said. I think she is, Twilight said. Fluttershy broke into song.
What is this drink filled with so many wonders, casting its spell that I am now under? Spices in the mug make the taste so appealing, and it fills me with such a warm feeling. Oh, cider has such a wonderful charm, and I owe it to the Apple Family Farm. If I knew this drink would be tasting so right, I'd have drunk it sooner and every night.
Fluttershy proceeded to chug the rest of the mug, to unanimous surprise. Girls, Applejack said, what the heck have we just done? Rainbow Dash laughed, half in excitement, half in apprehension. Oh wow, one way or another, this is going to be awesome.
This is delicious,
Fluttershy shouted. Of course, a Fluttershy shout was only slightly louder than any other pony whispering softly, so only Rainbow actually picked up on it, and she had no intention of saying anything that might jeopardize Fluttershy's intake.
May I have another?
Fluttershy said. She pushed the mug towards Applejack with her forehooves and looked up at her pleadingly. Applejack grinned. Sure thing, Fluttershy. Let me just, serve every pony else one too. Yeah, I kinda drank the first one so fast that no pony else got any yet.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry,
Fluttershy said meekly.
I want every pony to enjoy my party, not just me.
The drinks were served out in short order as the party began. Laughter was had, dancing was done, presents were opened, and of course, cider was consumed. As the dancing mix finally came to its conclusion, Fluttershy headed towards Applejack and her barrel of magical elixir, having to walk rather slowly and deliberately for some reason.
Wow, Applejack,
Fluttershy said.
I never knew apple drinks could taste so wonderful.
She clapped her hooves over her mouth.
Not that I'm saying apple juice isn't wonderful, because it is, but this is just the most indescribably wondrous beverage,
Fluttershy added, eyes pleading for forgiveness. I know what you mean, Fluttershy. May want to slow down a tad though. Bad side effect of cider. Drink too much and you won't feel all that good the next morning, Applejack cautioned, passing Fluttershy a half mug.
Fluttershy! Fluttershy!
Pinky yelled out as she jumped, waving wildly at Fluttershy, who was less than 10 feet away.
It's your turn to play pin the tail on the pony! Okay, let's play,
Fluttershy said, rushing over to the game eagerly. Every pony except Pinky exchanged glances at this. Fluttershy took a sip and put down her mug to play as the blindfold went on. Pinky spun her around repeatedly and put her in the direction of the target. Don't feel bad, guys. Pegasus have a natural sense of direction. I'm guessing she'll get an easy second place. Behind me, of course, Rainbow said. Fluttershy took a couple steps towards the wall, 3 steps to the left and a couple steps to the right, then lost track. Hitting the wall, she tried to pin the tail, only to find it wasn't going in. She tried several more times, growing steadily more confused. Fluttershy, Twilight said, "You've missed the paper. You're trying to pin the tail on the tree." Fluttershy lifted her blindfold as every pony struggled to contain laughter. She giggled and giggled again, then started giggling, and giggling couldn't stop as every pony else joined in. She clutched her sides, tears welling up as she rolled from side to side on the floor. Finally, she was able to articulate a sentence. I wasn't even playing pin the tail on the pony," she said, snorting with barely contained laughter. "It was pin the tail on the tree." It wasn't even all that funny, but it set every pony off laughing again, until none of them could even remember who was supposed to go next. Rarity yawned as she surveyed the remainder of the party. Small amounts of snack food scattered here and there, like the last floating flotsam of a sinking ship. Ponies sitting or lying around and talking, energy waning. Suddenly, a face appeared in front of her, shocking her out of her mind. Not because a face had appeared, but because a face had appeared in front of her, and it wasn't Pinkie Pie. Hi, Rarity, Fluttershy said. "Have you seen Applejack? I just wanted to, Fluttershy trailed off and glanced down at her cider mug. "Cider! That was it! I was hoping to thank Applejack for the cider and to get another mug if it was not too much trouble. Oh, wait, not too much. Would that mean too much? I wanted to thank Applejack for the cider," Fluttershy finished triumphantly. I think she's in the bathroom, Fluttershy," Rarity said. Fluttershy headed over to the cider station, filled the mug up herself, and headed upstairs towards the bathroom. As she left, Rainbow Dash gravitated towards Rarity. 2 cupcakes balanced on her front hooves, a feat she'd somehow managed while flying under the influence of a moderate amount of cider herself. "Cupcake?" Rainbow offered. "You don't think she's had a little too much, do you?" Rarity said, levitating the cupcake. "Nah, Fluttershy's fine. She just loosened up a bit, that's all. Come out of her shell. There's a reason I was looking forward to this," Rainbow said. Fluttershy slowly headed up the stairs. Wonderful things those were. Stairs. She stopped to reflect on that for a second. I mean, which pony came up with stairs? I mean, one moment you were down there, then the next you were up here. Her mind churning slowly as she kept walking. She decided it wasn't a Pegasus. Pegasi could just fly. So that narrowed it down to about 2/3 of Equestria. Progress! She reached the bathroom at this point, sadly ending the march of scientific discovery. She had more important things to do. She knocked on the door. "Applejack, may I come in and talk to you?" she said. "What? No, Fluttershy. I'm in the bathroom," Applejack said slowly. Fluttershy sat and pondered this as she sipped her cider. How would Twilight solve this? First, define the problem. Okay, she could do that. The problem was that Fluttershy was out here, and Applejack was in there, and this was a thoroughly undesirable state of affairs. So what was stopping her from simply going in there? Ah yes, the door. The door was her obstacle. So how did she defeat the door? Could she open it? No, the door was locked. Could she go under it? That was silly. Over it? No. There was only one possible rational course of action. Fluttershy walked away from the door. Twilight would be proud of her. She had distilled the problem down to its core essences, determined the exact nature of her dilemma, and made a plan to deal with the obstacle. Yes, foolproof. Fluttershy turned back towards the bathroom and charged full speed at the door. So I guess it's probably time to wrap it up, Twilight said, right before she heard a tremendous smash. What in the hell was that? Applejack shouted from the bathroom as every pony rushed towards the area of the crash. Fluttershy lay in front of the door, which incredibly had actually suffered some damage, though not enough to actually break it down. A flush was heard and Applejack opened the door. Fluttershy, did you just try and break down the door? Of course I did, Applejack. I wanted to talk to you, and you wouldn't let me, Fluttershy said, as if trying to explain the obvious to a 5-year-old. Well, I think that's enough cider for you, Twilight said. Let's get you home. Twilight carried an unresisting Fluttershy with her teleportation magic. They headed down the stairs and were about to leave when Fluttershy spoke. Wait! Put me down for just a minute. I just want to do one last thing. No cider, I promise. Twilight put Fluttershy down against her better judgment. Fluttershy turned to Applejack. Deny me cider, will you, AJ? Put 'em up, she said. Applejack snickered. What did y'all just say? Put 'em up, Fluttershy said, staggering on 4 legs. She somehow managed to stand up on 2. Front hooves extended in front of her face. She started to take a step towards Applejack. Suddenly, Fluttershy was flat on her back in less than a second. What? She shouted. Applejack, how are you so fast? I didn't even see you move, she said in utter incredulity. Fluttershy, Rarity said. Yes, Rarity, Fluttershy said in a completely normal tone. Applejack didn't hit you, you fell over. You didn't see her move because she didn't move, Rarity explained. Oh, Fluttershy said. Oh. That explains everything, Fluttershy continued, awestruck. She felt as if she had just discovered the secret of the universe. Alright, Fluttershy, even I think you've had enough now, Rainbow said. Up you get. Rainbow and Applejack managed to bring Fluttershy to her feet again and keep her from swaying with their combined efforts. Fluttershy extricated herself from between them, but kept her feet. You know, Fluttershy said, I am so lucky. I am so lucky to have such special friends. I like having special friends. Like... Fluttershy turned towards the nearest pony, which happened to be Rarity. Like Rarity! Rarity! I do love our spa visits. They are truly an oasis of calm in what can otherwise be an extremely frenetic lifestyle. She's gone into big fancy words drunk now, Applejack whispered to Twilight. I don't notice anything different. Doesn't every pony communicate with a comparable lexicon? Twilight whispered back. And Rainbow Dash, we share a bond, you and I, Fluttershy said and winked at Rainbow. We share something that no pony else in this room has. I knew it, Rarity said, eyes sparkling. I always knew. Fluttershy rested a hoof on Rainbow's shoulder as Rainbow considered her next words extremely carefully. What exactly is this bond you're talking about, Fluttershy? Why, we're both Pegasuses, of course, Fluttershy said. We share a sacred bond in the sky. We Pegasuses. Fluttershy sat down. Pegasus. Okay, time to go home now, Twilight said as Rarity sank to the floor, wedding plans in shambles. Twilight! Fluttershy zoomed forward in a tackle hug that sent Twilight back a couple of steps as Fluttershy clutched Twilight's neck as though she was drowning. You are also very special, you understand me? My oft misunderstood desire for solitude. You are truly a rare gem, Twilight. Thank you. Fluttershy leaned forward and kissed Twilight on the forehead as Twilight tried to break free from Fluttershy's iron grip.
You are a special friend, Twilight. Not in that way, because I'm totally into stallions, no matter what Rarity thinks. But if I weren't, we could totally be even more special friends. Rarity let out a wail of despair at the news, as Twilight fervently wished an invisibility spell had been on her Learn New Spells checklist for last month rather than next month. Fluttershy let go of Twilight and looked around the room for any pony she hadn't yet seen, now drunk enough to realise something she should have realised a long time ago. Pinkie Pie! In that bookshelf! Pinkie popped out of the bookshelf in a move that would have driven the ponies mad had any of them been stupid enough to actually look directly at Pinkie when she was breaking physics. Yes! Thank you, Fluttershy! I started to think no pony would find me. Did any pony even notice I was gone? I did, Pinkie, Fluttershy said, because you're Pinkie, and that's all there is to it. Pinkie is Pinkie because only Pinkie is Pinkie, and no pony else can be Pinkie. Oh, thanks, Fluttershy, and you're the most Fluttershyest of all possible Fluttershies yourself, Pinkie said as they exchanged hugs. And Applejack, Fluttershy said, approaching her. Oh no, oh Celestia no, Applejack said. Fluttershy stopped before Applejack and bowed deeply before her. You, Applejack, provider of the liquid ambrosia that is apple cider, I grant you anything that is in my power to grant. Ask me of any boon that is within my strength to gift upon you, and it shall be yours. Stunned by the utter drunken sincerity in Fluttershy's message, Applejack began to look from side to side awkwardly, before suddenly an idea hit like a bolt of lightning. Fluttershy, as my boon, I hereby do request of y'all that y'all stay at Twilight's tonight and head to sleep. Right now, you're in no state to go home. Your wish is my command, Applejack, Fluttershy said as she staggered towards the steps. Rainbow and Twilight made sure she didn't fall, and as they all followed, Fluttershy curled up on Twilight's guest bed and fell asleep within seconds. Quietly, every pony tiptoed back down. Well, that was certainly something, Rarity said. Yeah, something, it certainly was, Applejack said. She's going to be regretting it in the morning, Twilight said. Ha! I'll say, Rainbow said. I wish I could drink, Pinkie Pie said. Sheer, absolute, blood-chilling horror struck the four ponies as they realised Pinkie Pie still wasn't of drinking age. But that's okay, I'll be 21 in 2 months, won't that be fun? Pinkie said, bouncing out the door. When she finally finished screaming, Applejack promptly galloped home, destroyed the entire stock of cider Sweet Apple Acres possessed, and never made another barrel again as long as she lived. Author's note. It's been pointed out to me that Fluttershy is a year older than Pinkie in canon. Since it's a very minor alteration to canon, and this is a comedy fic, I've elected to keep it the way it is. Thanks to the sharp eyes that pointed it out. If You Go Out in the Woods Tonight by King of Madness. Fluttershy hummed to herself as she finished checking on all her animal friends before bed. She had run terribly behind and it was now very late. The sun had long gone down and a nearly starless night had bathed Ponyville in darkness. Fluttershy shivered as a cool breeze passed. This was not her idea of a pleasant night. After seeing to the last of her animals, she made her way to her house, continuing to hum to herself in an effort to calm her nerves. Another cool breeze passed by Fluttershy, ruffling her feathers. The sound of a twig snapping made her jump. She would never say such to Luna, but Fluttershy was always weary of the night. The long, deep shadows it cast, the scarcity of nocturnal life to keep her company.
It was all too easy to imagine something was watching you. Something bad. Fluttershy resisted the urge to fly top speed to her house and continued her steady walk. Be brave, Fluttershy, she thought to herself. There's nothing to be afraid of. This was most likely true, she knew, but that didn't stop the uneasy feeling in her stomach. She quietly sang the tune she had been humming, an old lullaby she loved as a kid. Ding, 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 dong. If you go out in the woods today, you're sure for a big surprise. If you go out in the woods today, you better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was will gather there together, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. She was halted in her walk when she heard a sound. It was faint, like it was coming from far away, but it set her on edge nonetheless. She turned to the direction of the noise. There it was again. It sounded like some kind of animal, and it was coming from the Everfree forest. Fluttershy stood frozen in place, her eyes perked up and listening for any more of the noise. It was there again, more constant, so she could make out the details of the cry. It wasn't a cry she recognized from any animal she was familiar with, but she could recognize the anguish in its voice. Whatever it was hurt. Fluttershy had always feared the Everfree forest at the best of times, let alone in the dark of the night. The thought of going into it right there and then, all alone, was enough to make her stomach drop and her heart thump against her ribcage. But compared to the thought of leaving that poor animal to suffer all night, it was nothing. With a deep breath, she ran into the forest. At first, she stayed on the path that she and the others would usually take, but it became clear that the creature's cries were coming from somewhere far off the path. Without hesitation, she glided over the thorned bushes and galloped deeper into the forest. Shaded from the moon by the tops of trees, Fluttershy grew increasingly anxious in the growing darkness. She seemed surrounded by a maze of trees whose twisted bark resembled scowling faces and whose branches looked like clawed hands reaching out to grab her. What a dreadful thought it was to be lost in this place. Still, the creature's cries pulled her forward. She also reminded herself that once she found the poor thing, she could fly out of the forest and back home. So there was no real way of getting lost. Unless something happens to my wings, Fluttershy's worried side thought. She mentally told herself to shut up and focus on finding the creature. As she got closer, the creature's wails became more clear. It sounded strange, like some kind of mix-mash of different animals. Fluttershy slowed her trot as she got nearer. She could pick up hints of different animals and the creatures screaming. From the roars of bears to the chirping of birds, to the hissing of snakes to growls of timber wolves. It sounded unnatural, almost synthetic. She reminded herself that the Everfree was home to many strange creatures that would seem abnormal to most ponies, and in any case, it was no reason to leave the poor thing wounded. Despite her resolve, the knot in her stomach tightened. The sounds were close now. She could pick up more noises in the mix. Crying. The crying of a foal. Or was it laughter? Or was it screaming? Or none? Or all? This was wrong. She shouldn't be here. She could feel it in every ounce of her being. Something was wrong here, and she should leave. Fluttershy swallowed hard and pressed herself against the tree. The noises were right on the other side. She could still hear the pain in its voice. I can't just leave it. It could be injured, Fluttershy told herself. I have to at least look. I have to know. The noises seemed to get louder as she forced herself to slowly move to the side of the tree, preparing for what she was about to see, unknowingly closing her eyes as she faced the source of the noises. With a deep breath, she forced them open. Nothing. She was facing a small clearing in the massive trees, still covered by the canopy of leaves above her. Yet even in darkness, she could see that nothing was there, and what's more, the sound had stopped. Confused, Fluttershy cautiously stepped into the clearing, looking around for where the source of the noise could have gone. There was no sign that anything had been there, animal or pony. The ground seemed undisturbed. Nothing, not a single clue as to what was making those sounds or where it could have gone to. At this point, Fluttershy's drive was gone and she opened her wings to fly the heck out of there. But she froze when she heard humming. Still as a statue, Fluttershy slowly moved her eyes around to find the source of the sudden humming. That's when she realized that she knew the tune. In fact, it was the same one she had been humming just before she ventured into this dreary place. Hello? Fluttershy asked out loud. She wasn't entirely sure why she did it or if she expected an answer. That's when the humming turned to singing.
If you go out in the woods tonight, you're in for a big surprise.
The voice allowed Fluttershy to finally realize where it was coming from. She slowly looked down and not a second later, the ground opened up. She fell screaming into some kind of tunnel, tumbling and rolling through until she landed on a pile of sharp rocks. Wincing, she opened her eyes to find herself in total darkness. For a while she could hear only her own heavy breathing and the shuffling of the rocks under her as she tried to get up. Then the voice returned.
Do dun 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 dun. If you go out in the woods tonight, you better go in disguise. It isn't safe to be out late. There's monsters here that kill and rape. And tonight's the night that you, my dear, made a big mistake.
Horrified by these words as they echoed in the cabin, Fluttershy stumbled in the dark, away from the voice, to her increasing terror. She heard the shuffling of the rocks from nearby, coming towards her. Remembering her wings, she flexed them. Other than some bruising, they weren't hurt from her fall. With a jump, she made to fly away, only to hit her head on the cabin's ceiling. Everything went blurry as she fell down onto the pile that seemed to completely cover the floor. She put a hoof to her head and felt the warm, sticky sensation of blood. She moved her other hoof around to get her bearings in the blackness she was stuck in. When it came to rest on a particularly oddly shaped rock, she absent-mindedly traced her hoof over it, and her eyes shot open at her discovery. There was no mistaking it. The defined shape, the sockets, the row of chipped teeth. It was a skull. With the realization came an even more horrifying one. These weren't rocks covering the floor. Adrenaline pumped through Fluttershy as she got up, and upon hearing the shuffling nearly upon her, she quickly fled. While she wasn't able to fly in such a closed area, she could still use her wings to balance her steps on the uneven ground. She had to get out of here. She knew she had to get out of here. But how? She couldn't see a thing. She was underground, and that thing was behind her. There was no way she could attempt to go back to the shaft from where she came with the monster there. So all she could do was move. Fluttershy went face first into a solid wall of rock. Blocked. Need to move. She turned, having her wing graze the wall, and ran until she felt nothing more on her wing. She turned to the opening and continued, the sound of bones shuffling behind her, driving her forward. The creature continued singing, this time in a different voice.
If you go out in the woods tonight, you better not go alone. If you go out in the woods tonight, oh now you're on your own. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, just darkness here, you're trapped inside. Tonight's the night that you, my dear, made a big mistake.
Fluttershy felt tears welling up in her eyes. She continued to stumble along, bumping into walls and turning corners, but not seeming to make any progress. She still couldn't see, and that thing was still following her. Could it see her, at the very least? It knew where she was, and had no trouble following her. Fluttershy couldn't help, but the creature was toying with her, that it could catch her at any times. Maybe it wanted her to tire herself out. Maybe it wanted to see how long it would take for her to give in. She couldn't give in. She had to keep moving. How big was this cavern? She had been stumbling through the dark for what seemed like ages. The bones never stopped crunching and shifting under her hooves. How creatures met their end down here. Was she next? Keep moving. The creature continued to sing in different voices, constantly shifting between them. So many voices. Did they belong to its victims? Clip and clop, you try to run, yet your time here has just begun.
Fumble and tumble all through the night, but you will never find the light. You've lost your way from up above, away from all of those you love.
You were a fool to follow my trail, a trail you followed straight to hell.
A foolish pony in our trap, and now, my dear, there's no way back.
We'll make you scream, we'll make you cry, we'll cut your wings so you can't fly.
We'll break your legs against the wall, we'll squeeze your head to crush your skull. We'll make you swallow sticks and stones, we'll rip your flesh right off your bones. On and on the creature sang, the plethora of voices echoing throughout the pitch-black tunnel with every sadistic verse. To Fluttershy, the voices seemed to come from every direction. There seemed no end to this cavern, no end to the sea of death surrounding her, no end to the darkness. She cried, "Please, please, don't hurt me," she begged, cowering against a wall. A chorus of laughter answered her. The voices were all around her. Shuffling of bones were all over the place. She had no place to go. She couldn't hide and she couldn't run, and begging did nothing. All she could do was cry and wait for the monster to take her. This was it, she thought. She would soon be just another drop in the sea of bones. Would the monster take her voice too? Would it use her voice to lure in her animals? Lure in her friends? It was that very thought that snapped her out of her haze of defeat. The thought of what the creature would do to her was one of the scariest things she could imagine, but compared to the thought of the same happening to her friends, it was nothing. She was going to escape. She was going to live and take care of her animals and help her friends, not let this horrible monster get them. She didn't know how, but she had to hold on to whatever hope she had. And if she was in fact going to die here, she would not die cowering, but fighting. With a final prayer, she quickly got back on her hooves and, facing the wall, bucked out her hind legs. They connected with something. Fluttershy could not for the life of her describe what the creature felt like. It was as if her hooves went numb on contact with it. Whatever thoughts of it were immediately drowned out by the screams and yells of hundreds, maybe even thousands of voices of animal and pony alike. And in the same instant the cavern was filled with an army of voices rising out of pain, anger, and surprise. Fluttershy fled. If the creature was playing with her before, it would surely not be now, and she needed to put distance between them. Yells and roars echoed throughout the tunnels, nearly deafening in volume. The shuffling of bones was replaced by a torrent, the sounds of brittle remains, colliding against rock mixed with the monster's shouts. Fluttershy let out a squeal when some of the bones hit her, but she didn't slow down. She dared to take off from the floor on the chance the room may be more open. While it was higher than before, her back soon scraped against the ceiling. Biting her lip against the pain, she managed to land on her hooves and continued her trot. Again she collided with a wall, but with every bump she bounced off it and continued to evade the creature. She ignored every bruise and cut. She had to focus on escaping. The monster was gaining on her, bounding through its grisly horde, growling and laughing in several voices. Closer and closer it got. For all Fluttershy's hope and determination, it was fruitless. She still couldn't see, nor did she have any idea where she was or how to escape. Her body was aching, her head was pounding, and she was running out of breath. It was right behind her. I tried. In a final act of defiance, she halted her gallop, skidding across the floor, and bucked out her hind legs once more. The monster was evidently prepared this time, and while Fluttershy's kick missed, she felt a sharp blow against her abdomen. She went flying through the air and landed hard against what seemed to be a hole in the wall. With her lower half dangling off the side, dazed from the blow, Fluttershy caught a fresher scent in the air. She felt the dirt on the ground under her and noticed the lack of bones. All of this clicked in her mind and snapped her out of her daze. It was a tunnel leading to the surface just like the one that had dropped her in. Judging from the noises made by the monster, it realized this the same time she did. She had no time to waste. Fighting against her exhausted body, she pulled herself the rest of the way into the hole and quickly started climbing. The creature hissed and roared and cursed behind her. The tunnel was curvy and awkward. It was too thin to fly through, but Fluttershy was able to use her wings to press herself into the walls of the tunnel, steadying herself in a hurried ascent. The sounds of monster did not diminish. Fluttershy could feel the vibrations of banging and rumbling through the tunnel. It was still chasing her. Continuing to climb the jaggedly made tunnel, Fluttershy caught a glimpse of light above her. It was small and slight, like the last star to fade away during the sunrise, and it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She moved upward as fast as she could. She was so close. The monster knew she was getting away. The trembling of the tunnel's walls got stronger and stronger the closer Fluttershy got to the tiny, precious light. Closer, closer. She could hear the ominous yet wonderfully natural sounds of the ever-free forest. She could smell the cool air night. She could feel something brushing against her tail and hind legs. With a final push, Fluttershy blasted out of the loose land, covering the hole. As soon as she met the free air, she extended her wings and took off, breaking through the canopy of treetops, branches and all, and into the night sky. It took her a few moments to get her bearings, but once she was able to pinpoint the direction of Ponyville, she made her way home, doing her best to ignore the screeches of the monsters she left behind. Twilight was awoken by a tapping on her window. At first she dismissed it as the wind, but when it continued, she sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She lit a candle and looked to the window. Her eyes widened in surprise. Fluttershy? Indeed, the timid Pegasus was flying right outside her window. Confused, Twilight got out of bed and went to the window, opening it to greet her friend. Fluttershy, what are you? The question died on her lips as she got a good look at her. Fluttershy looked absolutely exhausted and shaken. Her mane was a mess. Her eyes were unfocused and she was covered in cuts and bruises. There was some blood on her mouth that Twilight couldn't tell was from a busted lip and internal bleeding. Either way, the Pegasus was in bad shape. Fluttershy, what happened to you? Please come in. Fluttershy crawled through the window, landing on shaky legs. Twilight held her friend steady, grabbing her gently so as not to hurt her. Fluttershy, what happened? Are you okay? Fluttershy looked at Twilight and slowly nodded. Yes, I'm okay. I escaped. Escaped from what? Twilight asked with growing concern. Fluttershy swayed a bit and gulped. Something evil in the Everfree Forest. Twilight nodded and decided Fluttershy wasn't in a good state to answer questions. Alright, Fluttershy, let's get you cleaned up. Then you can get some rest here and tomorrow we'll talk about it. Fluttershy nodded and Twilight guided her to the bathroom. Before they reached it, Fluttershy said one more thing. Don't go out in the woods at night. Twilight nodded, deciding to wait until tomorrow for further explanation. With that, she brought Fluttershy to the bathroom and tended to her wounds. She wasn't even finished before Fluttershy fell asleep. Killing Fluttershy by Mockingbird. She's beautiful, she's kind, she's a philanthropist who spends her days helping animals in need. Professional models envy her face and figure. Her boyfriend is a literal god of evil. It's no wonder some ponies want her dead. Ponyville's kindest and most beautiful pony walked along a row of birdhouses, checking on each one with each tiny home's occupant. She exchanged chirps and twitters of delightful song.
I hate her.
Said a little pink filly watching from the bushes.
Really?
Whispered a little grey filly hiding in the next bush over.
I hate her too.
Fluttershy, the pony conversing with birds, next trotted across the grass to a family of raccoons to whom she gave 3 small fishes from a bucket.
Why do you hate her?
The grey filly asked.
Stupid ponies with bad taste think that mare is prettier than us.
The pink filly said.
But of course she's not. I don't think that mare even knows how to put on makeup properly. And you know what else?
The pink filly said.
She spends her days playing with animals. What could be more useless? Nature is full of animals. You could spend all your days and nights doing things for wildlife and it would hardly make a difference. Who cares about stupid animals? True.
The grey agreed.
That mare spends so much time with animals, she probably has fleas. I'm sure she has fleas.
The pink filly sneered.
And if all of Ponyville gets bubonic plague from her stupid fleas, it's her fault. That mare is a public health hazard. And you know another thing about her. Whatever it is, I'm sure it must be something bad. That horrible Pegasus doesn't just waste all her time on stupid animals. She's wasting a lot of money on them too.
With one hoof, the pink filly angrily scuffed the grass. The grey filly nodded.
If you try to help all the animals in the world, you could end up spending all the money in the world too. Every pony will end up poor. She's going to crash all the banks in Equestria if ponies let her.
A mouse stood on its hind legs to ask Fluttershy a question in its native tongue. Fluttershy lifted the mouse with one forehoof to place the rodent upon her mane.
Yuck!
The grey filly grumbled.
And you know what else?
The pink filly said.
I hear she's a drug dealer.
That's the only way she can afford to spend her days playing with animals and never go to a real job. She probably does sell drugs to all the riffraff and to any foal who's foolish enough to listen to her.
The grey agreed.
But you know what I hate about her most of all?
The pink filly grumbled.
She's stealing my inheritance. She is? There was a mix-up at the IVF clinic, and later they did a DNA test, and it turns out that she's my big sister. I can't stand a big sister who some ponies think is prettier than I am. Of course, some ponies have no taste. Some ponies are stupid.
The grey agreed.
So, she's your big sister too? What do you mean, mine too? It was a really bad mix-up at the clinic.
The grey snarled.
She's my big sister too, so she's stealing my inheritance as well. No way, how can one disgusting, nasty, dirty, rodent-hoarding Pegasus mare be so mean? How is that even possible? Big sister to both of us? When an IVF clinic uses magic,
The grey said fixedly.
the opportunity for mistakes becomes bigger than ever, so that stupid mare has at least 6 parents. I guess. My parents, your parents, and the family of Pegasi in Cloudsdale who ought to be very angry about her. But I hear they aren't even suing for medical malpractice. That horrible mare is a real cuckoo's egg. If I could,
The pink filly mused.
I think I'd kill her. Really?
The grey smiled in a tiny secretive smile.
Not that I'd tell on you, because I would not tell on you. Not ever, not in a million years. If you killed that mare, I'm sure a lot of ponies would be grateful. They'd probably want to have a parade for you. Except, of course, they couldn't let anyone know you've done it. They wouldn't want to get you in trouble. That ugly mare tricks other ponies into thinking she's prettier than we are.
The pink complained.
And she hooks foals on drugs even though she doesn't need the money. She tries to get every foal in town hooked on drugs.
The grey agreed.
And she steals our family's money. To turn Equestria into a nest of plague and to poison every pony.
The grey said triumphantly.
I wish she would die.
Overhead, a team of 2 Pegasi pulled a magical floating cart towards their hated mare's cottage. A Pegasus stallion, orange with a blue mane and tail, held a clipboard between his teeth. "This is the address," he confirmed. "Just one package for a Fluttershy." A grey-coated Pegasus mare tapped the cart's hold. "Oh, I bet it's this one." Something tipped out of the cart and plummeted groundwards. "No!" the stallion shouted, diving after the object. Every pony heard a horrifying, liquid squelching sound where the butty yellow, animal-loving Pegasus mare had stood, now rested an extra large anvil with the address tag still on it. Beneath the anvil was a flattened mess of yellow and pink, a former pony. The only consolation was, at least when the anvil had first struck Fluttershy upon her head, she'd been knocked out instantly, too quickly to suffer any pain. "Oh no!" the grey Pegasus lamented high above. "Why does this keep happening to me? I'm going to get fired again!" "I don't think the standard parcel delivery insurance covers this," the stallion mourned. "I don't know how we could possibly fix this problem. I don't see how any pony could. I mean, this is really, really, really bad." Meanwhile, on the ground, the 2 fillies competed to see who could best express her revulsion.
Ew.
The pink filly whispered.
I could vomit. I think I'm really going to. How dare that yellow mare do something so disgusting as die right in front of us?
The grey filly complained.
The least she could have done was at least wait until we'd gone. I agree, that mare is the worst. The absolute worst. She steals our inheritances,
She pretends to be nice to animals so ponies will like her. She cooks crystal sombra meth in her little hut to poison children. She was going to destroy us all. But I guess some ponies might feel a little sorry for her when they find out she died. At least she did something right. For once in her life.
The Grey agreed.
I don't think we've been properly introduced. I'm Platinum Spoon. And I'm Emerald Ruby Tourmaline Corona Rich of the Manhattan Canterlot Ponyville Riches. My parents say nice things about the Riches.
The Grey pony remarked.
Any pony named Platinum Spoon must be a pony worth knowing,
Corona said cheerfully.
So, now that our mutual enemy has met her deserved fate, would you like to go to Sugar Cube Corner? They have good malts there. Sounds delightful. Putting other mares in their proper place is thirsty work. Let's do it.
The two fillies walked away together. High above, the Pegasus Stone whispered to the mare, "Let's just sneak away and hope no pony saw us, and agree never to speak of this day ever again." Outside Fluttershy's cottage, a questionably assembled mixture of mismatched animal parts, but mostly dragon and pony pieces, smiled ingratiatingly. "Don't worry," said the Draconicus, "I can fix this." A little purple alicorn screamed at him, "How can you possibly fix this? Some pony killed her!" With a liquid splorching sound not unlike the anvil's prior effect, except in reverse, a pancake-shaped, horrific mess pulled inwards, clumping together and rising to form a pony. The butty yellow, pink-maned Pegasus rubbed her forehead with one wingtip. "I have the worst headache," she remarked. The purple alicorn glared at the Draconicus, whose name was, as usual, Discord. "Don't you dare think your little fix makes everything okay. I know you were behind this somehow." Discord rubbed his clawed forepaws together. "Twilight Sparkle, why would you think I would ever let harm come to my beloved Fluttershy, if I could possibly avoid it? Because you're just that evil, just that sick and twisted, because there is something seriously wrong with you. Princess Celestia should have made certain that you would stay a statue forever, that you'd never escape and wreak havoc upon ponies ever again." Now, Fluttershy said softly, "let's just all try to get along. Discord isn't so bad as you think." Twilight gave him a nasty look. "Twilight," Fluttershy said, "I know you care about me very much, but I think Discord and I need to have a little time alone now. I need to have a word with him." "You should have a word with him. A lot of words. I hope he listens to you, at least. That absolute beast." Twilight turned and walked away huffily. When Twilight was gone, Fluttershy went into her cottage, where she checked her reflection in the mirror. "I thought so," she said. "You naughty, wicked Draconicus." Behind her, the Draconicus tried to look innocent. "You bad boy, I see what you did." "Whatever could you possibly mean?" he replied. "I brush my mane and tail every morning in front of this mirror. Yesterday, I had a grey hair here, and another one here, and a third one over there, and now—" The Draconicus shrugged. "Putting a pony back together after an anvil falls on her and instantly utterly squashes her? It's hard to get everything exactly right." "Mr. Discord, I also had a tiny wrinkle here, but now it's gone too." Like I said, it's hard to...
You arranged my accident on purpose. You wanted an excuse to have to bring me back to life. To bring me back, but younger, with one fewer wrinkle, a few less grey hairs. She sighed, a soft little sound of her disappointment. You wanted to change me.
But Fluttershy, you're always perfectly beautiful. I could never improve you if I tried. You are always flawless. You have always been flawless, and you shall always be flawless.
Fluttershy snorted. So you say, but you're afraid of my getting old and dying in time.
Discord frowned. I can't stand to think of you leaving me, my dear. Of your being forced to leave me, whether you want to or not. Of losing you. Yes, there is one thing in this world I fear more than all others, and that is the day death takes you from me, the day death steals you from your friends, from every creature who loves you.
Death is natural, Discord. It happens to every pony.
The Draconicus scowled. But not to Celestia, nor to Luna, nor to that candy floss Princess Mia Morcadenza, not to that pretty little birch Twilight Sparkle, not, so far as we know, to her squalling brat of a niece Flurry Heart, not, Discord continued, to the evil-hearted Turek, not to King Sombra. He's been plaguing the world on and off for well over 1,000 years. No number of anvils or alicorns can keep him dead for long. Not to Queen Chrysalis, so far as I can tell. She's been knocking about for centuries. Not to a whole host of villains and monsters. Discord clenched his taloned fists. What makes any of those creatures better than you? What makes them even the slightest bit worthy of a gift that you are denied? For a moment his lips worked silently with anguish. How can I deny you any gift, any blessing, any boon that is within my power to grant? If Equestria, if any creature within it, if even your littlest and most gentle-hearted animal friends have any goodness at all, then surely they deserve the blessing of a Fluttershy among us. How can we take that kindness away from them?
That decision is not yours to make, Fluttershy scolded.
But how can you do this to me? Discord wailed. I have given up trying to conquer the world. I have sworn off tormenting ponies for my amusement. I have changed so much. But this one thing my heart yearns for, this one thing which is kind and good, not evil, he sobbed. Fluttershy spread one wing and wrapped it partway around Discord's back.
Oh dear, she shook her head. This is very difficult for you, isn't it?
Harder than you know, Fluttershy. Harder than you know.
Pain, loss, death, those hurt every creature, Discord. You're not so unique.
I have lost 1,000,000 creatures in my time. 1,000,000 millions. But you are the only one, the thought of whose loss can hurt me so.
Fluttershy sighed. Dissy, we will talk about this again. Sometime soon.
Of course we will, just as you ask.
And I need you to promise me one thing.
What, my dear?
Until we have that conversation, you must promise not to arrange for me to die again. Not to bring me back to life more useful than before. Not until that day. You must promise me that.
But...
Promise me, Discord. Promise me, or...
In the mirror before them, Discord watched the play of feelings on her face. He watched as she strained to find the proper words, and failed again. I promise you, he said.
Thank you,
Fluttershy whispered. Her wings stroked his back gently, again and again, as tears trickled down the Draconicus's cheeks. You're the best pony I've ever known, Discord said.
I know you think so, Fluttershy replied.
She feeds the raccoons. Her kindness outshines both the sun and the moon. But envy can whisper in jealous disguise, plotting the fall of the mare with kind eyes. Two little fillies hiding in the grass, grumbling of fleas and money spent too fast. They sneered at her beauty, her kindness, her face, and dreamed of a world where she'd fall out of grace. An anvil falls, the sky comes down, a gasp, a splat, she's crushed to the ground. But don't you cry, don't you despair. Discord's around, he'll put her back there. Twilight was fuming, suspicion in her eyes, accusing her friend's love of tricks and of lies. But discord was trembling, afraid of the day when time takes his Fluttershy cruelly away. He begged her to stay, he fought with his fear of wrinkles, of gray hairs, of losing her near. But Fluttershy whispered, both gentle and stern, promise me, discord, this isn't your turn. And anvils fall, but hearts hold strong. Even in chaos, love carries on. Though death may whisper and time may pry, forever's too short for my sweet Fluttershy. He swore on his tears, he swore through the pain, not to trick death for her beauty again. And under her wing, as the stars filled the sky, he promised his love to the best pony
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
You Comfort Fluttershy by Little Owl. 1:21. 1:22. 1:23. 3. As you sit and watch the numbers change on your digital clock, your frustration at your awake and yet paradoxically exhausted brain increase as sleep strays further and further away from you. Damn insomnia. It was something you've had all your life, but recently was becoming a major issue. Initially you think that it won't be a problem as you close your eyes, to take joy from the simple pleasure of having your mind completely shut off from the world, ready to be full of beans and raring to tackle the morning ahead. That's when the minutes start to tick by, about 10 or 15 to be exact, before you realise that you aren't asleep. In fact, you aren't even tired, and you realise that all this time you've been forcing your eyes closed. Some nights you would toss and turn, searching for that sweet spot for your brain to go, "Enough! Sleep now!" But you can never find it until you wake up the next morning realising you only got about 2 hours sleep in said position. But the worst nights are when you just lie there, still, as if in purgatory, eyes wide open as your clock continues to pass the minutes by as you stare at it, deafening you with its monotonous rhythmic ticking that should be enough to put you to sleep if you weren't so wide awake. Not helping matters is the storm outside. The rain could be relaxing if you were in a especially tired mindset, but on sleepless nights like these, it's nothing but a nuisance. You look out towards the window, completely obscured by the dark, though you could see the outlines of little droplets trickling on the windowsill, ending in a small puddle at the bottom. This eventually becomes completely obscured by the vapour misting the window, and you are left once more with nothing to direct your open wide eyes towards. The brain buzz continues to keep your eyes open. Part of you thinks about turning the lights on and reading a book to help relax you. Options included a bevy of ones Twilight gave you, before realising that you have already read all of those during previous occasions of restlessness. However, there was that one book Fluttershy gave you on animals you haven't read yet. Maybe that would be an option. Fluttershy. Just the thought of that name already developed a fog of happy, relaxing thoughts in your brain. There was just something about her, as much of a cliche as it sounds, but not even all the wonderful traits that you could name just off the top of your head. It was just her aura, her presence. Just her being in the same room as her is enough to increase your heartbeat and make you feel a warm sensation inside. As these delightful thoughts caress your brain, you feel your extremities lower themselves against the covers. No conscious instructions necessary. A blink. Another blink. There is still hope. It's only 1:30 in the morning. You can get a half-decent 7.5 hours sleep before you have to get up for work. Such desperation to not spend your working day a sleep-deprived zombie will surely be enough to get you to sleep. You rustle in your covers, pulling your crumpled sheets back over your end of the mattress. You fluff your pillow, making a neatly woven place for your head and the pillow to do the rest as it consumes you with its blissful fluff. Yes! That was a blink! Now is the moment as you lay your head down, getting one last glimpse of the world. But just when you're about to open your eyes, you hear the turning of the knob and the very slow squeak of your door moving inwards towards your room. You feel like swearing every demeaning profanity at this newcomer that has just ruined your final chance at a good sleep. You're about to give them a piece of your mind until a singular yellow hoof is placed on the front of the door, and you can hear a slight tremble as Fluttershy moves her head around the door, the bottom of her teal eyes barely visible as she peers round to reach your gaze as the red mist swelling inside of you fades into an aura of confusion and concern. You smile warmly towards her as she opens her adorable little mouth to speak.
Oh,
Sorry, she says quietly, as if to salvage some of the quiet in the room so that you can return to sleep, only to realize just how fully awake you are. I hope I didn't wake you. I know how difficult and rare it is for you to get a good sleep. I sincerely hope I didn't interrupt one of those. You can't help smiling at her. Though her timid nature hindered her confidence, it made her a very considerate and sensitive pony. For all her flaws, there were traits that gravitate you towards her. Your smile fades, however, when she starts to speak once more with a slight tremble. I just came in because... She seems to struggle to get the words out. I trust you, and I thought the only way I could feel better was if I came to you. Something about you just being there. I thought it would be enough to make me feel better. Your smile grows broader as her face lights up slightly as she continues. You probably want to know why I'm here. She continues sheepishly, turning her face away slightly. You see, I had a nightmare. Your face quickly falls to deep concern as your heart twists in your chest as you stare at your dear friend. No wonder she seems so upset. Every part of your human instinct tells you to reach your arms out towards her and hold her close. You even feel droplets forming in your eyes before suddenly realizing that she was the one who was upset. It's not about you anymore. You don't care about falling asleep. Instead, it's about being there for your friend, and not just any friend, but one that's connection with you is firm and true. A friend whose kind personality and natural beauty only make you care for her as equally as you know she cares for you. Here she is, silent and scared, but also the radiant Fluttershy that was so very much worth protecting. I tried going back to sleep, but I was just too scared. She then blushes ever so slightly. Could I possibly, stay with you, at least for a little bit? Then I promise I'll go back to sleep. You nod. She could stay for the entire night as far as you were concerned. Anything to make her feel better. You motion for her to come towards. Fluttershy climbs in with you, her pink and yellow appearance adding a splash of colour to your boring white covers. You hold an arm up as she scooches closer towards you, and then lower it tentatively before softly making contact with her soft yet delicate touch. You feel her silky pink mane slide down against your sides as she leans her head against it and shyly wraps a hoof around your ribs, before a stifled, nervous sigh leads her breath. Thank you. I really needed this, she says quietly, glancing her eyes to the door, almost as if she is checking to see if the nightmares aren't following her. The sadness and worry you feel inside towards your friend is simply palpable. Whatever the dream was, it scared her good. You can confidently say you have never seen Fluttershy, such a timid and fragile soul as she is, in such a state. You feel helpless, as all you can do is hold her in your arms. Your mind tells yourself to ask if talking about the dream will help, but decide against it in fear of bringing up harmful memories of the clearly unpleasant dream. She came to you so you could chase the nightmares away, not bring them up again. However, talking about them and getting a sense of perspective for them would help you be able to comfort her more, telling her that there's no such thing as the monstrous imaginary figment her dream came up with. Plus, it could give her a sense of perspective, a realization that dreams are in no way real, to the point where she would consider herself silly for even thinking that dreams are real. She could never be silly, not to you, except for the fact that she trusts all of you people. You stir at her speaking once more. You are probably the only one I can talk to about this. I trust you. You wonder for a split second if she had just read your thoughts. You conclude that it was just coincidental. However, you wouldn't be so surprised if she did read your mind. Over the time you have known her, you have gained an almost telepathic connection with her. She knows how much you need to hear that she trusts you, and just how much you know that what she needs is someone to listen to her, but also give her a push so she will have the strength to be more confident, especially when it came to talking about emotions. It's moments like these that you realize the true extent of you and hers very strong bond, despite the fact you have known each other for a brief amount of time. You hear Fluttershy inhale deeply as she was able to speak out her biggest and darkest secret. Well, I should probably tell you about the dream. It went like this. I was playing with Angel. You remember my little bunny? At first I thought it was a good dream. Everything was so bright and vibrant and sunny, and we were playing in the springtime flowers. She smiled dully before her face fell to a sure frown once more. But then the dark clouds gathered above us, and Angel started running. I couldn't stop her before she reached the everfree forest. I called out for Angel, but I couldn't find him anywhere. That's when I turned and saw two very big bunnies behind me. Only two at first, but then there were multiple, and they began surrounding me. She starts to shudder as her voice begins to break. They started calling me a murderer as the thunder got louder and louder. And that's when the dream ended. I woke up in a hot sweat, and she begins crying, quietly but with uncontainable despair, burying her face into your chest as you quickly held her in one hand and went to stroke her mane in the other. Looking for any way to comfort her, you have to check that she can breathe properly as you squeeze her close to you, never wanting to let go of the sobbing mare. You cannot stand seeing her like this. You will not stand to see her like this. You will be the knight in shining armor she deserves. Chasing away the nightmares so she can sleep and return to a happy, caring self. This mare, it hurts to think about how much you love her. Yes, love her. You care too much about her to not feel this way. She moves her head to over your shoulder and wraps a tight hoof around your neck. Your tears flowing freely as much as Fluttershy's as you start to hear her breathing heavy, stifled breaths, drawn with anxiety and fear. This goes on for a good minute or two. Then her breathing slows, so consumed by the adrenaline of care, you don't fully feel the overwhelming warmth of Fluttershy's fur pressed against you during the embrace. Part of you feels it is necessary to let go and have some space to breathe. You do not want to let go, not until you are sure she is alright, until you feel Fluttershy's mane brush over your shoulder and against your ear as her head recedes and centers itself to meet your gaze. Her eyelashes glistening with the moisture of her tears, but through all of this you can see, faintly but very clearly, a sweet smile spread across her lips. The more she stares into you, threatens for more tears to emit. No, don't you dare say what you're about to say. I'm sorry. You once again press her towards you, your chest cushioning the sheer force of your arms, thrusting her head closer towards you. What could she be sorry for? I just woke you up in the middle of the night, just so I could come to you for pity, like the scared filly that I feel like I am sometimes. Fluttershy says once more, breathing steadying. You cannot believe what you are hearing. You have seen the progress she has made from being that scared filly she once was, to a capable and caring friend. Admittedly though, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In fact, the both of you have had countless nights of consoling, trying to get over horrible nightmare after nightmare. But you don't care. There is nothing, and not just nightmares, but in this world you think that is worth causing Fluttershy harm. No matter how silly the thing she is worrying about might be, you will help her through it. Yes, she has grown more and more capable as time has gone on, to the point where she needs your help less and less. Doesn't mean you won't give it to her when the poor mare does need help. Of course you don't want to coddle her, but you don't need to, because she always gets through it. And out from the debris of whatever obstacle she faces, she always comes out the wonderful Fluttershy she always is and always will be. As the both of you lay there, you subconsciously find yourself forgetting your own problems about falling asleep. Thoughts instead focused on the now, shuddering less and less. Pink and yellow mare in your arms. You don't realize it, but you feel exhausted, though you would do it any day of the week. Feeling sorry for another is draining. All the adrenaline of pity, your own tears developing at the sight of another's. It's enough to knock a person out. Eventually realizing this, you begin to relax as Fluttershy releases herself from you, sniffling quietly.
You really do care, don't you?
She asked softly, before giggling at the sight of your facial expression.
You're doing that cute thinking face you do. What are you thinking about?
But she doesn't get an answer from you, as you just lay there, eyes wide open, for really you aren't thinking. Instead you are feeling the aura of warmth within the room, having just had a heart-to-heart with Fluttershy.
I love you.
A quiet voice is heard beside you. Immediately you blush hot pink. A rush of warmth comes to her cheeks as well.
It's true, and just you and me alone here reminded me of why. Your heart is pure, and I truly believe you care for me. And you want to know the amazing thing? You don't even do anything. From just you being there, I can tell just how much I mean to you, and how badly you want to chase away those horrible nightmares. You are my hero.
You turn away with a modest look on your face. Honestly, to you, caring for another is simply too important to overlook. It's a common courtesy to show one how much they mean to you before your time together runs out. To care for another is something everyone should strive to do each and every day of their existence. What you just did for Fluttershy feels like common sense. Furthermore, you didn't even need to think about said emotions. They just came naturally. Maybe they wouldn't come so easily if you were comforting anyone else. Fluttershy had that effect of evoking empathy from others, but you still needed to feel them. A part of your brain still needed to clock that Fluttershy was upset and she needed someone, anyone to be there for her. You did what you had to do, and in some way it helped you with your problems as well.
Hey,
The cute, soft voice spoke, once again chirps up, tugging you gently by the shoulder.
I'm feeling a lot better now, but
She yawns and giggles afterwards.
I'm a bit too tired to get back to my own bed. So, I was wondering if maybe to fix my predicament, I could, well,
She shuffles closer to you and wraps her hoof on your midsection. You will do anything to see them smile. You faintly hear her wipe away tears before leaning towards you and brushing her lips against your cheek as you are sent into a blissful shiver as your consciousness starts to fade. I love you, and I will always love you, no matter what happens. I will never forget what you did for me tonight. Good night, my love.
Midnight Munchies by L.D. Socrates. The night was perfect for a prowling predator. Luna's gleaming moon and her shimmering stars were hidden behind the clouds, cloaking the town in near-perfect darkness. The wind was lively, rustling the leaves on the trees of Sweet Apple Acres orchards, and covering any sudden noises like, say, the creaking of a floorboard or click of a lock. It was a witching hour to end all others, and a creature of the night could ask for no better. It was the sort of night that horror stories were made of. If only the creature of the night on the prowl that evening were more confident, intimidating, fiendish, and less Fluttershy. The butty yellow Pegasus crept up to the front door of the Apple family home, dressed in her black stealth hoodie suit, mostly because of the autumn chill. If she had any cold resistance when she turned into a juice-sucking bat creature, she didn't keep it with the fangs, or the thirst. She ran her tongue along her teeth, feeling the points of her new fangs again. The sharpness sent a little shiver through her as she dug the key out of her hoodie. Applejack had left it with Fluttershy to house-sit sometimes, but she kept forgetting to return it. Whether it was providence, divine or devilish, she didn't want to think about it. Her gaze looked on the keyhole, the only thing standing between her and a nice, big, juicy bite of... Fluttershy squeaked and rapidly shook her head. "What am I thinking?" she thought, somewhat answering to her own question. "I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't have even considered it. I should just go." A timber wolf howl from the forest that sounded entirely too close changed her mind right back. She bit back a yelp and jammed the key into the lock, rushing in stealthily, slamming the door. Panting heavily and fighting to bring her panic back down, she slid down the door and onto the floor. "Well, I'm in," she thought with a nervous frown. She screwed her eyes tight, the thirst welling up in her mouth again. She licked her lips, her tongue tingling and craving, her throat feeling cracked and arid as the Badlands. After a very dry swallow, she got on all fours and looked around. She was in the living room, no apple ponies there, nothing of interest. There were the stairs, the den, the kitchen, and on the kitchen table sat one lone defenceless apple. Her dry mouth watered a little bit before she shook her head. "One last time. I'm going to try one more time," she promised herself as she snuck up to the fruit, as if it were going to notice her and run. It didn't. She skulked up to her juicy prey, took it in her hooves and sank her teeth into it. The recovered Pegapire sucked it dry, the delicious juice running over her tingling tongue and leaving the helpless apple a withered, lumpy husk. The thirst was still there. It wasn't quenched in the least. Fluttershy's face twisted into an angry scowl, trying with all her might to not scream in frustration. Drat! Was the worst curse she could muster up, even in her own mind. "I'm still incredibly thirsty, but apples aren't helping anymore." She allowed herself a little groan as she tossed the apple she'd so victimized into the trash. "Maybe I really should go to Twilight and ask for help. The thirst sparked again, Fluttershy screwing her eyes shut in pain. No, no, this is all her fault anyway. If she messes up again, who knows what I'll turn into? Her eyes snapped to the stairwell, only one option left. The butter-coloured van pony crept up the stairs, putting her hooves down only on the far sides of each platform. There was much less creaking that way. Half a lifetime of caring for animals and having to go downstairs for a snack without waking any of them up had taught her the finer points of stealth. She lied low, and when she arrived to the second floor, whatever instinct she might have as a predator kicking in, 4 possible bedrooms, more than 4 doors, not a problem. Her ears perked up and zeroed in on which rooms emanated the sound of ponies breathing. Fluttershy crept up to the closest one to her, peeking into the keyhole. Inside was Big Mac, fast asleep and cuddling some sort of doll, raggedy, ugly-looking thing too. Not even I sleep with my toys anymore, Fluttershy giggled to herself silently. She passed him by, surprising the likes of Big Mac and getting even an accidental kick. Yeah, she wasn't about to risk a broken everything. She moved on to the next door and peeked in. All she could see was the white-haired bun of Granny Smith peeking out from the covers, her false teeth and a glass of water beside her bed. Fluttershy gagged a little and looked away, her appetite almost ruined. Almost. Not enough. She passed her by. The old mare's blood was probably thin and gross. She snuck up to the next door. Inside was Apple Bloom, her covers not exactly fully covering her. Must toss and turn in her sleep. The little filly shivered, and Fluttershy found herself having to struggle against her motherly instincts to break in and tuck Apple Bloom in properly. Gritting her teeth and letting out a small whine, she pulled away. She passed her by as well. Besides, feeding on a foal, just no. Fluttershy's eyes rested on the last door, only one source of breathing left. She took a deep breath herself before moving forward. Her legs quivered from sheer anticipation and thirst, trying with all her might to restrain herself from rushing in. An agonizing eternity of starvation later, she was before the door where her target had to be and peeked into the keyhole. Just as she expected and hoped, she saw the blonde tail of Applejack hanging out from under the covers inside, the cow pony's trademark hat hanging on the wall. The quivering went from up her legs to her entire body as she turned the doorknob. She tried her best to make her muscles go still, but the thirst was making her fangs ache, and her body was having none of that restraint nonsense. She snuck forward as best she could, her ears drinking in the gentle breathing of her sleeping prey-to-be. She found herself at Applejack's bedside, the farm mare wrapped in her sheets like a hot meal wrapped in tinfoil. Licking her lips, she gently eased the covers off her friend, exposing her body to both the cold and Fluttershy's gaze. The vampire looked Applejack up and down, drinking in every inch and detail. The mare was laying on her side, mouth open and a bit of drool dripping out of the corner. It was almost cute, in a slightly squeaky way. Even cuter was her mane, which had already come down with a bad case of bedhead, the blonde mass of hair taking gravity and good looks only as light suggestions. Her chest was gently rising and falling, a little shiver going through her as she flicked her tail. Now, where to sink my fangs in? Fluttershy thought, smacking her lips and trembling with glee. Her eyes frantically swept up and down her friend's body, as if the answer were spelled in her fur. Neck. No, that might kill her. She is my friend and she's going to forgive me for this. She has to be alive. The back has too many nerve endings that might get severed. I doubt a leg would have much blood in it. Belly has too many vital organs. A little trickle of moonlight seeped in through the window, drawing Fluttershy's eyes to Applejack's cutie mark, a simple, elegant, delicious-looking trio of crimson red apples, printed by fate itself onto a gorgeous set of thick, muscular hips that rippled with power from years of apple bucking. Without a second thought, or even a first one, Fluttershy opened her jaws wide and sank her fangs right into Applejack's flank. A happy moan escaped her throat as she sucked, a coppery yet sweet and sugary taste washing over her tongue and fangs. The texture was divine and plump, and soft despite the toughness of the muscle underneath. Her thirst vanished after only 2 swallows, her quivering in desperation replaced by a quivering in pleasure, leaving her to just enjoy her drink, basking in the taste on her tongue and feeling against her fangs and lips. Her demented euphoria lasted for maybe 5 seconds and ended with a hoop to her stomach. She skidded across the floor by her rump and bumped into the wall. What in the hay you doing?" she heard Applejack say as she came down from her trance. What? Was all she managed to slur out, instinctively licking her lips for the last drops of blood. She blinked as she swallowed the last few drops, eyes wide in terror and her cheeks red in embarrassment. Did I just... Did what? Because it's looking like you bit my butt to me, Applejack cut in, looking over the 2 fresh puncture holes in her hip. Fluttershy drawled a little at the sight, but rapidly shook her head. Well, I guess I did, but... But what? Applejack cut in again, a mix of confusion and anger on her face. Oh, I know what. You bit it. I'm leaking like a busted cider barrel. Who even does something like that? Fluttershy shrank back, trying to hide in the hood of her stealth suit like a turtle. I'm really sorry. What are you doing in that ridiculous sneaking get-up anyway? You didn't even take the bunny ears off, the cow pony yelled. Sis, is everything okay? Came Apple Bloom's voice from the hall. Applejack and Fluttershy both froze, turning to the wide-open door. I forgot to close it, Fluttershy scolded herself, mentally face-hooping. Applejack quickly pulled her covers over her rear half as Apple Bloom rounded the corner and looked inside. You're making an awful racket, AJ. And, oh, hi Fluttershy. What are you doing here? She asked with an oblivious smile, her brow furrowed as she looked at the scene more closely. And why are you in my sister's room dressed like a bunny? Go to bed, Apple Bloom. Everything's fine, Applejack said firmly. Is this one of those things where you tell me that I'll know when I'm older? Apple Bloom asked her sister, Fluttershy's face growing red hot. You, bed now, or I'm giving you one of Big Mac's chores tomorrow, Applejack barked with a glare. Yes, ma'am, Apple Bloom yelped, speeding off to her room and slamming the door. Applejack sighed in relief and climbed out of bed. She walked over to the door and shut it, a little pang going through Fluttershy with each drop of juice that had fell wastefully to the floor. Good thing she hasn't figured out yet that I would never be that cruel, Applejack chuckled tiredly. Yes, that's good, Fluttershy agreed quickly as she screamed internally. So, Applejack started, sitting on the floor, I'm kinda still bleeding, and I'm honestly kinda feeling faint. Could you maybe get some bandages out of the bathroom and patch me up? Last door down the hall. Gotta trust you won't bite me again. Of course, Fluttershy stammered, rushing out of the room. It wasn't until she was rummaging through her first aid kit that it occurred to her that she had no idea how to treat a vampire bite. Horse feathers. I'll just wing it, she thought before rushing back. Applejack was looking over her bed with a scrunched nose, turning over the sheets and covers. Well, these are going to need to be washed in some heavy-duty stuff right away. Getting bandages on your flank is more important, Fluttershy said. Lay down. Applejack shook her head and started gathering her sheets. Nah, I can wait a few minutes. I said lay down, Fluttershy snarled, teeth bared and fire in her eyes, the mama bear in her flaring up. Applejack stared at her in shock for a few seconds before stammering out, Okay, and obeying, laying upright on her stomach. Good, Fluttershy chirped. On your side though, hind leg up. Need to bind it around your thigh properly. Applejack looked at her with a raised brow, cheeks a bit red. I don't think I'm going to do something like that after you. If you want to get better, you will, Fluttershy snapped. It barely took a second for Applejack to flop on her side and lift her leg straight up, eyes wide in primal fear. Fluttershy looked into her friend's eyes and sighed. Sorry, a lot of my patients are a lot more growly and bitey when they're in pain. Sometimes have to show them who's boss, even if I don't mean it. No, I understand. Tough love and all that. Sometimes have to show some with apple bloom, AJ admitted, fear abating somewhat. I saw, Fluttershy giggled, taking a roll of bandaging and wrapping it around Applejack's thigh, liberally applying antibiotic gel. The cow pony looked away with a bright blush while Fluttershy tried to keep her gaze in respectful places. After a minute of binding up the wound, Applejack finally spoke up. So, you're going to tell me why you snuck into my house in a bunny outfit and bit my rear? Fluttershy cringed inwardly. I'm guessing you wouldn't believe me if I said Discord did it. I'm not really going to believe that, no, she said flatly. Look, I know you're not normally like this, so something must be up. Just spill the beans, Sugar Cube. Well, that is to say, Fluttershy swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Twilight's counterspell only somewhat worked. I still have my vampire bat fangs, and even though I don't want apples anymore, I'm still really, really thirsty. It's been driving me crazy, and in desperation, I may have she gulped, come to the conclusion that maybe an apple pony would do the trick, she admitted, voice getting softer and softer with each word. Really? That seems sensible? Applejack asked, giving her an odd look. Mm-hmm. Fluttershy nodded meekly, binding the bandages tight. Wow, you're really desperate, Applejack said, eyes going a bit wide. Did it at least work? Well, yes, I'm not thirsty anymore, Fluttershy admitted with a slight smile. She blushed and added, you can put your leg down now. Applejack lowered her leg with a nervous little chuckle. Right, sorry. If you're in that much of a bind, you could have just asked. Fluttershy lowered her gaze to the floor and shuffled. I know I should have, but what if you had said no? I don't think I could have taken another day of my throat feeling like it was full of sand. Fluttershy, we're friends, Applejack assured, and friends always got each other's backs when they're in trouble, right? She looked up to see Applejack smiling at her, and she couldn't help but smile back. Right. Unless they're doing something stupid about their problems like you did about the bats. No offence. None taken. I fully admit you were right about that one, Applejack said with a wave of her foreleg. Just promise me you'll see Twilight about this little blood-sucking thing, okay? Okay, Fluttershy fibbed. Know where I'm going to let her mess me up even more. What can I do to make this up for you, though? Applejack shook her head. You don't have to do anything. Nobody really got hurt. You got hurt, Applejack. I should do something, Fluttershy fretted. Want me to work in the fields? Tend to the barn? Maybe help more with the bat sanctuary? Run errands for you? No, Fluttershy, it's fine, really, the cow pony insisted. Maybe get you a present, Fluttershy tried, completely ignoring her friend. A gift card? A new hat? Take you out to dinner? Just something. I already ruined that gorgeous juicy flank of yours, and The Pegasus squeaked and bit her lip, face heating up like dragon's breath. Did I really just say that? Sugar Cube, are you coming on to me? She asked, brow furrowed. Fluttershy cleared her throat and looked away. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it... Course, if you wanted a date, you could have just asked me for that, Applejack said offhandedly. Fluttershy blinked, staring blankly at Applejack. Come again? You, me, a date, Applejack said slowly. looking her square in the eye with a barely hidden smile. "Let's call an apple, why don't we? You offered to take me out to dinner, and that sounds like a gay old time to me. I think that'd more than make up for tonight, don't you?" But Fluttershy shook her head and squeaked. Okay. "You're paying though, since this is your fault," Applejack chuckled. "Meet me here tomorrow at 7 sharp and we'll call it even." She climbed out of bed with a little grunt and extended her foreleg. "Deal?" Fluttershy looked from the offered leg to Applejack, then back again. "Is this really happening? This isn't really happening. I must be dreaming. Dates are not something that happen to me." She bit her lip hard, her fangs digging painfully into her own skin. "Okay, this isn't a dream. Why couldn't this be a dream? This is the last way I ever wanted to land a date." Fluttershy swallowed down her panic and extended her own leg, shaking Applejack's. Deal." "Good." She nodded. "I'll have decided where we're going by the time you get here." A big, loud, but somehow still cute yawn forced its way out of Applejack's mouth. "I should really get to bed and sleep off this butt bite," she said, cocking her hip a little and looking at the already reddening bandages. "And you should get out of here before anyone wakes up." "Yeah, okay," Fluttershy nodded, hiding a bit behind her mane as she trotted through the door. "Again, sorry." "Just show up tomorrow and it'll all be fine," Applejack said, following close behind her. "As long as you don't bite me again anyway." I won't, promise," Fluttershy said, turning around in the hall to look at her friend. Applejack chuckled, a strangely smug grin spreading across her muzzle. "Good. I'm not a big fan of teeth myself, but if things go well tomorrow, I might show you my favourite rope trick." With a panting wink, the cow pony shut the door, leaving Fluttershy in the hall with a head that felt like it was about to pop. Her muscles completely froze, right down to her eyes, transfixed on the spot where Applejack had winked at her, though her jaw was slack. As her thoughts raced to places of hedonism and debauchery, her nose started bleeding. The vampire was too stupefied to even make the smallest lick. The next thing she knew, the door had opened again, morning light streaming out of Applejack's window, and the cow pony striding out with a big yawn. "Well, better get to Fluttershy?" She hopped right back before she ran into the frozen Pegasus, looking her over. Are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost. And why is your nose bleeding? And why is your face so darn red?" Not a word out of Fluttershy or even a single twitch. Applejack reached forward and gave the most tentative of pokes to Fluttershy's side. The Pegasus flopped over, completely stiff. Applejack sighed and face heaved, dragging her hoof down her face. "This is going to be a long day." "And then she yelled at me to go to bed, like I did something wrong for checking up on her," Applebloom finished, conclusion from the night before still fresh. Her two friends were gathered around her desk, looking no less perplexed than she was. "It isn't sap apple season yet, so it can't be for that." "Beats me," Scootaloo shrugged. "The only other thing I can think of is a fight." "A Fluttershy would never get that rough," Sweetie said. "Applejack did mention this morning that she was going out to dinner with Fluttershy tonight. Fluttershy's paying to make up for whatever happened last night," Applebloom recalled. "She seemed really happy about it though, so that can't be it. And they seemed really friendly with each other at the breakfast table. They were a little awkward, I guess." "Was there anything else weird going on?" Sweetie pressed, brow furrowed. Applebloom hummed in thought, and pawed at the band-aid on her ear. "Well, AJ bit a tad harder than normal when she nipped my ear all playful-like she usually does. Even started bleeding a little. Could have sworn that her teeth felt a bit sharp, but it was probably just in my head." "Probably nothing," Sweetie nodded. Scootaloo groaned and shook her head. "None of this makes sense, at all. What in the world would Fluttershy and your sister be doing in the middle of the night with a bunny suit that had caused so much noise and hurt her hips so bad. Miss Cheerily cleared her throat rather loudly, causing the three to look up. The smile on her muzzle looked rather uneasy, and her cheeks were a strange shade of red. "Class is about to start, girls. Get to your seats." "Yes, ma'am," Sweetie and Scootaloo parroted before trotting to their desks. Apple Bloom huffed and laid her chin in her hoop, brow furrowed in deep thought. Cheerily sighed as she took her own seat at the head of the class, muttering under her breath, "Even the village wallflower is getting more than me now."
Help by Daemon of Decay. The door to the brightly lit room opened with a soft pneumatic hiss, the sublime noise pulling Fluttershy out of her idle thoughts. She watched the slab of shifting metal rise into the air. Out of the yawning mouth strode a thin stallion of brown and grey, a clipboard and pen floating in the air before him. She shied away from the newcomer, watching him with one eye as she did her best to hide behind her pink mane. When Fluttershy moved to stand up, the stone gestured for her to remain still. "Please, stay where you are. There is no need for you to get up." She averted her gaze. "Oh, okay." "So, how are you feeling today?" the stone asked through his white surgical mask, the soft clip-clop of his hooves echoing around the tiled walls. His lab coat was a perfect match to the room, cold, clinical, and painfully white. The bulbs strung across the ceiling banished every shadow with harsh chemical light, making the pristine fabric positively glow under the ceaseless glare. "Do you feel any different?" "I'm fine," she whispered as she pawed at the floor with one of her hooves, looking everywhere but at the strange stallion. The room was imposing in its simplicity, a simple rectangle, tiled surfaces only interrupted by the thick door of polished steel and the dark mirror beside it. Catching sight of her reflection, Fluttershy squeaked again and quickly did her best to fix her mane, her hoof having little effect on the loose strands of hair. Her efforts only made things worse. She whimpered as she met the stranger's gaze. "I'm sorry. I must look terrible." "Don't worry, Fluttershy. We wouldn't expect any pony to look their best in your situation," he said, giving her what she assumed was a gentle smile from beneath his mask. Despite herself, she found the gesture reassuring. She returned it with a faint smile of her own before she burst into another bout of coughing, her cheeks flushing red in embarrassment as she tried to clear her lungs. Sorry, she apologized again, wiping some of the spittle from her lips. "I'm just not feeling so good, and He nodded in understand as he jotted something down on the clipboard. "Don't worry, Fluttershy. I've seen much worse. Besides, you had quite the ordeal." "Really? I don't remember much," she admitted. "What's the last thing you remember, Fluttershy?" I was feeding all my animals like always and... Oh! Her head jerked up, her eyes wide with alarm. "My animals! Has someone been feeding them while I've been away?" she asked as she struggled to lift herself off the floor. The doctor's ears flattened against his head as he backpedaled. "We need you to remain calm, Fluttershy. All your pets have been taken care of, but you don't need to worry about them. So please, just stay where you are." She blinked at him a few times before smiling. "Oh, that's good. Thank you. I was really worried for a moment," she said as she settled back down on the bare tiles. "And they're not my pets, not really. They're my friends. I just look after them. I hope they're okay. Oh,
They get so worried sometimes when I'm not there to look after them. He coughed and took a few measured steps close to her. Now, you were about to tell me what the last thing you remembered was? Oh, okay. Sorry, she said, her apology almost beneath the hum of the air conditioning as it burst into life. I was at home like normal, taking care of my friends, I think. She averted her gaze and shivered. It's... Sorry, but my memories are all fuzzy. I feel cold. Can I get a blanket? We'll get you a blanket once we're done. Focus, Fluttershy. Try to remember exactly what happened. Some of the colour drained from Fluttershy's face, but she managed to nod. Okay. I remember having to take care of a few injuries in the evening. It was Thursday, I think. I don't really know how many days it had been. What day is it today? The doctor continued to stare at Fluttershy silently. She blushed. Oh, sorry. It doesn't matter. Some of my friends get injured now and then, but I remember that these were pretty nasty. They showed up with bites and scratches from one of the Timberwolves from the Everfree that had been acting aggressive. Fluttershy lifted her gaze long enough to watch the doctor jot something down on his clipboard before she busied herself examining the nearby tiles, her hoof tracing along the grout that was stained with a hint of green. The cold, empty room was as far removed from her home as any place could be. She sighed. This was just before sunset, correct? His voice was flat, as if he was simply confirming what he already knew. Yes. She gulped. Can I, get some water? I'm thirsty. Once we're done here, we'll get you something to drink. Now please, continue. Oh, okay. I was treating my friends with some of my bandages when I heard something loud outside my house. The chickens were squawking really loudly, so I rushed outside and saw the Timberwolf. She swallowed again, her mouth suddenly dry. Are you sure I can't get any water? I mean, if it's not too much of a bother. I said once we're done here, the doctor said, his eyes narrowing a fraction. Now, there was something wrong with the Timberwolf, right? Fluttershy flinched. How did you know that? Just answer the question. Yes, she squeaked, hiding her eyes behind a hoof. He didn't look normal. He was sick. The wood was gnarled and lumpy and had these growths all over him that made him much bigger than any Timberwolf I'd ever seen. It looked like he had parts of dead trees growing out of him, sharp branches and limbs going off in different directions that just pushed straight out through his bark. Fluttershy inhaled sharply. Her lips quivered as her ears dropped down, the hair on the back of her neck on end as if electrified. There were bits of other Timberwolves in there too, trapped in the branches. I didn't even know how he could walk. He looked like he was in pain. These jagged branches were pushing out of him in all different directions, like a big wooden porcupine was growing up inside him, and he had blood on his muzzle and feathers. Please, I'd rather not talk about it. Fluttershy, you need to tell us what you saw. We need to know exactly what happened that night. His voice softened. It's important, or we don't have much time. There were a lot of ponies counting on us. Fluttershy nodded, her head bobbing heavily. Okay, I'll do my best. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, wheezing faintly as she tried to fill her lungs. The Timberwolf was attacking the chickens. There were feathers and blood and... Did he kill any of them? She flinched. Yes, whispered Fluttershy, eyes clenched tight against a harsh memory. Was he eating the chickens? I
I think so. The stallion leaned forward slightly, staring at Fluttershy from over his clipboard. Did you actually see the Timberwolf consuming the chickens, or was it simply attacking them? I'm not sure. Sorry, but it happened so fast, and my memories are all hazy, and, I guess I can't say for sure. He had to have been, though. What else would he have been doing? The doctor marked down something on his notes, ignoring her question. What did you do? I tried to get him to leave. I tried to stare him down, but it didn't work. And he charged me and he bit me and scratched me before I could fly away from him, and then... The doctor's pen hovered above the clipboard. And then? Then he killed the rest of the chickens! Her howl echoed around the room, her whole body racked with her violent sobs. She slammed a hoof against the tile. I should have to save them, but I was too scared and weak, and I couldn't, and I just watched as he killed them all. The doctor tapped his pen against the clipboard urgently, the steady click like a metronome underscoring Fluttershy's muffled cries. What happened next? Deep down, the part of Fluttershy that had found comfort in Ironwool's lessons wanted to shout at the stallion, to scream at his uncaring tone, to berate him for showing no concern for those animals that had been murdered right in front of her. Instead, she glanced back down at the floor, sniffling and wiping her tears away. Then I went back inside and she shut all the doors. Did the Timberwolf try to get in after the initial attack? He scratched at the doors all night. I don't know when he stopped, though. I couldn't get any sleep. I wasn't feeling well, and after what I had seen, I didn't want to go to bed. Plus, I had to take care of all my friends to keep them calm. But by morning, he was gone. He paused in his note-taking. You weren't feeling well. How soon after you were bitten did you notice that? Oh, I'm not sure when it all started. About an hour after the attack is when I first noticed that I had a bit of a fever, though, and I couldn't keep any food down. She hid her face behind her mane. See what he had done to the chickens. Did your injuries get any worse? My injuries? Fluttershy looked herself over. Well, they hurt, but you can see they're fine now. She lifted her left foreleg to display the frayed bandage that clung to her yellow coat, the grimy ends barely attached anymore. See? The doctor glanced between the proffered arm and Fluttershy's face expectantly. Fluttershy blushed, but remained silent. The silence stretched on until he grunted to himself and nodded as if confirming something. His pen refused its furious scribbling. Did you seek help? Oh, yes, she said with a quick nod. As soon as the sun came up, I called for Applejack to come over and help me. At the time I was, not feeling as well as I am now, and I was worried she might not want to get involved. Due to her past experiences with Timberwolves, sure, she was pretty nervous at first, but she was so happy once I brought her into my home and showed her how much help all my friends still needed. She's a good friend and a great pony, and she really helped me when I needed it most. The doctor flipped through a few sheets of paper on his clipboard, his eyes scanning from side to side as he read something there. Fluttershy rubbed her back with her hoof, trying to work some sensation into a particularly cold patch of numbness as she politely waited for the doctor to continue. Ah, okay, he said, correcting something on the paperwork. Applejack was the pony mare, the first pony you came into contact with after the attack. Fluttershy frowned. She's not in any trouble, is she? All she did was help me. I don't think that's a crime. I don't want her getting into any trouble for something I did. The doctor let the pages fall flat as he looked over them to stare at Fluttershy, his jaw working silently, as if chewing on a stalk of wheat. Do you remember what happened to Applejack? She helped me. What happened to her after she helped you? I don't understand. She helped me. And after she helped you, what happened to her? Where did she go? But she helped me. That's what she did. I needed her help and she helped me. Did she do something wrong? Did something happen to her? Oh no. Oh please no. The wrinkles on Fluttershy's face deepened as she began to hyperventilate. Unable to stand, she pulled herself forward with a jagged scraping noise instead. Please, if my friends are hurt, you have to let me know. With elements of harmony, we could do something. Applejack is not in any danger, Fluttershy, the doctor said as he backed away from her until his tail brushed against the sealed floor. He froze still, his eyes opening wide for a fleeting moment before he narrowed them. Putting himself up and injecting as much authority into his voice as he could. Now, I told you before, stop trying to move. You must remain where you are. All your friends are fine, and there is no reason for you to come any closer. You just need to focus on telling us what happened. She hesitated. Are you sure? Could you check again? I really appreciate the help. I mean, if it's no trouble. I promise they're fine. Now remain where you are, Fluttershy, or I'll leave you alone again. Fluttershy gasped. Please, no. I don't want to be alone again. Oh, stay still. She glanced back down at her hoof, timidly mixing with doubt. She let herself lay back down on the tiles, trying to find a comfortable way to rest her bulk. Sorry, I'm just worried about my friends. I need their help. Only once Fluttershy had laid back down did the doctor take a step away from the door. I understand, he said stiffly, sparing another glance behind him at the dark mirror before clearing his lungs. So, after you contacted Applejack and brought her into your house, what happened? Fluttershy rubbed her chin, wiping up some of the tears and spittle that had dried there. She blushed. I'm sorry, but it's all so hazy. Could you help me? I'm really cold and tired. If I could just take a nap, I'm sure I'll be able to remember. You could sleep in a few minutes, Fluttershy. Now, do you recall getting another pony to, help you? A Pegasus by the name of, he checked his notes, Rainbow Dash? Oh, yes, I remember now, Fluttershy said as her friend's smiling visage filled her thoughts. After Applejack helped me, I saw Rainbow Dash outside and asked her if she could help me too. I couldn't move that well, and even after Applejack I still had so much to do. She frowned. Rainbow was really worried too though. I think all my friends were just nervous about the scratches I'd received, but they were still happy to help at the end. So happy. Fluttershy's frown vanished as she gave the doctor a big smile. I have some really great friends. The doctor didn't respond, which seemed a bit rude to Fluttershy. Still, she remained silent as she took a few steps to his side to look at the rest of her body. Now, do you feel any pain? Do you feel sick at all? Headaches? Upset stomach? Fluttershy shook her head. No, I feel alright, I guess. I mean, I do feel pretty cold and thirsty. Actually, if it's not a bother, I do have this cut on my side that still kinda hurts. She gestured at her flank with her left arm. Could you look at it? I think I need help. You're a doctor, right? He made no move to get any closer. So, besides the cold and your thirst, you feel what you might call normal? Well, I guess, she admitted, turning to hide as much of her face as she could behind her mane. I do still have this cut though. I would really appreciate some help looking at it, if that's alright. This This is a hospital, right?
It is, he confirmed, his pen working hurriedly. Is there anything else about that night or the next day you'd like to tell us? She shook her head.
That's about all I can remember. Sorry.
How about your other memories? Can you remember when you were a foal? Your school days? She blinked.
Yes, of course I can. I mean, they're blurry though. I can't. It's hard for me to focus on them. Could you help me stand up, please? I can't get up very easily.
She reached out with her left hoof.
Please. I need some help.
The doctor remained where he stood. Well, Fluttershy, I think we've had a good day today. Why don't you stay there and try to get some sleep? We'll talk more later.
Wait!
She cried as she turned back to the door. Her sudden outburst sent her into a fit of wet coughing, but she gestured with her hoof for him to stay there. She spat out something when she finally managed to clear her lungs and wheezed.
Please! Don't leave me alone! I know I said I'm feeling okay, but I still have this cut I need you to look at. Could you please give me some help? I don't feel right. Just a little ill. I mean, do you have any medication for that?
He half turned his head as the door began to lift into the air. We're working on that right now, Fluttershy. Now, you stay calm and just sit there. We'll talk later.
No! Please! I need your help! She cried out as she tried to close the distance between them, her bulk scraping along the tiles as she used a good hoof to haul herself forward. Her muscles strained as her single hoof tried to find purchase on the smooth floor.
Fluttershy, I said remain still! The doctor shouted, his ears going flat. He pressed himself up against the wall as she drew closer, his eyes darting from Fluttershy to the door and back again. Sweat glistened on his brow, twinkling like diamonds in the harsh light.
But I need help! Please!
She groaned, one of her wings flapping anxiously. She cried out even louder when the doctor ducked beneath the bottom of the door, disappearing into the darkness beyond. The door closed behind the doctor with a pneumatic sigh that was lost beneath the cacophony made by her hoof banging away on the polished steel.
Please help me! I need help!
There was no response. Fluttershy sighed in defeat, collapsing back to the floor. A low moan escaped her stained lips as she stared up at the ceiling. The echoes of her protest quickly faded away as the doctor's questions, the soft hum from the air vents, did nothing to mask the deafening silence. Fluttershy yawned, her exhaustion catching her off guard. Along her sides, the mouths of a dozen small animals, along with the muzzles of 2 other ponies, yawned as well, their faces subsumed into her bloated flanks. A third Pegasus wing fluttered erratically atop the mass of meat and detritus of her tumorous lower half, the strips of her flesh intertwined with the root system that made up her left hind leg, resembling the stump of a long dead tree that had been pulled violently from the earth. What yellow fur that could be seen between the chunks of gnarled bark and the twisted plant life writhed with the activity of the thin green vines that swam through her flesh like a fish through water, popping up at random to sway in the air. Fluttershy's remaining eye wandered around the room, the other lost when a sharp branch had pushed out of her skull, obliterating the eye socket. She caught sight of her reflection again and winced.
I hope my friends don't see me like this, she said to nobody as she tried to fix her mane with her good hoof, doing her best to straighten out her pink hair. Some of the spars of wood made it hard for her to get it just right, but she did her best with her only working leg. Her friends wouldn't judge her for being a little less than pristine when she was stuck in a hospital, but that didn't make the idea of being seen in such a state any less mortifying. Once she was satisfied with her work, Fluttershy gave herself a small smile. wiping some of the sap that dribbled from her lips. Never one to be vain, Fluttershy was confident that she was at least presentable. Rarity might be a bit upset, she told herself, giggling at the thought. The branches that protruded from her spine swayed with her amusement. Although they kept her from rolling over onto her back, they weren't too much of an annoyance, even with the puckered wounds at their bases that never seemed to heal. She hardly noticed them. Resting her head against the sealed door, Fluttershy let out a long, wet sigh, her lungs already filling with more of the congealed liquid that sometimes leaked from her unhealed injuries. Despite how well she felt, she knew that she still needed help. The tendrils that drilled through the back of her skull pulsated slightly as if in agreement, thin vines digging further into her brain. Her memories were fuzzy and indistinct, but still she wasn't worried. She just needed a little help is all. Just a little help. Applejack and Rainbow Dash had already helped her, and what was left of their bodies twitched in time with the vines. Fluttershy just hoped the doctor would help her too. It was nothing to be worried about. All she needed was a little bit of help, and everything would be fine. Budlier by a Brony Mouse. Fluttershy shrank from the door to her parents' cloud home, clutching Cloudpuff, her plushie. Mr. Shy, or Camulus, reached for his 4-year-old's hoof. On instinct, he looked around to his wife for support, but she was outside. Mrs. Shy, or Posy, was waiting on the drive with their newborn, Zephyr Breeze. Camulus considered calling for Posy, but knew that she was dealing with Zephyr. "Don't you want to see the cloud fall?" Fluttershy shook her little head. "Please," she squeaked pitifully. The cloudfall was the ring of moisture cascading from Cloudsdale's edge, and it was where the Shy family were meant to be heading that day. Every year at the height of summer, they returned to the quiet little meadow overlooking the falls. Fluttershy had been nursed there when she was Zephyr's age, and had taken her first steps among the Budliers. She had never objected to going before. "You won't fall, I promise." As Camulus wondered how to encourage his frightened filly, he heard Zephyr's disgruntled cry from the drive. Ignoring it, he continued, "What about Cloudpuff?" He had hoof-crafted the poofy Camulus plush himself, painstakingly stitching its tail, legs and detailing on its friendly doggy face. "Woof, woof!" He picked it up, animating it with squeezes. "I'd like to go to the meadow by the cloudfall, but I'm too scared." The performance has the desired effect. "Oh, I hold you. You okay?" Fluttershy cooed, holding out her hooves to cuddle it. "Woof!" Camulus played along, making Cloudpuff nod. There, it's okay. Don't be scared." Fluttershy petted her plush, leading it onto the drive, where she was lifted into the cloud chariot by her mother and strapped into her booster seat, cuddling it tightly. The Shy family soon arrived at the chariot park adjacent to the Cloudfall meadow. Posy scooped up Zephyr and unbuckled Fluttershy from her booster seat, while Camulus secured their chariot and picked up the picnic hamper, holding it in his mouth. As they trotted towards the meadow, they tracked the great torrent of river-like mist that formed one part of the Cloudsdale cloudfall. "Careful, Cloudpuff," Fluttershy mumbled to her plush, holding it away from the misty river. Posy, hearing this, cocked her head at her huz pony. Did you remember Shy's leg bands, dear? Cumulus nodded, his mouth full. The cloud-like bands served as a buoyancy aid. He had fashioned them himself, having had a knack for cloudcraft since he was a colt, a skill which had resulted in a recent promotion to a senior consulting role in the weather factory. On arriving at their spot in the meadow, Posy and Cumulus unpacked Zephyr's travel cot, nappies and baby miscellanea. Meanwhile, Fluttershy sat on the grass by her tiny newborn brother. Do you want pet? She asked the little turquoise infant, presenting him with her precious cloud puff. Zephyr's muzzle pouted up at her as she placed a toy in its little clutching hooves, but her smile turned into a frown as she saw him draw it towards his mouth. Oh no, she squeaked. Give me! But his sharp baby hooves resisted, threatening to tear into the soft fabric. No, her cloud puff, she huffed as she twisted it away from him. Naughty baby! Zephyr's wrinkled face scrunched as he lost contact with the plushie. His face reddened as tears formed. Wah! Fluttershy covered her ears against the piercing cries. Oh dear! Posy stopped what she was doing to hold her baby. It's okay. There, she cooed. He heard Cloudpuff. He just needs a nap, dear, Posy replied gently. But he naughty, Fluttershy grumbled. Why don't you go play? Posy said more firmly. Daddy has your leg bands ready, don't you, dear? Right here. Cumulus appeared next to Posy. Hold out your hoop. He reached for Fluttershy, but she wriggled her leg away. What's wrong, Flower? Cumulus asked. Fluttershy pointed at her brother censoriously. Naughty! Posy tutted and gave Cumulus a look. With a sigh, he put on a frown and adopted an admonishing tone. Be a good filly now. Your little brother isn't naughty. Now, what do we say? Fluttershy's eyes pricked at the injustice. Looking down, she mumbled, Sorry. She mumbled, adding under her breath, Naughty brother. Good girl, now come along. Cumulus gestured with the leg bands, and she reluctantly held out her hoop for him to slide the soft, light cloud fabric up each leg. Once they were on, Fluttershy tottered, her wings fanning to try to resist the buoyancy. Ah! She squeaked. I've got you, Cumulus steadied her, walking her towards the nearby cloudful torrent. Fluttershy shrank away. No, I fall. You won't fall, I promise. Her father squeezed her hoof reassuringly and continued to advance. Here you go. Cumulus directed Fluttershy to a little pool of mist next to the cloudfall. He produced some little cloud-stitched ducks from his saddlebag and set them on the surface, like bath toys. Look, your little duckies want to play. He scrunched his muzzle and made quacking noises. Fluttershy giggled and approached the edge, placing Cloudpuff on the ground as she gingerly lowered herself into the cool mist of the pool. Her leg bands popped up her awkwardly, making her splay her hooves. Flapping and flashing, she made her way over to the toy ducks. Seeing her playing, Cumulus took out his book, Serious About Cirrus by Dawn Chaser, and dangled his legs over the side of the pool. After playing for a while, Fluttershy clambered out of the pool, shivering from the condensation. On seeing this, Cumulus put down his book, carefully replacing a bookmark. Here, dear. He towed her off, fluffing her fur up. It tickle, Fluttershy giggled, trying to struggle free. Now go to your mother for a brush and a preen. Fluttershy's face fell. Like any young filial colt, being brushed did not appeal to her. Bah! If you're a good filly, Daddy might make something nice for you. Will we? He nodded. Ducky won't play birdie, she suggested, and he smiled. Sit still for Mama, and maybe a new cloud-stitched little birdie will visit you tonight. With that, Fluttershy smiled and trotted quiescently to Posy. Her mother was gazing at the brightly coloured, fluted stems of the buddleias in the meadow. She had a pencil in her mouth and a sketch pad on her lap. I see drawing. Posy put down her pencil. Oh, yes dear, here. She showed Fluttershy the half-finished piece. Oh. Fluttershy looked at the drawing curiously before turning to the buddleias. What this? She pointed to some tiny fluttering shapes that clustered about the vivid blooms. They are butterflies, dear. Baba, Fluttershy tried. Baba, say butter. Butter, Fluttershy repeated. Now add fly. Butterfly. 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 Posy nodded. Butterflies. Fluttershy looked up at the dancing shapes, but as she looked back to her mother's sketch, she noticed something amiss. It showed only the bare blooms of the buddleias. Why not draw them? Posy furrowed her brow at the unexpected question. I don't know, dear. I suppose I prefer the flowers without... She was a hobbyist artist and knew her limits. While she could draw cloudscapes and flowers, ponies, animals, and especially insects were beyond her. Fluttershy shook her head, not understanding. But they pretty. Posy smiled down at her sensitive little filly. Like you, dear. Now, she reached for her mane brush. Sit on my lap. Fluttershy winced as her damp mane was teased this way and that, occasionally trying to wiggle away. Once the unpleasant task was over, Fluttershy made to rise, only to be stopped by her mother's mouth on her wing. Stressful, Posy said through her filly's wing feathers. Mama. Fluttershy understood that she was to be preened. Unlike being brushed, she enjoyed the sensation and relaxed. Setting against her mother's belly, she took in the meadow scene, intrigued by the delicate flight of the insects. What butterfly doing? Posy's ears flicked up when Fluttershy explained. Posy replied, Having their lunch, dear, like we will soon. She gestured to their picnic hamper. They eating pretty flower? Oh no, dear. They are eating the nectar in the flowers. It's like honey that's made by flowers. Nectar? Fluttershy repeated. Honey made by flower? Posy resumed preening, and between the pleasant sensation, softness of her mother's belly, and her hazy summer warmth, Fluttershy's eyes drooped and she was soon dozing.
Flitting, flowing, sun-struck leaves, flying towers, cream, rose, violet, lavender, phasing color, vivid, soft, endless wings, cherished, nestled.
All done, Posy's voice pierced the dream. Butterfly flower, Fluttershy mumbled, keeping her eyes closed. Posy chuckled and nuzzled her filly, fully awake. Fluttershy rose and stretched her wings, sleek from the preen. Thanks, Mama. She looked down at Posy's sketch pad. Can I draw too? Of course, dear, Posy said happily as she tore off a page from her sketchbook. We'll have to get you a colouring pad. Do you want to draw the buddleias? What? Fluttershy cocked her head. Yes, dear, that's what that plant is called. Sometimes it's also called the butterfly bush. Budwa and butterfly bush? Posy nodded. Did I draw Budya? Fluttershy pursed her lips at Posy's butterflyless drawing. With pretty butterfly? That would be lovely, dear. Posy handed her daughter a small, used graphite pencil along with the scrap paper, and daughter and mother sat drawing side by side. Butterfly. Fluttershy presented her piece to Posy with a passable, if childish, outline of a buddleier spire, covered in little leaf-like shapes. Oh! Posy removed the pencil from her mouth and picked up the paper. Very nice, dear. She drew a little outline of a butterfly beside her daughter's picture. That's what butterflies look like up close, she explained. Fluttershy looked at the shape curiously, comparing its antennae and wings to her own drawing. I go close. She examined the meadow buddleias, looking for a suitable one until noticing a squat shrub with a few large rose spires that drooped towards the ground, on one of which was an especially large patterned red-black butterfly, a red admiral. As she had just finished the antennae, the butterfly hovered, batting about among the leaves. Sit still, butterfly. She waited patiently for it to land, following its flight until it had perched on a new flower. Good butterfly. Eat nectar all up. All done. Fluttershy looked between the butterfly and her complete drawing. She yanked and sniffed up the air, taking in the subtle woody floral notes of the meadow. Smell good, she thought. Good buddleia. Good butterfly. She turned to gaze at the intricately patterned shape before her. Pretty red and black, wavy line and black dot, like eyes. She lay down, resting her muzzle in her hooves, contemplating.
Black pupil, vivid eyes, fire red marigold, honey rust, carrot, ginger, cantaloupe, tangerine, amber clay, bronze apricot, burning sun.
Fluttershy awoke with a start, a itchy feeling on her muzzle. About to yell, she stopped when she saw something on her nose. Crossing her eyes to make it out, she realized what it was. Butterfly, she thought, fighting to keep herself still so as not to scare it. Butterfly sting? Butterfly bite? She fretted. She turned slowly back to where her mother had been drawing, but Posy was looking away, nursing Zephyr. Mama, Fluttershy said softly and slowly, trying to move her mouth as little as possible. She saw the butterfly flick its wings, but it didn't fly away. Mama, butterfly. But Posy did not react, engrossed with her sketch pad. Daddy? She scanned the meadow for her father, noticing out of earshot by the pool, back in hoof. No nectar. She addressed the butterfly in the same quiet tone. To her surprise, the little creature seemed to react. It raised its antennae, curiously. No nectar. Me, Fluttershy. Not Budwa. Not butterfly bush. The butterfly bowed down repeatedly, as if nodding, and Fluttershy noticed sparkles from droplets scattered over its wings, condensed vapor from the cloudful. Wind wet? Again a nod. My wing was wet. Wet bad. Another nod. Do I win? Fluttershy raised her wing to fan the little creature, but stopped as it backed away and crawled ticklishly down her nostril onto her lip. She pouted, gently pushing it back onto her nose with her hoof. Naughty butterfly. This time, instead of nodding, the butterfly circled away and flicked its wings, as if about to fly away. Please stay. I sorry. The butterfly turned around again. Scared when? She held up her wing again, and the creature nodded. Okay, Fluttershy wing not strong. It preened its antennae a while, as if thinking, before finally bowing low and clutching her muzzle tightly. Good butterfly. Fluttershy gently wafted the butterfly with her wing, admiring the depth of the red-black colours of the creature's wing scales. After a while she paused. All dry? It fluttered up to her ear, which she had to fight not to flick. As it perched there, she heard a curious buzzing which almost sounded like a tiny male voice saying, "Thank you." She opened her eyes wide in shock. At the same time, her ears twitched forward, sending the butterfly flying into the sky. For a moment, it was briefly silhouetted against the azure before it disappeared among the buddleia blooms, merging with the shifting forms of its multi-hued kin. Fluttershy bounded back to Posy. Mum, butterfly, talk! Posy put down her pencil, her drawing almost finished. Did you have a nice dream under the buddleias, dear? She chuckled. Fluttershy shook her head. Not dream! Posy drew her daughter to her, running a hoof affectionately through the pale pink mane. What did the butterfly say? Thank you. What was it thanking you for? Posy nuzzled her. For drying his wing. Posy chuckled again. You have a lovely imagination, dear. Imagination? Yes, it means when you make things up in your mind, Posy explained. He did talk, Fluttershy whinnied, reddening, her happiness turning to indignation and quickly into upset. He did! She reared, flapping her tiny furry foal tail. Posy's ears flattened as she sensed her mistake. Oh, yes, sorry, dear. I know it did. Seeing her daughter was about to cry, she quickly added, Please, can I see your drawing? Fluttershy poutily retrieved it. Oh, that is lovely, Posy gushed, still eyeing her filly. Really? Posy nodded. Oh, yes. She looked for her huspony. Come-y, she called. The stallion startled, immediately putting his book and rising. Yes, dear? Come and look at your daughter's wonderful drawing, Posy said with an edge to her voice that only a father could hear. Coming, dear. The stallion rushed over to avert the brewing tantrum. My, what a lovely... Cumulus looked to his wife, who mouthed over Fluttershy's head. Butterfly. It's from a buddleia, Fluttershy said sniffly. Buddleia, Posy corrected. Our special buddleia, Cumulus added with a chuckle, petting his daughter's mane. Precious flower, Posy cooed. Fluttershy looked between them, red-eyed, lips pouting, mollified for now. What's his name? Cumulus asked, knowing his daughter's tendency with critters. He not tell me, Fluttershy thought a moment, to her parents' mutual belief. The tautness went out of her little yellow body. I call him Angel. Angel, that's nice, dear, Posy said, above her head. She smiled at her huspony. Tantrum averted, she mouthed. Fluttershy snuggled into her parents, thinking about Angel, imagining his life and friends. The three sat there contentedly in silence, with Cumulus alternately petting his daughter and nuzzling his wife, until Posy sighed. I love it here, Cotton. She looked lovingly at the meadow display and stroked his cheek. Me too, Tulip. Cumulus squeezed Posy's waist. Posy chuckled at her thought and leaned in, whispering into his ear. You know, a butterfly landed right on her nose and she didn't flinch. She let it crawl all over her, and she's usually so sensitive. Cumulus gave Posy a little peck on her cheek before replying, similarly hushed. It doesn't surprise me. Posy drew Cumulus's hoop round to her tummy. Maybe it's because we... under the flowers? He murmured, and their lips met. Special buddleia, Fluttershy mumbled beneath her parents, oblivious, gazing at the meadow, joining Angel on wings of pupilled iridescence. as she explored his home, the prismatic peaks and silver-leafed valleys of Budlia.
I walk so softly, I try not to be seen. The world is so much bigger than me. But in the garden, the flowers know my name. And I feel a little braver all the same. But Leah blooms, they lean to the sky. Tiny wings flutter, the butterflies fly. I whisper hello, they whisper back too. And I feel safe in the colors they choose. I'm just a filly, quiet and small, but the flowers and creatures don't mind at all. They give me courage, they help me through. I'll be as kind as they are too. Ponies are loud and the world can be hard. I hide behind fences, I stay in the yard, but out in the meadow I find my song. With butterflies drifting, I know I belong. I may not shout, I may not shine, but kindness grows like buds on a vine. Someday my voice will learn how to sing. For now I listen to the soft beating wings. I'm just a filly, quiet and small, but the flowers and creatures don't mind at all. They give me courage, they help me through. I'll be as kind as they are too. But Leah bloom in the golden light, I'll care for you morning and night. With every petal I learn what is true. The world feels brighter when it blooms with you.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Fluttershy Fanfiction by Pony Thunder. Do it, Fluttershy, encouraged Twilight, her face cold as ice. Hack them. Okay, I'll try, Fluttershy replied meekly, inspiring zero confidence in the crowd of 5 spectators behind her. Rainbow Dash placed her hooves up onto the back of Fluttershy's swivel chair with enhanced lumbar support, stumbling briefly for balance. Yeah, Flutters, make them pay for what they've done. Okay, she replied as she put her hooves onto the keyboard to begin typing. A few moments later, however, she stopped. Or maybe I could just give them a really stern warning? Applejack slammed her hoof onto the desk with a thud that shook everything on top of it, almost spilling Fluttershy's cup of tea. No way, no how. What they've done just ain't right. You might as well call me the element of justice, because that's what needs to be... Ugh. No way, no how. What they've done... No way, no how. What they've done just ain't right. You might as well call me the element of justice, because that's what needs to happen right here, right now. I must say I agree with Applejack on this one, dearest Fluttershy, added Rarity, who was sitting in the corner of the room whilst filing her hooves. Normally I'd be against these sorts of vindictive escapades, but this is just too personal. Right, Pinkie Pie? Right! Vengeance! Whee! Pinkie Pie replied as she spun around in another chair. Okay, here we go. Fluttershy said as she placed her hooves back onto the keyboard. She quickly shifted her gaze toward the monitor, eyes focusing inward and peering directly into the screen. She was in the zone. Fluttershy first located the web browser icon and double-clicked it, accidentally opening 2 instances to her annoyance, and then closed the second one and moved the cursor to the search bar. Her hooves rapidly tapped against the keyboard at a blazing rate of 12 words per minute, filling the room with clicks and clacks as the rest watched their master at work. Almost there, she muttered under her breath, typing the remaining characters of her hacking spree into the search bar. She then hit the enter key with a satisfying click, and every pony shifted inward to watch as the screen displayed the fruits of her labour. I'm in, said Fluttershy, leaning back in her chair. The top of the page displayed a colourful logo on the left side, with the following text slightly above it. https://www.fanfiction.net/ Filling up the rest of the screen were various images of ponies and other creatures from Equestria, alongside bits of text that appeared to describe them. Twilight's mouth was agape. You mean there's more of them? I thought there was only the one. Oh, for Celestia's sake, said Rarity. I'm starting to think we have other issues now. It's worse than we feared, said Applejack, her eyes scanning over the pictures until one popped up that caused her to recoil in disgust. Is that me? And me! Exclaimed Rarity, aghast. Displayed prominently on the screen was a slightly saucy picture of Rarity and Applejack and some accompanying text. When Rarity pays a visit to Applejack, the two quickly realise they have more in common than they realised. Bah ha ha ha! Bellowed Rainbow Dash, crying from laughter. Fluttershy, you have to click on that. No, you ain't. Applejack quickly stumbled over Fluttershy in an effort to divert the cursor away from the inevitably embarrassing content, causing the web browser to click on something else entirely at random. Honestly, Rarity said after regaining her composure, the grammar in that description is what irks me the most. Can any pony just write whatever drivel they want on here? Another photo and story description appeared out of nowhere. Oh my, Fluttershy said, blushing and covering her eyes with her hooves. Rainbow Dash suddenly went red from embarrassment. That's not real. That can't be real. Applejack got to her hooves and belly laughs. It sure looks real to me. It's not. Right, Fluttershy? I mean, it can't be. Can it? You and me? Fluttershy's face was hidden deep within her mane, uncertain of what to think about seeing the raw visual of something she'd always wanted but had been too terrified to ever dream about. Okay, said Twilight. These aren't the stories we're looking for. We need to stay focused, every pony. She continued whilst eyeing a similar photo with herself pictured prominently near the bottom of the screen, hoping no pony would notice. Fluttershy, can you use your hacking skills to locate the perpetrator? Fluttershy reluctantly came out of hiding behind her mane, quickly hitting the back button on the web browser. Yes, I'll try. Fluttershy moved the cursor onto the magnifying glass symbol and clicked on it. What's our query? Pinkie Pie? Said Pinkie Pie. Everyone looked at her. What? I just want to see what they write about me. We don't have time for that, Pinkie, said Twilight, moving forward. Try the author's name. That should get us close. Fluttershy typed it in and hit the enter key once more. At the top of the screen was precisely what they were looking for, the thing that was causing irregularities in causality, rifts in time and space, and utter confusion and panic throughout the land of Equestria. Twilight scanned it quickly. That's it. That's the one. That's the story we must be stuck inside. Fluttershy clicked on it. A new screen appeared with the title of Fluttershy Hacks Fanfiction and a short description below. Applejack cocked her head sideways. Well, I'll be. That's a picture of you just a minute or so ago, Fluttershy. This is so confusing, said Rainbow Dash. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Just click on it, said Twilight. We need to figure out a way to get rid of it, so things can go back to normal before it's too late. Fluttershy clicked on the first and only chapter and waited as the screen loaded. They all huddled together around Fluttershy and looked at the screen, beginning to read the story. Zero confidence in Fluttershy? Said Applejack. This author isn't very nice. Honestly, said Rarity. I don't really speak that verbosely, do I? Vindictive escapades? I wouldn't ever say something like that. Oh, I suppose I would. Did. Will. Oh, for Celestia's sake. Please make this horrendous nightmare end. A fluffy pink unicorn suddenly pranced into the room from atop a rainbow and gave Pinkie Pie a hoof bump on the way out. Fluttershy, said Twilight, I know we're asking quite a lot of you, but do you think you could hack the author's account? Maybe if we can alter the story, there's hope of us escaping this nightmare. I can try, I suppose. She navigated to the login page of the website and typed in the author's username. But we'll need to hack the password. Any ideas? How about said Rainbow Dash. I bet they'd have a stupid password like that. Fluttershy typed it in, and the author's name appeared at the top of the page. It worked! Okay, I have a good idea, said Twilight. Why don't we alter the story so that we guess the author's password on the first try? We've been up this for hours now. Oh, Twilight, said Rarity. We can't make it that simple. What kind of plot development is that? There's no conflict, no intrigue. No. It must be a brilliantly executed literary masterpiece, and nothing less. I changed it, said Applejack after typing away at the keyboard while Rarity finished her monologue. Rarity sighed. Fine, I suppose we can do it that way. No pony wants to read hours worth of trial and error, I suppose. Okay, said Twilight. Now we need to find a way to end this story in such a way that it resolves all conflict and plot holes. Otherwise, well, we're going to be stuck here forever. Fluttershy scoffed. Good luck with that. It's rife with inconsistencies and pointless dialogue. Honestly, it's almost like the author just wrote it through in one shot and did minimal editing afterwards. Pure mediocrity. Whilst the others were distracted, Pinkie Pie, suddenly intrigued by the possibilities presented by the blank canvas in front of her, climbed over Fluttershy to make some clever edits to the story prior to that present point. Pinkie, said Twilight, her head rearing back, what are you doing? Don't you realize that an inadvertent mistake could cause anything to happen? A smile grew across her face. Anything? Pinkie Pie typed another sentence into the story. After typing it, she suddenly had the memory of hoof bumping a fluffy pink unicorn in her mind. Rarity sighed. Now any pony who reads this is going to wonder where the hey that came from. I like apples, Applejack suddenly exclaimed jubilantly. Wait, what? Why did I say that?
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
Pinkie Pie made a few more edits as well. All of these alterations to past parts of the story aren't getting us anywhere, said Twilight. We need to erase this story somehow, without sometime also erasing our own existence. She pondered out loud. I've got it! I'll just write something after the current point in this story, which is dictating everything I'm saying at this very moment. Wow, that is really weird. It's almost like it knows what I'm going to say next. Whoa! She exclaimed while suddenly moving to her left, then appeared intrigued and entertained at the same time. Weird. Anyway, Twilight continued as she moved in front of the keyboard. If I make an addition after this line of dialogue that gives me power over the continuity of the story, I should be able to finish it, and it will be like nothing ever happened. Rainbow Dash suddenly had double hri Wigningsspan and was now able to perform an ultra suprenoic rainboom. Rainbow Dash studied her wings. Hey, what gives? Why didn't my addition work? This is why grammar and spell highlighting the several paragraphs Rarity had written and deleting them. Darling, exclaimed Rarity, could you not have at least hit the save button? I put my heart into that. We've got bigger issues right now, said Twilight. We're stuck in a causal loop of pointless shenanigans. Can't you see what's going on? We're all taking turns at the keyboard as a way for the author to pad their story and provide interesting bits to read. Interesting, Rarity said with air quotes. Applejack put her hoof up in protest. I haven't done much of anything interesting yet, except provide humorous quips and country charm, I suppose. Honestly, sometimes it feels like I'm just here in the background to bring a sense of realism to y'all. Regardless, it seems we're out of ideas, said Twilight, except maybe one more. Perhaps if we don't do or say anything, maybe things will just go away. Oh, do we have to? Asked Pinkie Pie. Yes. Okay. Every pony was silent and unmoving for several seconds, and then several seconds more. In fact, they remained silent and unmoving for an impressively long duration of time. The silence filled the room silently as nothing continued to happen. Simultaneously, they had their own unique train of thought with regard to the situation that they found themselves in. Twilight, for instance, was attempting to determine a logical way out of this seemingly impossible predicament, utterly failing to do so. Rarity was upset, feeling as though her recent actions were a bit more exaggerated than usual for some reason. Rainbow Dash was starting to get bored, silently wishing that she could be doing literally anything else. Applejack was becoming annoyed as she began to realise that her main function in the group was essentially to keep them in line. Fluttershy realised she hadn't spoken in several paragraphs, but was actually totally okay with that. And lastly, Pinkie Pie thought about the meaning of existence and eventually convinced herself of hard solipsism. Silence permeated the room for several hours as the six of them pondered and pondered, hoping that this nightmare would end. But it would not. It couldn't. The very premise of the story created a paradox that could not be resolved, leaving the author, and evidently the characters within the story, with no choice but to ramble on and on and on, trying everything in hopes that an interesting ending would simply come to them, somehow. So instead, they chose to ramble even more. "This isn't working," said Twilight, breaking the vow of silence. "Phew," said Pinkie Pie. "I was getting really tired of thinking about nothing as hard as possible, and I came up with some weird stuff. Like, have you ever wondered if we're what's not real? Or if only I'm real and you're all just figments of my imagination? Or if we're all brains in vats? Or if everything I'm saying right now are just words in a story?" "They are," said Twilight. "We're trapped in our own fanfiction, remember?" "Oh, right, never mind." "Ugh," Rainbow Dash sighed. "We need to get out of this. I am dying." Suddenly, Rainbow Dash fell to the ground, her eyes wide and hoof across her body, not breathing. "Fluttershy, change the story, quickly!" exclaimed Twilight. "Oh my!" she shrieked, scrambling towards the keyboard to type. Moments later, Rainbow Dash began breathing of boredom. She coughed several times before returning to her hooves. "What in Tartaras just happened?" "You bit the dust," said Applejack. Okay, said Twilight, hyperventilating. "Now we know that we need to be extra careful with our words. Good to know. Does any pony have any other ideas?" "I've thought of something in the past few hours that I think might work," said Rainbow Dash. "Fine, but let me type it, darling," said Rarity. "Whatever," said Rainbow Dash. "Try typing in 'Everything was resolved perfectly.'" Rarity typed it in. Immediately, the problems of world hunger were solved. There were no more wars, and everyone lived a peaceful utopian existence. "Did it work?" asked Twilight. "I don't think so," said Rarity. "Our words are still showing up on the screen." Twilight pondered. "Well, let's undo that change then. It might cause us problems later on." The world and all its problems returned to the way they were before. "It seems like there's no way we can fix this," said Twilight. "Except if we just, I don't know, delete it or something?" "Delete it?" said Applejack. "But wouldn't that, make us not exist?" "To be completely honest, I don't know," replied Twilight. "But at this point, I don't know what else to try." "Do it, Twilight," Pinkie said flatly. "Nothing has any purpose or meaning anyway." "Well, I certainly wouldn't protest," said Rarity, sighing. "This mediocre piece of writing doesn't deserve to be read. Is that too harsh for my character? I don't know anymore. And do I really sigh that much for Celestia's sake?" Rarity sighed, then scowled as the words at the beginning of this sentence appeared onto the screen. then pulled back aghast at what seemed to be an invasion of her own thoughts. Suddenly, Discord appeared with a poof of magic behind them. "Who wrote that in?" asked Twilight. "That last thing we need is Discord to be involved in this mess." Oh wait, as the audiobook reader, I think I'll read that again to make it sound more grammatically correct. "Then the last thing we need is Discord to be involved in this mess." A quill and paper magically appeared in Discord's claw and paw, respectively. "It was I, Princess Twilight Sparkle. I am the one writing this story." Twilight pondered hard for a moment. "Really?" "Poof, no," he replied, poofing a comfortable couch into existence to lounge on. "I'm just here to watch the show. Creatures like me have a seventh sense for these kind of shenanigans." "You mean you don't know why you're here? Can't you help somehow?" asked Applejack, Pinkie Pie counting on her hooves behind her. "I never know why I'm anywhere, and my chaotic magic only applies to this universe, I'm afraid," said Discord. "Whatever chaos magic created this is beyond me, surely. For instance, has any pony questioned the fact that you've been using a computer and that Fluttershy of all ponies is supposed to be a hacker?" "I suppose not," replied Applejack. "Come to think of it, I don't even know what a computer is. What the hey is going on? How did I get here? Why can't I remember saying anything?" "And what's a hacker?" inquired Rainbow Dash. "They sound awesome, but I don't even know why." Rarity looked around the room. "Also, where's Spike?" "Poor fella," Discord said solemnly, a bouquet of flowers held over his heart. "He probably didn't make it through the editing process." "And come to think of it," said Applejack, looking around rapidly, "where the hey are we? Fluttershy's cottage? An underground bunker? All I know is that there's a computer, a desk, some chairs. Obviously setting description isn't this author's strong suit," Rarity said snidely. "And while we're at it, there's a well-known rule of literature called show don't tell you might be interested to know about." "Obviously, setting description isn't this author's strong suit," Rarity said snidely. "And while we're at it, there's a well-known rule of literature called show don't tell you might be interested to know about," Rarity continued, loudly talking upward toward the ceiling. A cold and ominous chill went down her spine shortly afterward. However, as if she had offended someone listening to her criticisms. Rarity, who are you talking to?" asked Applejack. A moment of brilliance came to Twilight. "I know how we fix this," she exclaimed, ignoring everyone else again. "All we need to do is point out every unbelievable aspect of this story so far, and things should return to normal." "Sounds plausible enough," said Discord. "You can start by removing me, I suppose. Although I'd appreciate it if I weren't simply used as a brief cameo to drive the plot further. But what are you going to do?" Discord poofed away, somehow conveying apathy in the way he did so. "Okay," Twilight's mind raced for several moments. "Now let's move backward. What happened before Discord appeared?" "We were talking about deleting this story," said Rarity, adding another bit under her breath, "if you can call it that." "And that doesn't make sense, right?" Twilight asked rhetorically. "If the story deleted itself, then we wouldn't have been able to edit it, so we won't delete it, or rather didn't delete it. What happened before that?" "We solved all the world's problems, but our own," said Fluttershy. "And that's ridiculous as well," continued Twilight. "That sounds more like a medium effort joke, more than anything else. Before? We didn't do anything, for hours," said Pinkie Pie, laying flat and sprawled out on the floor, staring upwards. "And I had an existential crisis." "Right," exclaimed Twilight. "And that doesn't make any sense either, because we all know Pinkie Pie could never sit straight for several hours." "It's true," she said dejectedly, "except for that one time when I did exactly that. But hey, For all I know, you're all not real, and I'm just a figment of my own imagination. And what happened before that? Twilight continued, too excited to reach a solution. Just a bunch of random occurrences. Essentially. Nothing about them made any sense, and they only lasted for what? At most a couple paragraphs? Oh, and we should probably censor the password too, I just realised. Twilight edited the story so the author's password would no longer be visible, then scrolled to the top of the page. Is that it? Every pony looked around, expecting something to happen. Did it work? Asked Applejack, looking up at the ceiling for no apparent reason. Are we free? At the top of the screen was a bar with several buttons on it. One of them said edit, and the other said publish. No, Twilight said, dejected. Nothing changed. Fluttershy, who had been silent for a long time, had a sudden realization. I know how to end this, she said with confidence, resuming her position at the computer and moving the cursor slowly towards the publish button. The only way out is to share this story with the world. Whoa, are you sure? Asked Rainbow Dash. I'm not sure they're ready for whatever this is. What if it doesn't work? Asked Applejack. What if we stop existing? Fluttershy noticed Twilight pondering and gave her time to speak before doing anything. It's plausible that allowing the story to reach its most natural state of being might cause the causality loop that we created by opening it in the first place, said Twilight. After all, what good is a story left untold? Of course, the worst case scenario might be that telling the story would implode the universe. But even worse than that, added Rarity, what if it's not well received? What if they hate it? What if they think my character is horribly written? That's a risk I'd be willing to take, replied Twilight. I'd consider retracting that bit of dialogue if I were you, Rarity muttered in response. Fluttershy took the heated moment to interject into the conversation. I'm going to do it. Maybe it's whoever's writing this story, or maybe it's actually me, but I'm going to do it, and I don't care who I am or who me is. We've been looking at this for long enough, and 3,950 words is plenty for a random one-shot comedy, she said, as the others looked at her with surprise. Fluttershy placed her hoof over the mouse and hovered the cursor above the publish button, the others watching as she continued to speak aloud. If the world doesn't like it, then so be it. Writing shouldn't be about being perfect. It should just be about getting things out there. And so, awaiting the hopeful conclusion to their story and wishing with all their hearts that they might be freed from it, the others watched with bated breath as Fluttershy raised her hoof upward to prepare to click the button. Putting on a brave face, breathing inwards and taking a large breath, her eyes became focused and voice more serious. And if they don't like it, well, Fluttershy said as a devious smile grew across her face, I guess they'll have to take it up with me. Every pony gasped, and Fluttershy clicked the button. Then, as the person making an audiobook of this, I should probably let you guys know that the fic then has a large bit of blank space. So, I guess you're meant to be like silent. And then there's a little page break. Author's note. I don't think it worked. Great. Now they're going to judge my horribly written character. At least y'all won't be portrayed as a boring background one. Whoa, where are we? I have no idea, Pinkie Pie. I'm done with this. Any pony up for grabbing a hay burger? Wait, Rainbow Dash, I think you're displaying an action of free will. Free what now? Free will. Your brief death must have introduced a paradox in the meta-fictional space-time continuum. Quick, say something that will end the narrative. Anything. The end? Still here, darling. Try not making it a question. That leaves room for uncertainty. Oh, right. The end. Now I have to leave a fair bit of silence at the end for when I edit this in Audacity as noise removal. Okay, it's time to stop recording.
Second Impression by Somber. Fluttershy revisits the sight of her worst night ever and comes face to face with emotions she'd never imagined she possessed. The sun shone down on the green fields and forests of Equestria, and in her copse a brilliant red and gold bird trilled from the top of a small shrub. Tiny purple pop-pubs waved with each jerk of its head as it sung a sparkling string of birdsong. Unbeknownst to the small avian, a periscope rose above a hedge and slowly rotated to fixate on the musical little bird. "And that is the royal-crested gold-colour robin," Fluttershy whispered to her friends Twilight Sparkle and Spike. The purple unicorn steadied the periscope as Spike peered through the glass to draw the bird's picture in a book. "Normally they're active only in the morning or evening, and nest only in low-lying shrubs near rivers," the lemon-coloured Pegasus explained softly, as Spike did his best to jot down the notes next to the picture. "Well, Fluttershy, with your animal experience, I think this will be the most exact census of Ponyville's avians in years," Twilight Sparkle said with a smile to her friend, who blushed at the praise. "Oh, I'm not that much help. I mean, I don't even know exactly how many royal-crested gold-colour robins are in Equestria." Spike finished scribbling a question mark next to the population entry, and the purple dragon glanced up at the shy Pegasus. "Why don't you just go out there and ask him, Fluttershy?" "Oh no, I could never do that," Fluttershy said in concern. "He's trying to find a lady friend and wouldn't appreciate it if we interrupted him." "Yeah, I guess I can appreciate that," Spike said, after a moment's reflection. Carefully, Twilight Sparkle lowered the periscope and levitated the book. She flipped through dozens of pages. She glanced over at her friend and then coughed. "Gosh, when Princess Celestia asked for this, I didn't think there'd be this much information. I mean, she's going to have questions." "Oh, well, if she really wants to know, she can just ask me. If she really wants to," Fluttershy added quickly. Twilight closed the book and rubbed her chin with her hoof. "Actually, Fluttershy, that's an excellent idea." The yellow Pegasus's eyes went wide in confusion. "Why don't you come with me to Canterlot when I present the census to the princess?" Canterlot? Fluttershy trembled. "You will love me!" echoed in her mind as she swallowed hard. I can't. Who would look after my animals? And Angel Bunny is having a new tooth come in." I can do it, Fluttershy. It'll be good to hang out with Angel anyway. Do some bro stuff," Spike said with a casual grin, gesturing smoothly with his hand. He then looked away and rubbed his stomach as he added absently, "I really need to do that." "Please, Fluttershy, it won't be a long trip," Twilight Sparkle asked with that serious little smile. Fluttershy lowered her eyes and gave a little gulp. The view of Equestria from the princess's chariot was spectacular. Pulled by two taciturn but friendly Pegasus mares, Twilight spent most of the trip pointing out the magnificent sights beneath them. Fluttershy curled up as tightly as possible and did all she could to not be sick. She didn't even open her eyes until the chariot finally touched down on the yard before the castle. When she stepped off, her heart still remained in her throat. "Thank you very much," Twilight thanked properly, the census tucked in her saddlebags. The two Pegasus gave the pair parting smiles before they took off to fly around behind the castle. "Wow, sure looks different, doesn't it? No coaches or fancy dresses, huh?" Fluttershy swallowed and didn't answer. She's simply being Fluttershy, Twilight thought, and walked in the front entrance reminiscing about that disastrous night. She missed the gaze the Pegasus directed towards the large garden adjacent to the castle. So much fear rolled through Fluttershy that she tuned out Twilight completely until she ran into her friend's rump and sat back hard. Fluttershy, we're here," Twilight Sparkle said flatly, gesturing her hoof towards the door. It opened into the princess's study. Hundreds of books and scrolls lined the walls, while tables and couches carved in the images of curving vines and flowers held strange and unusual tones. Twilight sparkle. It's so nice to see my student again without all of Canterlot waiting to shake your hoof, the princess said warmly, as a red, blue and green mane blew into a magical breeze. Honestly, I nodded my head so many times that night it felt like my head was about to fall off. Then the princess's royal purple eyes turned towards Fluttershy. They danced with amusement, but she said gently, "And hello, Fluttershy. I wish I'd known sooner that you were coming as well. Philomena would have enjoyed spending time with you, but I'm afraid she's gone off adventuring again. Still, I'm sure there are many other animals here for you to make friends with." Fluttershy's lips moved soundlessly in agreement, but in reality something unpleasant reared up inside her. Fear. But something else. Something worse. Her friend's time at the Grand Galloping Gala had been a fiasco, but for Fluttershy it was something more. She thought of the animals, and instead of a warm glow spreading through her heart, she felt something sour inside that made her frown. It hurt, and she didn't like the feeling one bit. The princess spent all of a quarter hour talking about the census. In that time, not one question arose that wasn't immediately answered by the census. The princess asked more about the overall health and morale of the birds around Ponyville, and left the specifics for later reading. Fluttershy simply lay down on a couch with a rapidly cooling cup of tea next to her, and a slowly crumbling cookie between her hooves. In no time the conversation got off on magic, and Fluttershy lowered her head even more. Now she couldn't even understand the conversation between the pair, but what could she do? She didn't know any pony here. She didn't have any animal friends she could visit. I miss Angel Bunny, and Henrietta, and the Squirrel Twins, and everyone. Fluttershy, Twilight Sparkle asked in concern. Huh? Fluttershy looked up, realizing her hooves were empty and a large heap of cookie crumbs lay before her. Oh, I'm so very sorry. The princess shook her head gently. No, dearest Fluttershy, I'm sorry. You came all this way to give us your expertise, but I'm afraid we took the conversation off on completely unrelated tangents, the princess said, nodding her head in apology. It's just rare that I have time to speak directly with Twilight about her studies. I know, Twilight Sparkle said brightly. Why don't you go to the garden and visit the animals? Fluttershy's throat seized up and only a squeak escaped. That's a wonderful idea. I just know they'd love to meet you, the princess enthusiastically agreed. Fluttershy couldn't make a noise. The horrible sensation welled up in her throat to the point that she thought she was going to be sick. She'd rather be sick than feel like this, but she couldn't tell the pair what she really felt, so she slipped off the couch without a word and walked from the room like she was going to her own execution. The pair watched her leave in concern. Don't worry, princess. She's still a little off from the flight. It's a bit much for Fluttershy. The princess's gardens were a marvel of Equestria. Fluttershy had dreamt of it since she'd arrived on the ground, a place with animals from all over the world gathered together in one place. Animals she would never see around Ponyville she could finally meet. Bababoons and wallaroos, ligers and banded bears and snow deer, hummingbirds that hummed and buzzards that buzzed. Everything about the garden should have inspired bliss in Fluttershy. Instead, she laid beside the moat, looking at the trees and distant birds in misery. Suddenly, she heard a cheery whistle, and despite herself, she sat up. Her ears twitched. Is that the royal-crested gold-coloured robin? She looked towards the trees and shrubs and swallowed softly. Maybe he came all the way from Ponyville so I wouldn't be lonely. It seemed impossible, but it allowed her the smallest bit of hope. Slowly she walked towards the open gate of the garden. Inside she saw it, just like her dreams. The animals, in their flocks and herds, scampered through the trees and nibbled at the grass. Slowly her head lifted, and a smile crept across her face. There, seeming to beckon her forward to join its animal friends, was Mr. Robin, singing his heart out. Oh, Mr. Robin, I'm so happy. She started as she took a step forward. The animals scattered so fast only clouds of dust and stirring leaves marked their passage. The beautiful birdsong disappeared, and only silence remained. To see you. Fluttershy stood there, feeling her heart pounding as she clenched her eyes shut. That horrible, horrible feeling finally crawled up her throat like spiders scuttling from a hole in the ground. "I hate you," she whispered. There was a long, low, surprised whistle from behind her. She looked over her shoulder, tears running down her cheek as she grit her teeth. The old brown pony, in his battered green hat and frayed blue saddle blanket, stood with his four hooves folded lazily on the handle of a shovel. He pushed the brim back, his blue eyes looking down at Fluttershy coolly. Those are some mighty powerful words coming from so kind a mouth. Fluttershy felt everything inside her all twisted up. "I don't care. I hate them. They're all mean, stuck-up animals who won't be my friends." The old pony gave another soft whisper of surprise. "Well, I don't reckon there's many folk that'd be friends with someone who hates them, just saying," he said as he walked a little ways away and started to whistle brightly as he turned over some earth in a flower bed. Fluttershy clenched her eyes shut. There had to be a way. All animals loved her. They should love her. There's no reason for them not to love her. It chewed her up inside as she looked around. "There's a trick, isn't there?" she asked the old pony, her voice hissing in suspicion. "Huh?" he asked in surprise as he brushed his long stringy mane out of his face. "Some trick to it, to make them nice." "Some trick to it, to make them nice?" Fluttershy asked softly, looking up at him for some clue. "What is it? Treats? Animals love treats, or maybe something shiny? Cute little clothes? Neat little nests?" she asked again and again, drawing closer and closer, gritting her teeth. "Is there a password?" Suddenly she gripped him by his shoulders and shook him vigorously. "Tell me the stinking password!" "Whoa there, young miss," he said as he pushed her away, jiggling from the rigorousness of her interrogation. "Where'd you get it in your head that you had to trick someone into being your friend?" Fluttershy stepped back, looking at him in shock and horror. What had she been thinking? I, she stammered as she looked at him, looking down in concern and bafflement. I should go." The old pony just watched her and scratched his rump before shrugging and going back to his gardening. Fluttershy started towards the exit, now more upset than ever. Everything in her had gone wrong. What had she just done? Maybe Rainbow Dash might act like that, but Fluttershy felt her heart race at what she'd just done to the kindly old pony that was just taking care of the animal's home. "What's wrong with me?" She suddenly looked back behind her at the old pony. What did he know? "All I need is a chance. Just one. They'll love me. They have to," she whispered furiously, glancing at the back of the whistling old mare. An old apple box, a rope, and a carrot. That's what she needed. This time she suspended the box over the carrot, holding the rope between her teeth. Now she'd see when they took the bait, and she'd have her chance. She crouched in the bushes, waiting there. A beautiful white bunny crawled towards her bait. Yes, just a little closer, a little closer. Suddenly the old pony sang out in his rusty old voice. "By yon pony banks, by yon pony bays, the light breaks bright by Loch Lomond." Every note hit was the wrong one, making Fluttershy jerk and sending the crate flying up and over the tree branch. It landed with a crash atop her head. The old pony walked past, and the little bunny hopping along with her carrot. Fluttershy's glare could have burned a hole in the wood. The shovel had been the clue. She dug as deep and fast as she could, smearing her coat in mud. Twigs and leaves made a precarious floor that would give way even under the most delicate bunny. She placed a second carrot and wiggled into the bushes. A moment later she stared out of the bushes as the baby bunny reappeared. It hopped towards the leaves. One, another. Yes! She'd come to its rescue to care for it and make it all better. Then it hopped around and walked right into the middle of her platform. "What?" Fluttershy gasped as it munched on the carrot. Her wings beat as she pounced with a cry. "Love me!" The bunny ran past. The thin plank slipped in amid the leaves and gave way under Fluttershy. The leaves fluttered down atop her as the old pony strolled by with a dozen pieces of lumber carefully balanced on his back, whistling brightly. Fluttershy had been too simple. She needed to get with the times. She could build a trap bigger, faster, more reliable. She wasn't sure where she found the old boiler, steam engine, zip cord, drift net, and other materials, but no pony would deny that they were effective. The net was carefully strung out about the clearing. attached to the cord and hooked to the engine. All that remained was a bait to the trap. Fluttershy trotted to the centre of the clearing to place her last carrot. She turned to see the bunny standing atop the cord release lever. Her eyes went round. "Oh no, 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 no." She shook her head furiously. The bunny shook its head as well. Fluttershy smiled and nodded. The bunny smiled and nodded, tapping the release lever with its foot. Fluttershy suddenly sweated hard as she shook her head again. The bunny nodded and kicked the lever hard. With a great hiss and whoosh, the line jerked tight and the net swooshed across the clearing, scooping Fluttershy up. She screamed as it whipped her through the air once and then released. She flung through the clothesline setup with adorable baby clothes, coming out the other side wearing a pink onesie and baby slippers, smacked into a baby bottle and crashed into a crib that immediately started to rock and play a lullaby. She lay there seething. As the old pony strolled by, looked at the boiler and exclaimed, "Oh, so there's old Steamy. I wondered where I'd put it." "That is it!" Fluttershy screamed as she kicked the cradle to splinters, ripped the baby clothes to tatters, and spiked the baby bottle. Filthy, with a swelling bump atop her head, and dressed like a mad horse, she glared at the old pony with loathing. "You won't stop me!" The old pony stopped and looked back at her with a sigh. "Young miss, maybe you should think about what you're doing yourself." "I just need a chance for them to love me," Fluttershy protested in shock. "Oh? You trap all your friends till they love you?" the old brown pony asked curiously as he dismantled her trap. "What?" Fluttershy blinked in confusion, pulling her pink mane in frustration. "No, I mean, I shouldn't have to." Why was he making it all so confusing? "Well, I think you shouldn't. It's an odd friend that only likes you after getting tied up." He continued pushing the equipment back, where she'd dug it out. Fluttershy bounced in place, stomping the remains of the cradle into pieces. "That is it! That 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 is it!" She yelled over and over and over again as she pointed her hooves at the trees where the birds peeked out at her. "I am sick of you! And you!" She pointed at the bababoons and wallaroos lurking in the woods. "And you! And you! And you!" Fluttershy stomped towards the exit. She was done with Canterlot. She was going to drag Twilight Sparkle out here by her horn if she had to. Suddenly, the white bunny hopped out in front of Fluttershy. She could have been Angel Bunny's little sister, and the adorable creature looked up with her large white eyes and twitchy little pink nose. Fluttershy's heart stopped as she gazed down into her eyes. The rage she felt disappeared for a fragile moment as she gazed down at her. So cute and sweet and innocent. Slowly, Fluttershy lowered herself to the grass and extended a hoof towards her. "Hello, little one, but please don't go," she said softly, pleading, her hoof shaking slightly. "Please, please, please, please." The baby rabbit gave a nervous step back. "No, no, 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 no." Fluttershy's pupils contracted as her throat tightened. Suddenly, the baby rabbit turned and leapt away for the protection of some hedges. "No! Get back here!" she shouted. Diving at the white rabbit as fast as Rainbow Dash going for the finish line, she swooped and caught up the baby rabbit in her hooves, hugging it tightly and trying her best to pet and nuzzle it. "That's it! That's it! We're going to be friends! Yes, we are! We're going to be friends!" "Now that's enough right there," the old pony said as he walked up, looking down at Fluttershy sternly. "You let Precious go this instant." "No!" Fluttershy hissed. "She's mine! My own! My precious!" She coughed deep in her throat as she shook, petting the baby bunny as hard as she could. Animals like to be petted. They did. The old brown pony looked at her and then calmly sat before her. "Fluttershy, right?" Fluttershy blinked, suddenly wary. He couldn't take the bunny from her, could he? "Look, Fluttershy." She was afraid to look down. She suddenly started to cry as he stared calmly into her eyes. Her gaze dripped slowly, bit by bit, till she stared at the tiny bunny in her hooves. The white bunny quivered in terror. No, in pain. Fluttershy started to shake and gave a little hiccup. "Let her go, Fluttershy." Slowly her grip relaxed, bit by bit. The white rabbit then jumped free and flung herself into the old pony's arms. "Shh, there you go, Precious, it's all right." He gave the tiny bunny a pat. I think she'll recover. Fluttershy stared at the old pony through her tears as she quaked. That should be her. It should be her arms that the bunny came to for comfort, just like Angel did when there was thunder and lightning. I hate you, she whispered. Why did she hurt so much like this? She'd have rather died than feel like this. The old pony gave a great sigh as he looked at Fluttershy in pity. Oh, why is that? He said conversationally, as if discussing her favourite colour. Because that should be me, she said, as she pointed an accusory hoof at him. They should love me, she hissed, as if all the terrible feelings she held were bubbling out. She never could have talked like this to her friends. It's my talent. It's the only thing I'm good at that matters. She looked at Precious in his hooves and bowed her head to sob brokenly. So why won't they love me? Everything hurt. Everything. Such a young filly, he murmured with a soft smile, brushing her tangled pink mane out of her blue eyes. So animals just take one look at you and fall in love. That's some talent. You should have a horn. Fluttershy hiccuped and rubbed her tears. What? Your talent makes animals fall in love, he said with that kindly smile. You just have to sing and all the birds fly out and join you? Yes, they always like me, she said slowly, but now feeling unsure, like there was a trick or something. Always. Right away? Fluttershy opened her mouth and closed it again. Well, no, not right away. Oh, the old brown pony asked as he took off his blanket and dabbed away her tears. He passed it to her, and she sniffed, then blew her nose hard. She didn't flinch as he took it back. Well, when they met me, they were all scared of me, Fluttershy said softly, remembering the moment she'd fallen to earth. So many scared animals, and she was just as scared of them as they were of her. Then Rainbow Dash's sonic rainboom scattered them all into hiding. But I was nice to them. I waited for them to come out, and to me. Really? The old brown pony sounded impressed. So no tricks, traps, booty, tackles? Fluttershy just frowned at her hooves. Her voice softened in confusion. Well, no, I was just nice and patient. As she looked at the old brown pony, she felt something else. Those horrible feelings were, well, not gone, but so much less. For the first time, she felt her heart relax and her tension relax. Huh? Sounds like it sure took a long time, the old pony remarked as he pulled off his battered green hat and fished out 2 apples, passing one to Fluttershy. So why'd you come here thinking that all the animals would just love you like that? He clasped his hooves together. Fluttershy faltered, looking at all the scared animals watching the exchange. I don't know, she said softly as she held the apple. The old brown pony took a bite out of his apple. Some folks who are good at something forget that it takes time. Look at this garden, been working it 40 years. It's all my talent. He swallowed and smiled at her. If I went to Ponyville thinking I could make a garden just like it overnight, well, I'd be a gosh darn mule of a fool, wouldn't I? If I went to Ponyville thinking I could make a garden just like it overnight, well, I'd be a gosh darn mule of a fool, wouldn't I? Special talent or not. Fluttershy smiled, her first real smile since they'd left Ponyville. When they ran, I felt like suddenly I wasn't special anymore, like I was nothing. It made me so, she swallowed and whispered, angry. Well, I'm pretty sure your purple unicorn friend wouldn't be much better about it if she stopped being able to do magic, and that rainbow filly couldn't fly faster than sense. That made Fluttershy giggle. The point is to remember that it's more than talent, it's time. Some friendships you can try for years and never get someone to care in return. So long as you don't stop being friendly, it ain't hopeless. Thinking you can make someone like you, or heck, love ya, that's hopeless. Fluttershy nodded and looked at Precious without feeling that horrible pain. For the first time since she'd arrived at Canterlot that night at the gala, she was glad to be in Celestia's garden. I'm sorry, Precious. I'm so sorry. She slid her apple to the tiny bunny. The white bunny sniffed at it warily, looked around for traps, and then hopped away behind the old pony. Fluttershy sighed softly. It hurt, but not like before. She'd made a horrible impression, not once but twice. It would take a long time to make up for it. And I'm sorry for you as well, sir. Shoot, girl, call me Gramps. Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy walked out the castle gate and towards the nearby garden. "Well, it's been great meeting you, Princess, but I've got to ask why you'd asked me to bring Fluttershy along, and why being so sneaky about it. I mean, you didn't even ask her any questions at all." The purple unicorn trotted alongside her mentor, looking up at her curiously. "I'm not sure Fluttershy likes Canterlot very much." "Well, Twilight, sometimes it doesn't hurt to get everything out in the open," the princess replied cryptically, as usual. Sometimes it was simply impossible to get a clear answer out of the princess. Dusk was falling, and in the garden came the sound of laughter. Twilight Sparkle hadn't heard Fluttershy laugh so openly in such a long time. Within the garden, fireflies were coming out. Fluttershy lay in the grass beside another pony, watching two simians trying to get a banana out of a tube. They both had a grip on it and wrestled back and forth. But what shocked Twilight Sparkle was that the animals weren't flocking around Fluttershy like they normally did. In fact, aside from a small white bunny between the old brown pony's front legs, all the animals appeared to give them a wide berth. "Fluttershy?" Twilight Sparkle asked in bafflement. She hadn't expected to see Fluttershy so happy not to be surrounded by adorable creatures. "Oh, hello, Twilight. Hello, Princess Celestia," she said softly as she rose. The old pony chewed on a long strand of wheat as he watched on. "This is Gramps. This is Precious," Fluttershy said, gesturing to each. "I don't know the other animals' names yet. That will take some time." Gramps said, with his own smile and nod. "Well, you look much better than earlier, Fluttershy," the princess remarked with a smile. "I am," Fluttershy admitted softly, looking at the princess as the smile faded. "I was so angry to be here, but I forgot that building up friendships takes time, and that it's wrong to hate something because it doesn't do what you think it should." Twilight Sparkle's jaw dropped. "Fluttershy? Angry? Hating?" The Pegasus smiled sheepishly. "Instead of taking things for granted and being impatient, it's better to let things happen in their own time." "My, it sounds like you've had quite a visit," the princess remarked, impressed. "But I'm afraid my chariot is waiting to take you back to Ponyville." "Oh, too bad," Fluttershy said as she turned to Gramps. "I'll try and visit again real soon." "You do that, young miss," Gramps said as they shared a hug. Fluttershy started towards the exit. Then suddenly the little white rabbit ran up to the yellow Pegasus. Both paused as the little animal fidgeted, then gave her foreleg a hug before running off. Twilight Sparkle just stared in bafflement as her friend smiled, but at the same time looked like she was about to cry. Does all this go in my letter?" Twilight Sparkle asked in concern, because there was way too much happening for her to start to explain. She'd need footnotes. "I don't think that will be necessary. Count this one as a freebie." "Phew." She gave her mentor a parting nuzzle and raced off to join Fluttershy at the chariot. The whole flight home, Fluttershy positively gushed about the different animals she'd seen in the garden, to the point that Twilight Sparkle couldn't get a word in edgewise. Still, she didn't really mind that much this time. "Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Fluttershy. I have to admit, I wasn't sure you'd enjoy yourself," Twilight Sparkle said as they left the chariot, bid the two Pegasus farewell, and strolled into Fluttershy's cottage. It looked as if a tornado had struck it. Angel Bunny laid sprawled out with a distended tummy, an empty tub of carrot ice cream next to him. Big Macintosh was stuck in the corner with a lampshade on his head and a rather confused and embarrassed expression, while Owlicious lay in the remains of a pizza. Spike stood on the back of her couch wearing a hat with 2 apple juice bottles attached to the straws and a pair of white underpants, singing, "We are the dragons, yes, we are the dragons. No time for losers, 'cause we are the dragons." "Spike?" Twilight Sparkle shouted, and everyone in the room froze. "Oh, hi, Twilight." He gave a sheepish wave, and then blushed and grabbed the tawny owl, hiding his nethers behind it. "I can explain this. I'd just love an explanation." "I'd just love an explanation," Big Macintosh muttered from the corner. Twilight Sparkle was just about to burst when Fluttershy stepped past her. "Fluttershy?" "It's just a little mess," she said softly as she scooped up Angel Bunny and gave him a little hug. "Right now, it's just good to be back with my friends." Almost fully night, the princess lay with Gramps in the garden, watching the fireflies glowing while Luna carefully guided a lovely moon and brilliant stars into the sky. Really, it was so much more work than just moving a single sun. The princess had taken years appreciating that fact. All around the pair dozed the animal guests inhabiting the garden. Philomena nested in the princess's hair, cooing softly. "All right, you old hayseed," the princess said with a smile. "What was all this about? Why'd you ask that I conduct a survey of the birds in Ponyville, and suggest that I ask Twilight to bring Fluttershy along, and send away Philomena for the day?" He pushed back his battered green cap as he chewed on the strand of wheat. "Why, Princess Celestia, don't think that just because you moved the sun and earth and are bajillions of years old, you are the only pony allowed to work in strange and mysterious ways." "Huh," she said with her own curious expression before gazing at the garden around them. "The garden looks lovelier than I've ever seen it," and despite the dark and how he tried to play it off cool, she knew that Gramps blushed at the praise. "Still needs some work, some more planters, maybe some bird houses for the robins," he said softly, looking at the space with his bright blue eyes, and if he were once again a colt thinking that everything should be beautiful just because of his talent. "It takes time, Princess, time, patience, and a loving..."
Hanirika by Shakespeare Calise. Applejack ducked in and out from between the stalls in the marketplace, looking from one to the next with increased desperation. Come on, something, anything! Barely looking where she was going, the orange earth pony collided with Fluttershy. "Applejack, what's wrong?" Fluttershy asked, seeing her friend in a frenzied tizzy. "It's Big Mac," Applejack said. "I'm his heartwarming helper this year. He already knows exactly what to get for me, but he's impossible to shop for. It's not like he ever says what he wants. It's almost heartwarming Eve, and I still haven't found anything for him." "I'm sure he will love whatever you give him," the yellow Pegasus assured her. "You could just give him an apple, and I'm sure he would love it. But he'll just think I'm re-gifting the one he gave me last..." "Oh, wait, you were joking." "Well, what did you get for your brother this year?" she asked. "Oh, Zephyr was easy. I got him this copy of Wonderbolts Illustrated with a 3-page fold-out spread of Rainbow Dash signed by her." Fluttershy looked around nervously. "I didn't even tell her it's for him." Fluttershy turned to put the magazine back into her saddlebag. That was when she noticed that her cutie mark was glowing. "Oh dear! Looks like the map is calling you," Applejack said. Fluttershy looked at Applejack. Her flank was glowing too. "It looks like it's calling you as well," she said. "Dang it, why now?" Applejack griped. "It's almost heartwarming. I ain't got time for this." "But Applejack, it means that some pony is having a friendship problem right now. We have to help save the holiday for them." "Alright, come on." Applejack and Fluttershy trotted briskly to Twilight Sparkle's castle. They arrived at Twilight's castle to find Twilight going full Twily nanas, rushing around the castle, making last-minute preparations. "Oh, hey, what are you two doing here?" she asked. "It's not heartwarming day already, is it? Spike, was I up all night again? What day is it?" "Yup, full Twily nanas," Spike groaned. "Actually, we're here because of these," Applejack said, as she and Fluttershy pointed to their glowing flanks. Oh my gosh! Twilight gasped, trotting along with them to the map room. They looked at where their cutie marks were hovering. "Oh, it's sending you two back to Perilous Peaks again." "The Kirin village?" Fluttershy said. "An autumn blaze?" Applejack said. "Why, I haven't seen her in ages." "You don't think Rainshine made them go through the stream of silence again, do you?" Fluttershy asked nervously. "Or they all turned into Nyrix and burned their village down again?" "I don't think so," Applejack said. "At least, I hope not." She quickly did some fancy mathematics in her head. "Well, whatever it is, hopefully we can get there quickly, solve it, and get back in time for heartwarming." Maybe you can find something for Big Mac while you're there, Fluttershy said. Just get him an apple, Twilight said. Why does every pony keep saying that? Applejack asked. Well, whatever it is, just make sure it's something good, Twilight said, because the one time you mess up, he'll go off and marry some pony, and you won't even find out about the wedding until you get an invitation in the mail. You might tell him you forgive him, but deep down you never really let something like that go. Try. Mac is already married to Sugar Belle, Applejack reminded her. I knew that, Twilight said. They both looked at Fluttershy. Oh, don't worry, I got Zephyr the perfect present, Fluttershy said. We don't have to worry about some man marrying him this year. They all laughed, even Spike. We should get going as soon as possible, Applejack said to Fluttershy. I'm gonna run home and grab some things and let them know I'll be out of town. I'll meet you at the train station. After trotting across town, Fluttershy entered her cottage with haste and was immediately paralysed with anxiety, drawing a complete blank on what she should pack for the trip. Is something troubling you? Discord asked from the couch, making Fluttershy shriek as she turned around in shock. Oh, Discord! I thought you were going to Manhattan for the midnight release of Ogres and Obulettes 5th edition, Fluttershy said. Yes, it is a few hours away by train, Discord said, looking at his bare wrist where a watch would be if he wore one. But I can get there in a snap. He snapped his fingers, and his packed travel bag appeared beside him on the living room floor. Oh, well, I need to pack a bag myself, Fluttershy said. The map called me back to Perilous Peaks. Discord raised an eyebrow. With Applejack? He asked. Yes, like last time, she answered as she looked in her refrigerator for her clothes to pack. Seems like a good opportunity if you ask me, he said. Fluttershy realised that her clothes were not in the refrigerator. Also, his words finally registered. Wait, opportunity? To finally tell her. Discord? I told you, Fluttershy, I'm not jealous. You are and always have been my very dearest friend. But I know that is all we will ever be, and I'm fine with that. But you deserve to have a special sun pony. Discord, please, Fluttershy sighed. She doesn't even have any idea how I feel about her. Shame on you, Fluttershy, he scolded. You do her a disservice with such an assumption. Just because she's better at masking her feelings than you doesn't mean she doesn't have every bit of your intuition. But isn't she dating Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy asked. Is that a fact? Discord asked. Well, I don't know for sure, she said. It wouldn't hurt to ask, would it? Seems rude, she said. It's not really any of my business, is it? If you're interested in her, isn't it? He asked. Discord snapped his fingers. Fluttershy's packed saddlebags appeared on her haunches. I packed you an extra scarf and sweater. Dress warm. I hear Perilous Peaks is expecting a cold snap in the coming days. At Sweet Apple Acres, Applejack quickly packed her own bag. So, hopefully we can finish our friendship mission and make it back in time for heartwarming, she explained to Big Macintosh and Sugar Belle. Be sure to let Apple Bloom know when she gets home.
Actually,
Big Mac started to say. Apple Bloom is staying with her special sun pony for the holiday, Sugar Belle said. Wait, what? Applejack sputtered. When were you all gonna tell me this? She asked.
Now-ish,
Max said. They have been dating for a while now, Sugar reminded her, and she is a grown mare. Applejack grumbled something about traditionalism and sighed as she grabbed the last of her things for her travel bag. Well, if I'm not back in time, tell her I said, happy heartwarming. We will, Sugar assured her. On the train ride to Perilous Peaks, Applejack was still hung up on thinking about what to get her brother for heartwarming. Look, I just don't get why every pony keeps telling me to just get him an apple. Applejack huffed. We live and work on an apple orchard. He can get himself as many apples as he wants. It's the thought that counts, isn't it? Fluttershy asked. It is, Applejack agreed. And I want to show him I thought about more than just apples. Have you talked to Rainbow Dash about it? Fluttershy asked. Not particularly, no. Why do you ask? Applejack asked. Perspective? Fluttershy tried. Applejack seemed unconvinced. I don't know. I just figured she'd be the first pony you'd ask about anything. Well, why do you say that? Applejack asked. Isn't she your special sun pony? Fluttershy asked. Applejack laughed out loud. I'm sorry, Fluttershy apologized. I didn't mean to presume. No, it ain't that, Sugar Cube, Applejack said. I suppose I can see how you might get that idea about us. But me and Dash are, well, we ain't romantic, not with each other. Don't get me wrong, we love each other, but not like that. Well, what is it like? Fluttershy asked. I suppose it's more like a bromance with us, if mares can have that, Applejack said. If that makes sense. No, I understand, Fluttershy said. Discord and I are the same way. We're really close friends, but we're not romantic partners either. So, you don't have a mare friend, a special sun pony then? Fluttershy asked. No special sun pony, mare or stallion, Applejack answered. Not yet, anyway. The train slowed to a stop at Perilous Peaks, prompting Applejack to change the subject. Alright, we're here. Let's get it done and get home double quick. With the experience from their prior trip, Applejack and Fluttershy found the hidden passage to the Kirin village without any difficulty. The squirrels that had caught Fluttershy's attention before were nowhere to be found this time, likely hibernating for the season. Without the chatter of woodland creatures, their approach to the village was a quiet one. But that changed once they arrived. The Kirin village was a bustling den of conversations in the courtyard marketplace. Standing head and shoulders above the others, Rainshine saw the approach of the familiar outsiders. Applejack, Fluttershy, welcome back! She greeted enthusiastically. Hello again, Applejack replied. I wish I could say this was just a social call, but the map sent us back here. Do you know if any pony is having a friendship problem? Fluttershy asked. Rainshine rolled her eyes. You won't have to look far. Come with me. She waved for them to follow her into the main square. They followed her and the crowd of Kirin parted for Rainshine. As the tallest Kirin, she was the de facto leader, much like the pony hierarchy. As they got closer, Applejack recognized a particular voice above the rest of the din. Applejack! Autumn Blaze called out with an enthusiastic wave. The Kirin rushed over and hugged her super hard. Autumn? Applejack wheezed. Personal space, we talked about this. Oh, right, sorry, she apologized. I'm just super excited to see you again. You too, Fluttershy. Hello, we're here about another friendship problem, Fluttershy said. Oh, that would probably be Fern Flare, Autumn said, pointing at the Kirin behind her. No, it's Autumn that's the problem, Fern said. Yup, I'd say we found it, Applejack muttered to Fluttershy. Alright, you two, what seems to be the problem? It's not really a problem per se, Autumn said, leading them to her home. After you two were here last time, I was curious about Equestria, so I did a bit of travelling to learn about all the things pony and bring it back to my village. She opened the door to her house built into a tree. I got my old place back when I rejoined the village, and my couch was even still here. But that's not the best part. Look! Autumn showed them around the inside of her home. I have the whole place decorated for heartwarming. It was true. She had the whole home trimmed to the nines with heartwarming decor. The front door had a wreath. There was a heartwarming tree, presents and festive ribbons. Even the halls were decked with bows of holly. On a second glance outside, it became obvious that Autumn's was the only home decorated as such. Oh, yeah, the other Kirin haven't really warmed up to the idea yet, Autumn explained. They have their own thing, but I just love the tale of heartwarming, the compelling story about the 3 tribes overcoming their differences and coming together in the magic of friendship. Autumn held up her copy of A Heartwarming Tale. I've read this book like 100 times. I read it for them too, but they don't seem to find it as interesting. You said they have their own thing? Fluttershy asked. What's that? Oh, they still celebrate Hanarika, Autumn said. Hanarika? Would you like to tell us about it? Applejack asked. I'd rather sing la 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 la. The Kirin celebrate Hanarika and not heartwarming. It lasts 8 days instead of 1, it's really kinda charming. Long ago in days of old, in the midst of winter cold, Wendigos all filled the skies, or so that's what we're told. My happy village huddled close around a tiny fire, but the flames went out, they were about to all quickly expire. One Kirin that had had enough of hiding in her shame, uncaged in rage they were aflame, salvation quickly came. They all made it through the night, but one was not enough. The storm went on for 1 week more, those 8 days and nights were rough. No Nirik had ever burned for more than 1 day at a time, but on she went, though her rage was spent. That's why we sing this rhyme. But Wendigo stayed in the sky until the 3 tribes came together in the magic of friendship. No, we can't forget the Nirik that saved her village from the cold, but it's the story part that maybe we could skip. Really, I was just trying to tell them that the real heroes were the ponies that banished the Wendigos, Autumn said. Well, I know how important tradition can be, Applejack said, so I can't really blame them for wanting to keep theirs. Maybe we should learn more about how Hanarika is celebrated, Fluttershy suggested. Autumn shrugged. If you want, I'm sure my neighbour Fernflare would be happy to teach you. They stepped back outside. There were already snow flurries starting to fall as they walked over to Fern's home. Autumn knocked on her door. Hello again, Fern, Autumn greeted. Hello, Autumn. What can I do for you? My pony friends wanted to learn about Hanarika, and I told them you were the Kirin to ask. Oh, really? Fern grinned. Oh, don't be so smug. They're just curious. It's not like they're planning on converting. Come on inside, Fern said. I was just about to make dinner. I'll put out some extra plates. Autumn gasped. Oh my gosh, yes! You guys must be hungry from your trip. I don't want to be a bother. I'm fine, Fluttershy said, her stomach audibly objected. I insist, Fern said, waving them in. I hope you like hay burgers. Love 'em, Applejack said as they all sat down. Fern worked in the kitchen for a short while and then came into the dining room with a couple serving plates. Applejack looked at the hay burger on her plate. It was just a plain patty between 2 thin slabs of hard bread. Looks like your bread forgot to rise, Applejack said. Can I get a slice of cheese for mine? What? Fern gasped. You can't have cheese together with your hay burger? Why not? Applejack asked. Because it's against the rules, Fern said. Okay, but why though? Applejack asked. Because actually the scriptures were never really clear about the why, Fern admitted. Scriptures? Fluttershy asked. The Hanarika scrolls, Autumn said. Unfortunately, they were lost with the library in the big village fire when we all went Nirik that one time. Autumn walked into the kitchen to get the cheese. Come on, Fern, the great Kirin created the universe. Do you really think she's going to draw the line in the deli aisle? What kind of goddess would send us to Tartarus for wanting a burger to have a little flavour? It's okay, Autumn, I don't want to be rude, Applejack said, waving it off. I can respect the rules, I was just curious is all. Besides, we're guests here. Suit yourself, Autumn said, slapping a slice of cheese on her own hayburger, earning a glare from Fern. So is Hanirika celebration like heartwarming? Fluttershy asked. Fern answered. Well, according to Autumn, Hanirika is a lot like heartwarming, takes place at the same time, around the winter solace, and there's gift exchange. Autumn interrupted. Yeah, but instead of one good present, you get 8 mediocre presents. Oh, like this one. Autumn grabbed a 4-sided top from Fern's shelf and spun it on the table. Not while we're eating, Fern said. They finished their supper and Applejack helped clear the table. When she and Fern came back from the kitchen, the table was littered with gold coins. What in tarnation? Apparently we're gambling, Fluttershy said. We're gambling for dessert, Autumn cheered. Come on, grab a seat. You too, Fern. Fern rolled her eyes. Don't be like that, you love this game. It's the one cool thing about Hanirika. There are plenty of cool things about Hanirika, Fern said. Her stern expression broke into a grin as she took a seat at the table. But you're right, I do love this game. I don't know how I feel about gambling though, Applejack said. Don't worry, they're not real bits, Autumn said, unwrapping one of the coins to reveal the chocolate inside. It's just for fun. Fern Flare explained the rules, showing them the symbols on each side of the top. You start out putting in the ante, then you spin, and you either get all, nothing, half, or put in more. They played a few rounds. The piles of chocolate coins moved around the table, but Fluttershy seemed to be the one accumulating the most. Autumn might have been winning more, but she was eating into her profits, literally. So, what's the purpose of this? Applejack asked. It's to teach foals about gambling, Autumn said. I really don't think that was the intention, Fern said. I think it's supposed to be a lesson about the unpredictable nature of life and fortune, or something like that, but mostly it's just something to do for 8 nights. We don't really have 8 nights, Applejack said. We have a holiday of our own we need to get back to. Look, I think the two of you are mature enough to still be friends. Autumn wants to explore new cultures, and Fern, you want to keep your traditions alive. Surely you could respect each other's differences and still be friends. Autumn, Blaze and Fern looked each other in the eye before turning their heads their way in unison. Then after a brief pause, Fern let out a sigh and turned towards Autumn Blaze with a hoof outstretched. Yeah, she said, offering a smile, which Autumn Blaze quickly returned, shaking her hoof in agreement. The flanks on Applejack and Fluttershy glowed, signalling a job completed. Whoo-wee! Done and done, Applejack said. I think this one was in record time too. Oh, are you guys leaving already? Autumn whined. Unfortunately, Fluttershy said. She's right. We need to get back to Ponyville before. She opened the door and was greeted with an Arctic blast. Snow was already piled up around the base of the doorway, and the wind howled as more snow filled the air to the point that they couldn't even see the homes across the courtyard. Guacamole! Applejack shouted as Fluttershy shut the door again. There's no way we'll be able to get back through the mountain pass in this, Fluttershy said. Looks like we're stuck here for the night, Applejack said. She looked at Fernflare. I hate to impose. Fern shook her head and shrugged. I wouldn't even have a place to put you. My bed is tiny, and I don't want to make you sleep on the floor. You can crash at my place, Autumn said. My bed is big enough for the both of you, and like I said, I still have my old couch. Well, alright then, Applejack said. We just gotta trudge through the snow to get next door. You think you're up for it, Fluttershy? Fluttershy nodded as she dug through her bag. Mm-hmm. I'm just glad I packed my extra scarf and sweater. Autumn opened the door and led the way, stepping into the high snow drifts and pressing forward as her friends followed. The simple trip of going back next door to her home was arduous in the snow that was already up to their hips. Autumn and Applejack frantically dug with their hooves at the snow in front of her door, clearing the way just enough to get it open. The three of them tumbled through, landing in a sprawled pile on the carpet, tired, cold, and wet. Autumn closed the door quickly. Alright, if you two want to dry off and settle in on the couch, I can get some hot cocoa going, Autumn said. Applejack shook the wet snow out of her fur coat, and Fluttershy brushed herself clean of snow with her wings. Applejack sat on the couch by the fireplace, and Fluttershy sat next to her, keeping her wings spread to dry. Her wing accidentally draped over Applejack's shoulder. Oh, excuse me, Fluttershy apologised. She moved to pull her wing away. Applejack put her hoof on her wing to keep it where it was. No, it's okay. It's nice. Warm. Applejack leaned closer against Fluttershy. Autumn Blaze returned with a couple mugs of hot cocoa held in her magic. Here you both go. Be careful, they're hot. Fluttershy held her mug up to her mouth to take a careful sip. Even careful as she was, she still got whipped cream on her nose. Autumn giggled as Fluttershy's eyes crossed, blushing as she looked at the white blob on her snout. Applejack leaned over and gave her nose a chaste flick. Fluttershy blushed a little harder. Autumn turned and opened the chest beside the fireplace, peering inside and looking distraught back at the other two ponies. Oh no, you guys are gonna hate me. I don't have any firewood. What do you mean? Applejack asked. I meant to get some at the market today, but then you two showed up and I got all distracted. Oh, this is bad, Autumn whined. Grr, I always do this. I always screw something up.
This is so infuriating.
Tiny flames briefly appeared at the corners of Autumn's eyes before vanishing again. Fluttershy looked at the reading material on the coffee table. Are those Power Ponies comics? She asked. Oh, these? Autumn asked. Yeah, ever since I met you guys, I've been into all things pony. It's part of the reason why I wanted to bring heartwarming back to the village. Obviously, you can see how well that's not going. Well, you could just burn these, Fluttershy said of the comics. Autumn scoffed. What? Are you crazy? Well, sure, Fluttershy said. These are the old comics anyway. The new series is way better. Autumn's eyebrows caught on fire.
You don't mean Power Ponies Go, do you?
She snarled. No, I mean Power Pony Life, Fluttershy said. Autumn shrieked.
Whee!
Applejack whispered. Fluttershy, are you trying to make her mad? Yes, Fluttershy continued. The best part was when they gave the masked matter horn wings.
You can't just give some pony wings.
Autumn's whole body erupted into flames as she transformed into an angry Nyric. Whoa, Nelly! Applejack shielded her eyes. She could feel the radiating heat coming off the Nyric's flames.
Take it back!
Autumn screeched. Okay, Fluttershy said. Thank you for the warmth. Autumn looked at her flaming self.
I understand what you're doing now.
She calmed down and the flames went out. The cold draft coming off of the window glass returned to chill the room a moment later. Applejack huddled a little closer to Fluttershy. Keep thinking angry thoughts, Fluttershy suggested. I don't want to go out of my way to get mad about something, Autumn said. That's not something a well-adjusted Kieran does. Fluttershy nodded. What about in the second movie, when they changed Philly Second's voice? Autumn burst into flames again and yelled.
You can't just change a character's voice!
She screamed.
That's her voice! That's not how we all thought she sounded, and they changed it!
Oh, the weather was so unpleasant, but the Nyric was incandescent. with Fluttershy fueling hate. It's the gate, it's the gate, it's the gate. Autumn, still a burning Lyric, laid curled up on the stone hearth in front of the fireplace, stewing in anger over all the things she didn't like about what had happened in her comic series. Being angry was exhausting, but it served to keep her friends warm through the cold night. In the small hours of the morning, Applejack woke up to Fluttershy shivering against her. Autumn was back to being a cold Kieran on a colder stone slab. "Autumn," Applejack said. "Autumn!" Autumn Blaze blinked open her tired eyes and looked at her. "What?" "Humdrum and Radiance are the one true pairing," Applejack said. Autumn grit her teeth and reignited, seething for a couple hours more over Applejack's apparent lack of shipping taste. The mere mention of the 7th Power Pony's name was enough to have Autumn ablaze until dawn, and the storm had passed. The sun came out and melted away enough snow for Applejack and Fluttershy to be able to get back to the train station. They worked together to help carry Autumn to her bed. After being awake all night as a Lyric, the Kieran had earned a nice long nap through the next day. "Just like the story of Hanerica," Fluttershy said. "Heh, yeah," Applejack agreed as they tucked their exhausted friend into her bed. "I can't imagine anyone doing that for 8 nights though." "I guess that's why they're still talking about it 1,000 years later," Fluttershy said. "It was miracle." The tip of Autumn's horn burned for a moment and then went out as she groaned.
That pun was awful.
And then she promptly fell asleep. On the train ride back to Ponyville, Applejack laid asleep, slumped against Fluttershy, wrapped in her wing. Fluttershy leaned against the window and watched the landscape go by. She opened her bag for something, and a tiny Discord appeared inside. "Did you enjoy that little cold snap?" he whispered with a sly grin. "That was you?" Fluttershy asked, quietly but sternly. "We could have froze to death." Discord laughed at Applejack, sleeping curled up inside Fluttershy's wig. "It looks like everything worked out," he said. "I imagine I'll be extending my trip for another day or so." He winked at her and vanished as a pair of hot cocoa mugs appeared in Fluttershy's hooves. "Smells good," Applejack mumbled as she blinked awake a moment later. She sat upright as Fluttershy gave her one. Applejack took a sip. This time it was her turn to get whipped cream on her nose. Fluttershy returned the favour of giving it a quick lick. "Are you going to go back to Sweet Apple Acres once we get back to Ponyville?" Fluttershy asked. "Suppose so," Applejack said, sipping her drink without wearing any more of it. "Why?" "Discord is still at his O&O convention," Fluttershy said. "Didn't you get him a ticket for that for heartwarming?" Applejack asked. "Yeah." "Oh, shoot! I still didn't get anything for Mac." Fluttershy dug around in her travel bag. All she could find was an apple that she hadn't eaten. "You could always give him an apple," she said. "He does love apples." "I suppose it'll have to do," Applejack said in resignation, accepting the apple as her gift to him. "Do you mind coming with me? I can't bear the thought of giving him this by myself." "Sure. The farm is on the way home from the train station anyway." Applejack took off her hat and hung her head in shame as she walked into her farmhouse. "Well, Mac, I know it ain't much, but happy heartwarming." She placed the apple on the kitchen table. Sugarbell smiled. "Oh, Applejack, it's the thought that counts," she said cheerfully. In fact, Sugar looked like she was practically glowing. "I think just having the place to ourselves for a night was gift enough." "Yep." Big Macintosh sat at the kitchen table with a big goofy grin plastered on his face. Applejack looked back and forth between them, and then behind her through the doorway Fluttershy standing out there in the front yard, nervously shuffling her hooves. She hadn't mentioned that Discord wouldn't be at the cottage. It was an invitation. Applejack blushed and looked back at the newlyweds. Well, how about another night to yourselves then? My Little Cat Horse by Spider-Man Noir. If I told you that I was living with a woman I'd met only a few months ago and that she was currently sitting in my lap while I pet her, you'd probably A. give me a weird look and wonder why I'm telling you this, and B. think there was something up between her and me. But nope! I should probably explain. This isn't Earth, and she isn't a human woman. This is Equestria, and she is a talking pony. It was just over a year ago that I arrived here, after the expected, "Oh my gosh, what the heck are you? What the heck is going on?" from both myself and the ponies. I got to meet their leader, Princess Celestia. Surprisingly understanding person, pony, whatever, and found a place to stay with Fluttershy. Now Fluttershy is a local animal whisperer. Imagine if Snow White or Cinderella was a tiny yellow horse with a mane and tail that looked like bubblegum, and you'll have an idea of what she's like. Since she spends her time looking after all manner of critters, it seems like she was best equipped to house the weird monkey alien. Since then, with Fluttershy's help, I've been gradually adjusting to pony society. On the surface it's not too different from back home, but don't let your guard down. Things are not always what they seem. To help myself keep track, I have begun compiling a list of helpful pony facts. For instance, pony fact number 1, magic exists. Oh yes, they use it for everything, up to and including the movement of celestial bodies. Or pony fact number 23, a musical number could break out at any moment. Anytime a pony has an emotion, they will break into song, and everyone, or any pony as they say, in the area will join in, including yours truly. When I asked Fluttershy about it, she just smiled and said that you get used to it after a while. Speaking of Fluttershy, she spends nearly all day, every day, feeding, medicating, cleaning and cleaning up after a zoo's worth of animals, and she doesn't get paid. It's all out of the kindness of her heart. Of course, that also means that she runs herself ragged and refuses to ask for help. Not out of pride, mind you, she's just afraid to inconvenience anyone by asking. Honestly, it would be adorable if it wasn't so frustrating. It finally came to a head after one evening when Fluttershy was so tired that she could barely drag herself through the door, let alone up the stairs to her room. The next morning, as always, she'd woken up early and was preparing breakfast by the time I'd gotten up. Note to self, get an alarm clock. "Oh, good morning," she said with a smile. "I've made some delicious eggs and sausage for you." "Morning, Flutters," I replied, looking down at the meat she'd gone so far out of her way to find for me. After a minute I looked back at her. "Fluttershy, I'm going to help you with the animals today." She looked back at me surprised. "Oh, there is no need," she replied with that same heart-melting smile. "It's no trouble at all." Flutters, you could barely walk last night. You spend all day working for free. You feed and shelter me. I can't just keep sitting around doing nothing while you wear yourself out every day. It's really not that bad, Fluttershy said, looking at the ground. Yes, it is. I just don't want to be a bother. Her voice sank down to almost a whisper. It was times like this that I needed to remember pony fact number 19. Ponies are incredibly stubborn. I was going to have to take extreme measures. My stomach was about to hate me. Fluttershy, if you don't let me help you, then I will not eat this wonderful, delicious breakfast that you have prepared for me. That got her attention. A pair of blue eyes widened as my words hit. But... Fluttershy searched for words. You need to eat. And you need help with your workload, so what's it gonna be? With that, I began to push my plate away. It's... She held out her hoof as if to stop me, only to slowly retract it once she realized I wasn't going to relent. Oh, alright, if it's, not too much trouble. I promise you, it's not a problem. My response was suddenly interrupted by my stomach loudly reminding me that I had yet to eat anything today. Why don't you go ahead and eat your breakfast before it gets cold? Fluttershy said with a cute little giggle that made her nose wrinkle up. Right, I said, while mentally I was shouting, must resist urge to pet. Pony fact number 25. Half of all natural processes in Equestria are controlled/guided by ponies. I had no idea how she ever did it alone. Every animal needed to be fed, to have their bedding changed, to be washed and groomed. Some of them needed medicines, some of them didn't want to cooperate, and all of them required large, heavy bags of supplies to take care of, and there were dozens of them. It took some getting used to, but eventually I learned the ropes and was able to help most of the different critters without Fluttershy constantly holding my hand. Well, so to speak. The animals, on the other hand, took a little longer getting used to me. Unlike my host, I couldn't just talk to reassure them, so I had to hope they'd eventually learn to accept me. One day, after feeding Harry the bear, nice guy, loves hugs, I mentioned something that had been sitting in the back of my head for a while. You know, Flutters, I said as I lugged the now slightly less heavy bag of fish over my shoulder. Where I come from, most of these animals do this sort of thing themselves. Fluttershy's actually words were muffled by the bag of birdseed she carried in her mouth, but the meaning was clear. Oh yeah, I continued. I mean, a lot of people do put out bird feeders, but deer, snakes, bears? I nodded back the way we'd come. They usually feed themselves. Heck, if a bear gets too used to humans, that's a bad thing. I would never have gone near Harry if I didn't trust you that it was safe. We reached a tree with several feeders hanging from it. Fluttershy flew up to one and began to fill it up. Oh my, she said. I can hardly imagine something like that. It would be like if all of Equestria was the Everfree Forest. Well, it's our home, I shrugged. We're used to it, and most animals will leave you alone as long as you leave them alone. Plus, there's no magic, so it might actually be a little less dangerous than the Everfree. Fluttershy giggled a bit at that. Dang it, why is she so adorable? Evenings are usually peaceful. After dinner, the two of us will sit near the fire. Weirdly enough, ponies have electricity, but don't seem to use it in their homes, and talk about whatever comes up. Flutters tells me about her latest adventure with her friends, and I'll tell her about life back home. She especially loves to hear about the animals and how they compare to ones here. It's almost like she was replaced with Pinkie Pie, the way she goes from calm and cute to animatedly excited, but still cute. Now that I think about it, they even sound a little similar. I wonder if they're related. Pony fact number 40. Ponies are fascinated by human hands. On one particular evening, we were sitting on the couch while Fluttershy read from a book of old stories. The cottage's third tenant, a bunny named Angel, although I could list a few more appropriate names, had decided to join us. This critter had taken quite some time getting used to me, and by that I mean that a good day was one where he treated me like part of the furniture. That had changed, however, when he realised that human hands were very good at petting, and especially good at giving scratches. Angel was currently sitting next to me while I absent-mindedly scratched the back of his neck. After a few minutes, I realised two things. One, I had zoned out at some point, and two, Fluttershy had stopped reading and was now looking at the two of us with a somewhat confused expression. "All right," she said, closing the book maybe a little too forcefully than necessary. "I think it's time for you to go to bed, Angel." The little rabbit tried to protest, but a quick application of the infamous stare shut him right up. As Angel hopped away, I turned my attention back to Fluttershy. This wasn't like her. Normally she'd let Angel stay up until he fell asleep by himself. She kept turning to me like she wanted to say something and then quickly turning away. Someone who'd only just met her might think that sounds perfectly normal, but when Flutters has gotten used to someone, she only acts like this if she thinks it's really important or really silly. "Are you okay?" I asked. She stared at the floor in a vain attempt to make it look like she hadn't been looking. "Flutters?" Well, I was just wondering." "It's alright, I promise I won't laugh. It's just..." She paused and took a deep breath. I was watching you petting Angel just now and, well, I was wondering what it would feel like to get pet like that." It took me a second to decipher the last bit. She had said it so fast. During that brief time, Fluttershy had curled up on the floor, hooves covering her face, and what could be seen through them was bright red. Another minute, and she'd have steam coming out of her ears. I knelt down on the floor beside her. "Flutters," I said, "it's okay. Do you want to talk about it?" With a little whimper, she lowered her forelegs to peek out at me. "It's just..." She almost whispered, still trying to avoid eye contact. "Angel always looks so happy when you're petting him, and all the other animals say you give the best scratches." She was starting to get louder and her speech was speeding up. "Started imagining that it was me you were petting instead of Angel, and you probably think I'm some kind of weirdo now and don't want to speak to me ever again." "Fluttershy!" She looked up. "I told you, it's okay." I climbed back on the couch and patted the spot next to me. "Come on up here." She hopped up to join me. "So, do you really want me to pet you?" I asked her. "Yes." "Are you some kind of weirdo who I'll never want to speak to again?" "No, I was just afraid." "Then it's okay." A few moments later, there was a small yellow Pegasus lying curled up on my lap. "Okay," I said, "I'm gonna start." "Wait!" Fluttershy cried just as I began to lower my hand. "Promise you won't tell any, Pony?" "Don't worry, I won't," I replied with a hopefully reassuring smile. "Pinky promise?" From the look of her face, I could tell she really meant it. Cross my heart and hope to fly. That part always trips me up. Stick a cupcake in my eye. The first thing I noticed was how incredibly soft she was. I'd mentally compared ponies to plush toys in the past, but this was on a whole other level. It felt less like fur and more like what you might imagine a cloud feels like. Instantly, I never wanted to stop. "Does that feel alright, Flutters?" I asked while running my fingers through her mane. She replied, eyes closed with a contented smile. "That feels nice." The two of us sat there in silence for a little while. I could feel her heartbeat slow down as she relaxed. Heh. She's just like a cat, I thought. Actually, wait a minute. What was that sound? I continued petting and leaned my head down slightly. A low rumbling was coming from the back of her throat, quietly at first, but steadily growing louder. Was she... She was! Fluttershy? Are you purring? She stiffened. No. Pony fact number 52. Ponies are terrible liars. They look around wildly, stretch out their words, and basically act incredibly suspicious. In fact, any pony who is good at lying is basically guaranteed to be evil. Really? I asked. So what was that sound then? It was, the train! Fluttershy quickly exclaimed, as pink started to creep up her muzzle. That must have been it. I don't think so, I replied, feigning ignorance. The train doesn't run at this hour. Oh, maybe it was Pinkie Pie out playing with your Vitaphone. Nah, couldn't be. That thing doesn't sound nearly as cute as you. About half a second later, I realised I'd said the last part out loud. Another half second and I realised that Fluttershy was staring up at me, eyes wide, mouth hanging open, and her whole face was red as a tomato. You think I'm cute? The words barely managed to escape her mouth. My first instinct was to deny it, to claim she must have misheard me. But now that I'd said it, I couldn't take it back. I decided to go for it. Yes, Fluttershy, I began after a deep breath. Yes, I do. And I think you are the sweetest, kindest, most adorable person I've ever met. Yes, I said person, not pony. I'm including humans in that. And I am so happy to have met you and to know you, and I hope to show you just as much care as you have given me. A moment of stunned silence followed. For a second, Fluttershy looked like she was going to say something, only to instead leap off the sofa and practically gallop out of the room. I guess I should have expected something like that. After a few seconds, I decided that I should get to bed. Just as I was about to blow out the candle, there was a soft knock on the door. Outside stood a small yellow and pink Pegasus. I just wanted to say, she looked at the ground nervously, thank you. With that, she ran back to her room. Good night, she called from down the hall. Good night, Flutters. Like I said, there's nothing going on between us. Nothing at all. What do it feel like to get pet like that? What do it feel like to get pet like that? What do it feel like to get pet like that? And I can't help but wonder how it feels. And just now I started imagining oh my God. And just now I started imagining that it was me and you were petting instead of Angel, and you probably think I'm some kind of weirdo now and you don't want to speak to me ever again. Started imagining that it was me and you. Started imagining that it was me you're petting instead of Angel, and you probably think I'm some kind of weirdo now and don't want to speak to me ever again.
La 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 la. In the meadow with my friends, the morning feels so new. Every bird and every bunny, they know just what to do. But then I see him smiling, so different, tall and kind. A stranger from another world with questions in his mind. He helps me with the feeding, he carries things with care. He listens when I'm weary, he's always truly there. And though he seems so foreign, I see what others can't. The way his hands bring comfort with every gentle pat. Oh, stranger with gentle hands, you calm my heart in ways I never planned. I thought I'd be too shy to ask, too small to understand, but you touch my world with kindness, stranger with gentle hands. At first I felt so nervous, too quiet to confess. I only watched the animals and how they all were blessed. And when I whispered softly, could you pet me too? My cheeks turned red, my voice was weak, but still he followed through. Touch my world with kindness, stranger with gentle hands. I never knew the warmth could be so sweet. For the stranger with gentle hands.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
My Little Cat Horse, Life in Equestria by Spider-Man Noir. Chapter 1, A Normal Day in Ponyville. It's been a pretty normal day for me. I visited a friend, did a bit of shopping, and went to work where a beautiful naked woman I'd never met before was eagerly awaiting me. What's that? Oh yeah, that last part isn't normal. I should probably explain. Pony fact number 13. Most ponies don't wear clothes, unless it's for a party or other special event. 90% of ponies walk around completely buck naked. As you might imagine, in a society of nudists, clothing stores aren't terribly common. You could say they are a bit of a rarity. I apologise for the pun. Anyway, luckily for me, Fluttershy is close friends with the local tailor, Rarity, so whenever I need new clothes, or just need my current ones fixed, I have a place to go. Now Rarity is the sort of person who loves a challenge. When I'd arrived in Equestria with nothing but the clothes on my back, she'd been ecstatic. Apparently the opportunity to work with bipeds doesn't come up too often when most folks are horses. Go figure, I guess. It took a couple of tries to get the fit just right, and I had to stop her from adding gems a couple of times. But for having never made human clothes before, she did a fantastic job. On this particular day, I'd gone to a shop to try out a new pair of pants. As I went behind a curtain to try them on, Rarity began chatting away about recent town gossip. Now, that sort of thing doesn't really interest me, so I mostly drowned it out. But then, just as I was stepping out from the dressing room, she said something that definitely got my attention. "Oh, that reminds me," she said, gesturing for me to turn around so she could examine. "I ran into Fluttershy at the market yesterday." Well, that wasn't in and of itself unusual. What of it? "Oh, yeah?" I replied. "Was something wrong?" "Quite the contrary, darling," she replied. I asked how she was and she replied, and I quote, "Oh, everything is just wonderful, Rarity." Like she hadn't a care in the world. I don't think I've seen her so cheerful in some time. Did something happen recently? That last question was more offhand or hoof. In fact, she wasn't even looking at me when she asked. She was mumbling something to herself about taking in the pants slightly. But the image of Fluttershy lying in my lap while I ran fingers down her mane immediately sprang into my mind. Rarity noticed my silence and turned around, one eyebrow cocked slightly. I could feel my cheeks heating up a bit, and she must have noticed as well because her face practically lit up with excitement. Something did happen! Before I could say anything, she had used her telekinesis to push me into a chair, jumped practically into my face, and began bombarding me with questions. You must simply tell me everything, darling. When did it happen? Was it your idea? Was it hers? I bet it was hers. Does any pony else know? How far have you gone? Were you gentle with her? Before she could go any further, I placed my hand over her mouth. Rarity, I said slowly as I removed my hand. Whatever you're thinking, it's not like that. She grumbled. Fine then, but what did happen? I made a zipping gesture across my mouth. Pinky promise? I stated simply. Pony fact number 31. Pinky promises are serious business. Back home it might just be a cute little thing you say, but here it's practically a blood oath. Not only that, but Pinkie Pie has anointed herself the official enforcer of all pinky promises. I don't know what kind of Faustian bargain that man made, but if you break your word after making a pinky promise, she will know, and she will find you. I see, Rarity muttered, more to herself than me. Then I suppose I'll just have to get the truth from the Fluttershy next time I see her. But before I could finish, she was pushing me out the door. Now run along, I'm sure you have other places to be today. You'll be going to Twilight's castle later, right? Be a dear and tell Spike I'll be needing his help tomorrow. Goodbye! With that, the door was shut and I was out on the streets. I could hear her giggling through the wood. Oh boy, she was not going to drop this anytime soon. After a few more brief stops, it was time to head to Twilight's place. I'd been going there a couple times a week, where she'd pay me to do various odd jobs. Even though Fluttershy took care of food and refused to charge me rent, it was nice to have some spending money for personal use. On this particular day, I arrived at the castle. Oh yeah, she has a castle, where I was greeted by Spike and the dragon. Pony fact number 13. Ponies are not the only sapient species in their world. There's also dragons, griffins, and hippogriffs, just to name a few. Spike's a cool guy. He's a big fan of comics, especially superheroes. You wouldn't believe how excited he got when we found out that the human world also had them. Hey Spike! I greeted him with a high five, or perhaps a low five considering our height difference, which he eagerly returned. You're just in time, he informed me. Twilight's in her lab, said she has something important to show you. Thanks, I replied, making my way in before stopping. Oh, by the way, Rarity said she's going to need your help. I turned to find out he already ran out, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Tomorrow, I concluded, despite knowing there was no way he could hear me by now. Oh well, he wouldn't complain about spending more time around her. A brisk walk through the winding corridors brought me to Twilight's personal laboratory. If you're wondering why she has one of those, apparently there's a surprising amount of overlap between the study of magic and the study of science. At least that's what she says. I lost track of her explanation around the 30th time the term Thormic turned up. Twilight? I called with a knock. It's me. Oh, perfect timing. Her muffled voice came through the door. Come on in and tell me what you think. I opened the door and took a single step inside. Over the course of about half a second, 3 things happened. First, I found myself staring directly at a pair of naked breasts, human ones. Second, I looked up to see their owner smiling excitedly at me. Third, I tripped over myself trying to scramble out of the room before slamming the door behind me. I am so sorry, miss. I didn't realize anyone was in the... Wait a second. Was she purple? A knock came from the other side of the door. Hey, is everything okay? A familiar voice called out from the room. It's just me, Twilight. She tried to open the door, but I leaned my weight against it to hold it shut. I'm sorry, I called back, still freaked out. Do you have a lab coat or something in there? None that will fit. Why? I pulled off my shirt and threw it in through the partly open door. Just please put that on. So you're a human now. We were in the castle's library now, sitting on a comfortable and conveniently human-sized couch. How? Actually, it was surprisingly easy. She straightened up. Remember when you first came here and I had to take those blood tests? I nodded. Before I'd gone to live with Fluttershy, Twilight had insisted on making sure I wasn't carrying any diseases. That included checking my blood. Well, since I still had some of the samples preserved, I was able to sequence your DNA and extrapolate it onto my own. Then it was a simple matter of crafting a spell to temporarily convert my DNA into a human's. Really, the only tricky part was making sure I didn't cancel out my own magical aura. That's why I still have my pony coloration. It was probably more complicated than that, but I appreciated her putting it into relatively simple terms for me. There was, however, one more question. So, I said slowly, why? Twilight curled up in her seat, pulling her legs close to her chest. Luckily, the shirt I gave her was long enough to still cover her bits. Well, she began, looking down bashfully, you've been in Equestria for a while now, and I thought you might be feeling a bit homesick and maybe out of place. I know Spike used to feel that way until he made friends with Ember. I thought that maybe if you had another human around, then you wouldn't feel so lonely. I sighed mentally. Princess of friendship indeed. Twilight, she looked up at me. I appreciate the thought, I really do, but you don't have to go this far for me. It's true, I do miss a lot of things from my old world. The internet, cars, cell phones, the internet. But truthfully, I think I'm happier here. What do you mean? Twilight asked, leaning in closer to me. Oh geez, that shirt is loose, isn't it? Well, the human world is very hectic, I replied, doing my best to avert my eyes. Everyone seems angry at everyone else. There's never a moment when you can just be at peace, because if you stop moving for just a minute, you'll get trampled, possibly literally. I thought about the kindness I'd been shown since arriving here, how so many strangers were willing to help some random guy. I couldn't imagine someone as sweet as Fluttershy existing in my world. Here though, I continued, almost everyone or pony seems happy to see you no matter what. Ponies work because it brings them joy and fulfillment, not because they have to. I've made more friends in Ponyville in just a few months than I had in years where I came from. Heck, I still don't think there was anyone I could ever be this open with back there. Twilight had been listening intently this whole time. As I finished, she scooted over and hugged me. Thank you so much for telling me all that, she said. If you ever want to talk about it more, then I'm always willing to lend an ear. Thanks, I replied, returning the hug. After a moment, we separated. Then I remembered that she was still basically naked. So, is that permanent? I asked, looking away. I cared even if she didn't. What? Being human? Oh, not at all. It'll wear off in a bit. Oh, okay, that's good. I wasn't sure if I got it quite right, she added. What do you think? I looked back only to find her poking at her chest in a very suggestive fashion. A human female is supposed to have this much fat deposited here? I feel like I did something wrong. Maybe I... Twilight! I cut her off. Please stop doing that. I arrived back home just as it was getting dark. Somehow explaining to Twilight exactly what the problem was more exhausting than actual work. Maybe Cadence can help. Arrived back home. It's funny, it was coming up on a year that I'd been in Equestria, and I was already thinking of Fluttershy's little cottage as my home more than any place on earth. "Oh, good evening. I didn't hear you come in." And a voice reached my ears. "You're just in time. I have dinner all ready to go." "Hey, Flutters," I smiled as my best friend in the world, or any world, trotted up to me. As she came, I bent down and scooped her up and hugged her close. "Eve!" she squeaked. "Is everything okay? What's this about?" "Nothing," I replied as I sat her back down, her face bright red. "I'm just glad you're here." "Well, thank you, I suppose. Now come along, let's eat." As she headed to the kitchen to grab our food, she stopped and turned around. Do you think that maybe afterwards we could, like the other night?" I couldn't help but grin. "Any time you want, Flutters." Yup, just another normal day. Who could ask for more? The term
I walk the cobbled streets at noon, a pocket full of small town days. Bought thread and laughter from a tailor who turned my awkward fits to praise. Fluttershy smile with sunlight, gentle as the garden she keeps. I felt at home among their kindness, in a world where quiet comfort sleeps. Rarity fussed and asked me questions, curiosity like song. She teased and tugged the edges of the life where I now belong. This is a normal day in Ponyville, and normal here is new. Hands that mend and friends who listen, laughter braided through and through. I came with nothing but my past, they gave me space to stay. Normal here is gentle magic, I find my way. I find my way. I learned their facts and customs, pinky promises like vows, Spike's comics, Twilight's tinkering, secret lab coats and new house. Once Twilight stood with human skin, confusing in its grace. She swore that change would help me breathe. She met me face to face. Homesickness unclenched its fingers when small kindnesses arrived. The chair a measured joke, the proof that I survived. They taught me how to put my guard down, how to speak without alarm, and every awkward, tender day stitched courage to my heart. This is a normal day in Ponyville, and normal here is true. Friends who patch my tattered edges, who celebrate the new. I came with nothing but my past. They gave me space to stay. Normal here is gentle magic. I find my way. I find my way. Evening settles on the cottage. Fluttershy hums our grace. Just another ordinary night in my extraordinary place.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe.